Once on the planet Earth reigned chaos from which came out monsters that destroyed everything in their path. But along with this came brave heroes who were able to resist them and saved humanity from destruction. One day there was born Shi Shao, who did not have unique abilities for what he was constantly harassed by his classmates. And in the life of the young hero happened an event that put at risk his happy family, which before his eyes was cut in half. At that moment, Shi Shao and his family were attacked by a huge spider monster that appeared out of nowhere. The young hero covers his family with his body from the monster's strike but finds himself in a death-defying position. Suddenly, an information panel appears in front of the spider monster. And then, the young hero falls into a strange dimension where he is called the Lord of Accounts. Then around the hero flashes a bright light that illuminates the entire battlefield around him and throws aside the dangerous monster. The young hero becomes stronger several times, and so begins his journey of becoming from a novice to the Lord of Accounts. The story moves back a few days, and the young protagonist's family joins him in celebrating his birthday. And Shi Shao is smiling broadly with a crown on his head, happy that today is a holiday. The young hero's sister hugs her brother tightly and asks him to tell her what wish he made. Then the young hero rubs his nose and says with a smile that he wants to live together with his family indefinitely. At that moment, a loud explosion is heard, and the entire city is quickly engulfed in flames and chaos. The young hero leans on the floor of the room and watches in horror as his family flies downward from a great height. Then a huge monster appears in front of Shi Shao and stares at him with a piercing gaze. Shi Shao screams in fear at the sight of the monster and doesn't know what to do in such a situation. At that moment, a loud shout from the young hero echoes throughout the class, and all the students turn in his direction in surprise. And the young hero is holding on to his head and trying to come to his senses after a nightmare in which he loses his entire family. At this point, the teacher points his finger in the direction of the young hero and asks him to tell about the age of the monsters. And the young hero absent-mindedly rubs the back of his head and apologizes for falling asleep during class. After that, he coughs and is about to talk about the beginning of the emergence of the age of monsters. However, the teacher stops the young hero and asks him to sit at his desk and listen carefully to his lecture. He then spreads his arms apart and shows a holographic map of the Earth and talks about the new age of monsters. And at this moment, Shi Shao stands silently and listens to the teacher's story despite knowing the story very well. A few hours pass, classes end, and the students leave the academy building to go about their business. Shi Shao is also heading home but is stopped by a classmate named Luo Feng with 2 students behind him. Luo Feng comes close to the young hero and demands from him to pay for his protection. However, Shi Shao folds his arms across his chest and says that he refuses to pay Luo Feng for his safety. Immediately afterwards, Luo Feng gave a strong blow to Shi Shao's stomach, causing him to clench his teeth in unbearable pain. But after that, Luo Feng sees someone's foot heading towards his face and opens his mouth in surprise. And the young hero's sister punishes her brother's abuser without delay and delivers a serious blow to Luo Feng's head. After that, the other students look at the young hero's sister with surprise and realize that it's time for them to run away from here. And Shi Yunfei stares menacingly in the direction of her brother's abusers and demands that they get the hell out of here immediately. She then places her hands on her sides and watches as the bullies run away from her, and the young hero wipes the blood from his lips. Then, Shi Yunfei leans over to his brother and asks him to ignore the fact that he is low level compared to others. And the young hero strokes his sister on the head and thanks her for her help. Shi Shao then heads home with her sister while the sun gradually goes behind the horizon and illuminates their silhouettes. As soon as the young hero gets home, his whole family greets him with smiles and wishes him a happy birthday. However, Shi Shao looks worried because in his nightmare, a monster attacked during his birthday party. The young hero puts the cake on the table and suggests the whole family take a walk through the streets of the city. A few hours later, Shi Shao and his family leave the restaurant and rejoice in the fact that nothing bad happened. Suddenly, however, there is a massive explosion, and the father of the family protects his entire family with his body. Meanwhile, a strange dark hole appears in the center of the explosion and people scatter in different directions. Minutes later, a spider-like monster emerges from the hole, looking around at all the people around it with predatory eyes. Then it heads towards Shi Shao and his family to destroy them and raise its level. At that moment, the father of the family rushes forward and is going to confront the monster alone. He jumps high up and concentrates powerful energy streams in his hands to defeat the monster. He makes many attacks, but the spider monster just laughs at him because they don't do any damage. After that, the monster makes a quick strike and delivers a critical blow to Shi Shao's father, and the latter falls to the ground. At that moment, the mother of the family tearfully heads towards her husband and asks her children to run away as fast as possible from here. But in that instant, she receives a powerful blow on her back from the monster and screams in unbearable pain. The spider monster throws the girl aside with another blow and heads towards the young hero's father. It looms over him and opens its maw to devour his body and gain a new level. However, at that moment, several arrows fly into one of the monster's paws, damaging. Meanwhile, Shi Yunfei loads his bow and prepares to fire another shot at the monster to save his father's life. The monster is enraged by this prank and tries to attack Shi Xiao's sister, but the girl manages to bounce away at the last moment. After that, Shi Yunfei turns to his brother and asks him to escape from this dangerous place as quickly as possible. And Shi Xiao looks at the monster with fear in his eyes. He is very scared and doesn't understand what to do in such a difficult situation. At this moment, the monster rushed towards Shi Yunfei and pierced through her body, thus causing the girl to suffer great damage. And the young hero's sister falls to the ground and squirms in pain after being struck by the monster. Then, the monster gets close to the girl and is about to send her to the other world to continue his feast. Shi Yunfei watches in horror as the monster points its sharp fangs in her direction and doesn't move. But at that moment, a young hero comes to the aid of his sister. He stops the blow with his bare hands and looks at the monster with fury in his eyes. Then he turns to his sister and asks her to run as fast as possible from this place, and at that moment he gets a critical hit. The young hero falls to the ground and suddenly an information panel with a huge number of lines appears above his body. Meanwhile, Shi Yunfei looks at her brother with bitterness in her eyes and intends to avenge him, heads off towards the monster. The spider monster lets out a scream, but it does not scare the sister of the young hero, and she continues to run towards the monster. And the monster stares at the girl intently as he prepares to send her to the grave with one blow. A second later, a loud sound passes over the monster's head, and the young hero, shrouded in bright flames, bears the monster a blow. Because of the blow, the spider flies away for several meters, and the young hero appears in front of his sister and is going to protect her from the monster. At this moment, Shi Yunfei looks at his brother with astonishment and cannot believe that Shi Xiao possesses such tremendous strength. Meanwhile, the monster with malice in his eyes strives towards the young hero to send him to the other world. And Shi Xiao gets into a fighting stance and prepares to make a powerful strike against the monster to protect his sister. There is a loud explosion behind the hero, and he heads towards the spider monster with great speed. Once he reaches the monster, several lightning bolts strike the monster's body and deal a huge amount of damage to the monster. After that, a fiery blade appears in Shi Xiao's hand, which he uses to strike the spider's limbs. However, the young hero soon falls to the ground and coughs up blood because his body is not used to such strength. It opens an information panel that displays a special strength scale that gradually decreases over time. And the spider monster turns his back on the young hero and says he's not going to waste his time on him. However, Shi Xiao is not going to give up so easily and surrounds himself and the monster with a fire barrier that is impossible to pass through. Shi Xiao leans on his leg and declares in a loud voice to destroy the monster that dared to attack his family. And the spider monster looks at the young hero with horror in his eyes and cannot believe that the young man has so much power. At that moment, a special rescue team appears and heads towards the monster. And the young hero tries to warn the rescue party of the danger, but no one wants to listen to him. After a while, the squad completely surrounds the dangerous monster and prepares to attack together. The wizards prepare their spells, and the warriors prepare to repel all the monster's attack. And the monster stares intently with its bloodshot eyes at the humans, and has no doubts about its victory. And at that moment, a spider web appears from the ground and binds all the members of the squad. And the spider monster is slowly heading towards the bound people to absorb their life force. And in a matter of seconds, people turn into empty shells, and all the power goes into the monster's clutches. After that, the spider monster is colored in green light, and its characteristics are increased several times. It's heading towards the young hero to send him to the other side of the world in one fell swoop. However, the young hero manages to put his flaming sword in front of him in time and defends himself from the monster's deadly attack. But his strength quickly comes to an end, and he receives multiple attacks from the spider that make him cry out in pain. And then the young hero falls to the ground. He can barely breathe, and his strength is almost completely drained. However, he is filled with determination and slowly gets up from the ground to continue the battle with the monster. After that, his body lights up with bright flames, and he prepares to deliver a fatal blow to deal with the monster. Shi Xiao swings his sword, and a bright swirl of flames sweeps across the entire battlefield and completely envelops the body of the spider monster. And after that, the spider monster takes massive damage and completely burns up in the young hero's bright flames. And the young hero barely stands on his feet and silently watches as a huge number of items and rewards from the monster fall near his feet. Suddenly he falls to the ground because he can no longer stand on his feet and his strength is leaving him. However, Shi Xiao stretches his arm forward and tries to collect the rewards from the monster in hopes that the treasure can save his life. After a while, the young hero's eyes close, but a huge volume of healing power completely envelops his body. And after a while, Shishao finds himself in a strange room and is amazed to see the planets that are circling around him. Suddenly, a strange armor of red color appears in front of him, and a strange voice informs him that in front of him is the account of the Emperor. Then before the young hero appears a huge number of accounts that have monstrous power. And Shishao watches this with her mouth open in amazement and listens to the strange voice that explains how to activate the account. Then the young hero comes to his senses and slowly walks over to the red armor to examine it closely. After a while, he grabs his head with his hand and tries to think about all the information he has recently received. Suddenly, Shishao's face lights up with a smile because he realizes that he now possesses great strength. And after a while, an information panel with his characteristics and abilities appears in front of him. At this point, the young hero folds his arms across his chest and remarks that it takes a lot of experience to open new accounts. And as soon as the hero spends experience points to open a new account, he is enveloped on all sides by magical threads and empowered. However, afterwards, Shishao looks at the information panel and realizes that he has spent a huge amount of experience and his level hasn't changed. And on the information panel, there is an icon of the young hero and his characteristics that have not changed after the fight with the monster. After a while, the hero wakes up in bed and looks around. He scratches the back of his head and realizes he's in a hospital room and tries to figure out where his family is. At this moment, Shishao noticed that all of his wounds had healed and there was not a single trace of the battle with the monster. Meanwhile, the sister of the young hero talks to the doctor and resents the fact that the hospital requires a lot of money for treatment. And the doctor closes his eyes and explains in a calm voice that a huge amount of money has been spent on the treatment of the young hero's family. He glares menacingly at the young hero's sister and notes that unless an expensive antidote is administered, the lives of her brother and father may be in danger. At this moment, tears suddenly appear on Feifei's face and she starts coughing loudly. And her mom, along with her doctor, ask Feifei not to worry too much and try to recover from the fight. Suddenly, there is the sound of a door opening in the hallway, and the doctor, along with Feifei and her mother, turn towards the sound. At that moment, they see a young hero in the corridor who stands firmly on his feet and promises that he will find money for the treatment of his family. He then approaches his sister and asks her not to worry about the water money because he will solve the problem. Meanwhile, the doctor looks at the young hero with astonishment and does not understand how the young man was able to cure himself of the deadly poison. After a while, Shishao approaches the doctor and asks how much money it will take to treat his family. And when he finds out about the price, he quickly shakes the doctor's hand and asks him to start treatment and promises that he will get the necessary amount of money in an hour. And then the hero goes outside, he sits on a bench, and with the help of the information panel, examines his inventory. He manages to find in his inventory a demonic crystal that could be worth a fortune. And then the young hero quickly throws on his cloak and heads into the narrow streets of the city to find the black market. He descends a narrow staircase and notices two thugs guarding a strange iron door. And the black market guards look at the young hero with surprise and do not understand what the boy forgot in this place. After a moment, Shishao looks up and asks the ambassadors to let him inside the black market. And one of the ambassadors only laughs at him and asks the young hero to leave the place as soon as possible. However, Shishao insists that he has an expensive artifact that anyone on the black market might be interested in. And at that moment, another thug loses patience. He grabs the young hero by his cloak and demands to get out of here. But at that moment, a strange old man accompanied by his guards appears in the doorway and asks the ambles to take their time. He stares intently at Shishao from the second floor and asks him to show him the item he wants to sell. And after that, the young hero abruptly removes his cloak and shows the old man a small red-colored demonic crystal. At this moment, the demonic crystal glows brightly in the young hero's hand and emits a strange, magical aura around it. Meanwhile, the old man is scrutinizing the strange crystal and asks the young hero to go inside the black market. As soon as Shishao opens the doors in front of him, he sees a huge room, and in the center is the main hall with information signs. And he slowly looks around and is amazed at how huge a room was hidden in such a small building. At this moment, Shishao is noticed by a beautiful waitress who winks and smiles at him. But the hero tries to ignore it and turns his head from side to side trying to find the old man. Suddenly at that moment he is stopped by two mercenaries who say that the young hero has no place here. However, one of the old man's bodyguards comes to the aid of Shishao, who demands the mercenaries take their hands off the young hero. And after a while, the young hero is brought to a separate room where the old man offers him to sit down next to him and discuss the sale of the crystal. As soon as the hero sits down, the old man turns to him and offers a not particularly large sum for his purchase. However, Shishao folds his hands in front of him and notes with a smile that this crystal is worth much more than what the old man is offering. At this point, the old man frowns and notices that the young hero is quite good at things and offers 100,000 gold for the item. But the young hero rises for his dream and notes that the old man is offering a very low price for the goods and is about to leave. However, the passage to the door is blocked by the old man's bodyguards, who are not going to let Shishao out of the room. And the old man at this moment strokes his beard and notes that the young hero cannot refuse his offer. At this moment, Shishao freezes in place and stares intently at the bodyguards. He does not know what to do in such a situation. Meanwhile, the old man throws a stack of bills on the table with a price of 100,000 and suggests the hero to agree to his offer as soon as possible. And Shishao slowly turns around and looks at the stack of bills with a frightened expression, but does not dare to take them. After a few minutes, the doors to the room open slightly and the guards notice a tall man standing in the doorway. A strange, masked man wraps his hands around the faces of the bodyguards and demands they get out of his way. He is followed by a girl who walks in and looks around at all the people in the room with a smile on her face. And the old man, without a drop of doubt, smiles slightly and greets the girl he calls the head of the Mo clan. And Mrs. Mo also welcomes the old man and notes that he is acting against all black market rules. After these words, the old man tenses up a bit and silently looks at Mrs. Mo with interest in her next actions. And the girl turns toward the young hero without a shadow of a doubt and offers him 300 coins for his item, much to his surprise. Mrs. Mo smiles and notes that she likes Shishao very much, but the young hero can't say a word back to her because he's confused. Meanwhile, the old man stands up from his seat in surprise and notes that Mrs. Mo had quoted too high a price for this item. And Mrs. Mo Lee only smiles wryly and suggests that the old man spend his money to restore his clan's reputation. And after these words, the old man quickly leaves the room with irritation on his face, and the girl smiles and waves goodbye to him. At this moment, the young hero scrutinizes the girl and notices that there is a clear power struggle between the Mo clan and Huang Zheng. Before the girl leaves, he is going to give her the demonic crystal, but Mrs. Mo refuses and offers the hero to keep the object for himself. Then Mrs. Mo abruptly turns around and explains to the hero with disdain in her eyes that she only wanted to mess with the Huang Zheng clan. She immediately leaves and asks her loyal bodyguard to give Shishao the amount of money she promised him. And the young hero smilingly looks towards the departing girl and notices that she has a very interesting character. Meanwhile, the whole family of the young hero stands by the bed where the head of the family is lying and is worried about his condition. Suddenly, the director of the center bursts into the room and with a loud shout remarks that there is no place for those who cannot pay for treatment. Then he grabs the doctor's clothes and asks why a family that can't pay for treatment is still in that room. And the doctor explains that one of the members of this family will soon return with the full amount to pay the hospital's expenses. But this answer does not satisfy the director, and he slaps the doctor in his face with all his might. He then heads towards the hospital bed and tells Fei Fei that she and her family need to get out of here, and reaches her hand toward the face of the head of the family to remove the mask that allows him to breathe. At that moment, Fei Fei tries to interfere, but the principal, with anger in his eyes, slaps her face and tells her to stay out of his way. At the same moment, the young hero kicks the door of the ward with all his might, and the director of the center turns his gaze on him in surprise. The young hero looks angry and promises that the director of the center will be held accountable for punching his sister in the face. However, the director of the center becomes even more furious. He grabs Shishao by his clothes and points out that he is defacing the hospital's property. And at that moment, the young hero's eyes glared at the principal with even more fury, and his body was covered in fire. After that, the headmaster's hand is covered with a strange bright glow, and it catches fire, causing him terrible pain. And the director quickly runs out of the chamber and hopes to find a place where he can extinguish his hand, which was set on fire by Shishao. And the young hero apologizes to the doctor for the inconvenience and hands him the full amount to pay for the treatment. He looks at the doctor carefully and asks him to do everything possible to save his family. And the doctor smiles a little and is happy about the fact that someone had the courage to fight back against the director of the center. After a moment, a credit card appears in Shishao's hand, and he says he's willing to cover the repair of the door he kicked in anger. Then he thanks the doctor and heads to his sister's house to see how she's feeling after what happened. At this moment, Fei Fei is shivering and trying to recover. She apologizes to her brother for being too weak to protect the family. However, the young hero strokes his sister on the head and asks her not to worry about it and promises that he will do everything for the family. And tears appear on Fei Fei's face as she talks about not being able to go to the school tournament to pay for her treatment. At this moment, Shishao smiles widely and, holding her sister by the shoulders, says that he can perform in her place and earn money. The young hero is filled with confidence. He smiles broadly and is confident that he can win the grand prize. A few hours later, a huge number of people gather in the square in front of the school, ready to take part in the main competition. The headmaster is in the center of the room and tells the students that the sponsor will be Mrs. Mo, who is standing next to him. All the students are thrilled by the sight of Miss Mo and hope that they can get a solid winnings for participating in the competition. And the young hero stands in the middle of the crowd of people and listens attentively to the principal's explanation of the rules of the contest. Behind Mrs. Mo, a huge information panel appears and depicts the various locations of the dungeon. One of the locations shows a creature that looks like a living tree with red eyes, and the young hero decides that he will destroy this monster at any cost, thanks to his new power. And the principal at that moment asks his students to be careful not to go one-on-one against such a dangerous opponent. And the disciples rejoice when they learn that they don't have to fight such a dangerous creature. Meanwhile, the young hero thinks about the director's words and assumes that during the assignment, everyone will be divided into teams. Suddenly, the students look toward the principal with a surprised and disgruntled look when the principal talks about teamwork being necessary. The principal thanks the students for their questions and explains that each team will have a different set of points to take away from each other. He then shows a huge map of the dungeon with red dots marking the locations of the monsters. Suddenly, a sly smile appears on the principal's face, and he points out that the students will have to fight each other to get a high score. And at that moment, all the students look at the principal with their mouths open in surprise and remark that this is too cruel to them. But the headmaster doesn't listen to his students, and in a second, a huge portal opens behind him, which leads to the dungeon where the test will take place. Meanwhile, the attention of all the students is on the young hero because he is the lowest level among all the participants. And Shishao doesn't pay any attention to the prying eyes and heads to the teacher's office to sign up for the competition. At this point, the teacher turns around and corrects her glasses and then scrutinizes the young hero. She is surprised to notice that the level of the young hero is extremely low and offers to join some group. At this second, the bully Luo Feng appears behind Shishao's back and looks at the young hero with a wide smile. Along with his friends, he points out that the young hero should bow down to him and ask for his protection. Luo Feng then smiles evilly and points out that if Shishao obeys, then perhaps he will take him into his squad. He then grabs the young hero by the shoulder and suggests that he start howling and whining like a dog. However, Shishao outplays the bully and turns the situation in his favor with the help of clever phrases. And Luo Feng notices it at the last moment and realizes that the hero has made a fool of him in front of his friends. So he becomes enraged and is going to hit Shishao with all his might for insulting him in front of his friends. But the teacher quickly stops the fight before it starts and points out to Luo Feng that he should go to the competition. And Luo Feng unhappily clucked and promised that he would take revenge on the young hero while passing the test. And he sets off towards the magic gate but periodically looks back towards the young hero. Finally, the bully disappears from the young hero's sight and the teacher warns that Shishao should join the team for safety's sake. However, the young hero refuses, and the teacher sighs heavily, but holds out a pass to allow him into the testing area. And the young hero sets off towards the magic gate with full confidence that he will take the first place in the competition. At this moment, Madame Mo, along with her bodyguards, are carefully observing Shishao's action, and Mrs. Mo smiles playfully when she remembers that she has met the young hero before and notes that he is a very interesting young man. Then she folds her arms across her chest and hopes that the young hero will show an interesting result during the contest. A few minutes later, the young hero finds himself in the test area and sees before him huge mountaintops and a long river. He takes a breath after teleporting, and the magic gate behind him slowly closes. And in a few seconds, he's racing through the forest, hoping to find as many monsters as possible to earn points. He cold-bloodedly destroys small monsters that pose no threat to him. However, several of the monsters try to escape from him, so he sets off in pursuit of them to finish off the remaining one. But watching them closely, he realizes that all the spiders are heading towards a certain place through the bushes. He then makes the decision to follow them in hopes of finding the Spider Queen and getting valuable items for her. However, he soon realizes that he has entered a dangerous part of the forest, but still continues his movement into its depths. And after a few minutes, he discovers a huge tree on which there is a red web along with a girl who is trapped in it. The girl crawls and tries to get out, but the spider's web binds her arms and legs and does not allow her to move. Despite this, she is again and again spinning in her web and trying to call someone to her aid. At that moment, a young hero appears in the tree. He heads towards the web and promises the girl that he will save her. And the girl looks at the young hero with surprise and asks him to run away from here as fast as possible because he has a very low level. She has tears in her eyes because of fear, but still asks to stay here because she is worried about Shishao's life. However, the young hero doesn't listen to her and scrutinizes the red web to figure out how to destroy it. Then the girl turns to the young hero in a loud voice and points out that the queen is level 8 and will easily destroy the hero. But this thought only makes the young hero excited, and his hand ignites with a bright yellow flame. And after a while, all the red cobwebs that bound the girl in the blink of an eye turn to dust, and Xiao's whole body lights up with bright flames, and he asks the girl to run to her group as fast as possible. At the same instant, a red spider queen appears at the top of the tree and looks at the intruder with a displeased look. The young hero notices the monster and freezes in place from fear, and the girl does not understand what is happening. A second later, acid rains down on them, but Xiao dodges in time and pushes the girl aside. However, the heroes immediately land in a spider web trap that was prepared for them. At this moment, Xiao realizes with horror and surprise that soon the web will completely immobilize them and tries to think of an escape plan. However, in a second, the web turns into a strong cocoon that securely entangles Xiao and the young girl together. The girl tries to free herself and screams for help while the spider watches intently. At this point, the young hero asks the girl not to panic and looks around carefully to find a way out of the trap. Meanwhile, the heroes notice that the spider, for some reason, leisurely goes deep into the forest and leaves them. And the girl tearfully rejoices at this coincidence and hopes that the spider has changed its mind about eating them. But the young hero disappoints the girl and terrifies her when he tells her that the spider queen is sure to return. And then the girl starts twisting her head in all directions and screams loudly in fear with tears in her eyes. And the young hero tries to calm her down and then grits his teeth and tries to free his hands. After a minute, however, he realizes that the web is fresh and not strong enough and tries to chew through it with his teeth. He makes the best effort to get out, but the girl dreams of something else entirely. At this point, he looks at her unhappily and demands that she help him bite through the cobwebs too. And the hero begins to chew the cobwebs together in hopes of getting out of this trap, and silence looms between them. After a few minutes, they are freed from the web and the girl cries with happiness that she is unharmed. Suddenly, there is a loud rustle in the forest, and the heroes realize that the queen of spiders is heading in their direction. Then the young hero covers the girl with his body and asks her to escape from this dangerous thicket as quickly as possible. But the girl grabs Xiao by the shoulder and asks him to run away with her as quickly as possible, or he will go to the other world. However, on the face of the young hero flashes only a wide smile, and a second later he says that he is eager to meet the monster. A bright flame lights up in his hand, and he tells the girl that he will definitely defeat the Spider Queen, even if alone. At this second, the Spider Queen rushes to attack Xiao and his girlfriend, but the hero puts up a wall of fire in front of him for protection. Then he turns toward the girl and asks her to leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. But Huan Tian says he has healing magic and will help the young hero in battle if needed. And the hero, ignoring the girl's words, heads towards the giant spider to deal with it. And the spider watches him carefully and prepares to fend off the young hero's attack. Suddenly, Xiao's body starts to be enveloped by huge swirls of flames, and a fiery blade appears in his hands. He quickly jumps up as the giant spider attacks and prepares to perform its deadly move. And as soon as the young hero waits for the right moment, he rushes at the monster with a loud scream and with two hands holds his blade. In a split second, the spider's entire body is struck by a huge sweat of flame, and with his sword, Xiao cuts its body into two equal parts. Soon the giant spider's entire body turns to ash, and the girl watches silently in amazement at what is happening in front of her. Her eyes go wide with delight, and she says that she didn't expect such a powerful outburst from the young hero. Meanwhile, Xiao concentrates the rest of the flame in his hand and looks around carefully for valuable items. And Ruan Tian looks at the young hero with adoration and admires his immense strength. Then she stands proudly on the rock and rejoices in the fact that she was able to gain valuable experience without putting in any effort. As soon as the hero is about to leave, she quickly follows him, snuggling up to him with her body and asking more about his power. However, Xiao is not particularly happy with the situation and demands that the girl stop bothering him. He squats down to collect magical items and points out that all loot belongs to him alone. Then he scrutinizes the red claw that fell out as a reward for defeating the huge spider. Suddenly, in his hands, the red claw begins to glow with a bright light and begins to transform into another object. The young hero watches this process with amazement and realizes that the item is now many times more useful. He quickly digs through his inventory and uses the information panel to find out that his magic ring improves other items. Xiao, with a smile on his face, ponders the situation, while Ruan Tian does not move a step away from him. Then the girl turns to him and talks about how she could never have guessed that the hero was hiding his true power. Xiao abruptly yanks his arm to the side and asks the girl to stop pestering him, then stares intently into her eyes and warns her that Ruan Tian will be very sorry if she tells anyone about his secret. However, after the words of the young hero, the girl is not frightened and on the contrary wants to hug Xiao even more. At this moment, the voice of several people behind the heroes can be heard greeting Xiao and his companion. The strangers turn out to be a small group that a few hours earlier threw Juan Tian to be eaten by a huge spider. And Ruan Tian points her finger at the gang leader and accuses him of abandoning her to her fate. And the gang leader only looks at her with a mocking smile and says that the girl is not capable of anything. A little later, he notices that the spider his team was hunting has been roasted by someone, which surprises him greatly. The squad leader turns to Huan Tian and along with his men asks what happened to the Spider Queen. Then Ruan Tian tries to hug Shi Xiao and says that it was the young hero who disposed of the dangerous monster. However, the squad leader and his friends do not believe that Shi Xiao was able to cope with the monster and just laugh at him. This situation makes Ruan Tian furious, and because of the offense, her eyes fill with tears. Meanwhile, the team scrutinizes the body of the huge spider and tries to figure out how it was destroyed. And the young hero and Ruan Tian are standing on the other side, waiting for action from the squad. Suddenly, an information window appears in front of Ruan Tian, informing her that the squad leader is inviting her to join him. However, the girl says she won't fall for such a trick again and announces in a loud voice that she won't be joining the squad. Then the members of the squad point out that no one needs Ruan Tian, and it is better for her to be in their team than to be left alone. After these words, the girl is furious and promises that under no circumstances will not be in their squad. At this moment, a loud roar is heard, and out of fright, the girl snuggles closer to Shi Xiao and cries out in fear. And on the faces of the squad appears a smile because they heard the sound of a dangerous monster for which you can get a lot of points. At this point, the young hero informs the squad without much emotion that this squad will not be able to handle the monster. The squad leader slowly turns around and demands that the young hero repeat his words once more. And at this moment, Shi Xiao's face lit up with a gloating smile, and he called the commander's squad a bunch of weaklings. The young hero's words hurt the squad leader, but his men stop him from rash actions and ask him not to give in to provocations. After that, the squad goes into the thicket of the forest, and the squad leader promises that he will take revenge on the young hero for the words he said. And as soon as the detachment disappears in the thicket of the forest, the girl looks at the young hero with grateful eyes and offers to go on the road. However, the hero goes in the direction where the squad of men went, and Ruan Tian does not understand what Shi Xiao is up to. And the young hero turns around with a smile on his face. He explains that they are going on a hunt for a dangerous monster. At that moment, the roar of the dangerous monster echoed throughout the forest. Meanwhile, the wounded creature is running across the plain from danger and trying to find a place to hide. However, pretty quickly, the Tyrannosaurus grabs the creature with its head and completely devours it on the spot. The Tyrannosaurus then stands up to its full height and lets out a loud roar that extends for hundreds of kilometers. And at this moment, he's being ambushed by a squad of men who are ready to pounce on him at the first opportunity. One of the squad members is a little shaken with fear and suggests to his commanding officer that he find another target to attack. But the commander is only annoyed by his comrade's cowardice and demands that he put those thoughts out of his mind. Then he clenches his fist tightly and promises his team that they will defeat this monster without much trouble. At that moment, he imagines himself on a golden throne with Ruan Tian sitting beside him, and at his feet, Shi Xiao apologizing for his impertinence. He anticipates the moment of imminent victory, and it makes his face take on an eerie expression. And after a few minutes at the head of his team, he rushes towards the mighty Tyrannosaurus to defeat it. A few meters away from the monster, one of the team stops and notices that something is wrong with the monster. And at this moment, the Tyrannosaurus turns its attention to the team of humans and looks at them with a menacing look. He gathers people with the help of his tail, and the team at that moment tries to run away and dodge the attack. However, it's getting too late for the squad, and a powerful tail kick catches up with everyone. Then the monster breathes out hellfire and destroys the remaining humans who were lucky enough to survive the last attack. And the commander, with fear in his eyes, looks at what is happening and realizes that he is the only one left of his team. He quickly turns around and tries to run away from the huge monster that is chasing after him. The squad leader keeps a close eye on the Tyrannosaurus's actions and tries not to get hit by its new attacks. Meanwhile, the young hero and Ruan Tian are walking through the forest and hear a familiar voice coming from far away. And Ruan Tian noticed that the squad leader was running towards them with a gloating smile on his face. At that moment, the squad leader decides to set the Tyrannosaurus on the young hero, and Ruan Tian therefore heads in their direction. Then the young hero raises his fists in the air and says that he is ready to fight the squad leader if he wants to. But the commander abruptly changes direction and finds himself behind the girl's back with a wide grin. Then, he sharply pushes Ruan Tian towards the monster and wishes her good luck in fighting it. And the girl, with resentment in her eyes, looks at the commander and does not understand why he decided to do this to her. However, a second later, she hears a loud roar behind her and realizes that a dangerous monster is nearby. The girl turns around and sees the huge mouth of a Tyrannosaurus quickly heading in her direction. From fright, The girl stretches her arms forward and aims a small magical projectile at the monster, which does almost no damage. Then the monster looks at her menacingly, and the girl with tears in her eyes very quickly runs to Shi Xiao and asks for his help. At this moment, the squad leader stands behind the young hero's back and laughs at the whole situation. Then he smiles broadly and wishes the heroes good luck, and then turns into smoke that dissolves into thin air. The young hero stands serenely still and slowly looks around for the squad leader. And despite the fact that the latter has completely disappeared, he grabs him with his hand and talks about not allowing him to leave the battlefield. The young hero stares at the squad leader and says that such tricks won't work on him. And the squad leader at this moment is clenching his teeth tightly from where and trying to figure out how Shi Xiao was able to detect him. He slowly begins to choke and tries to come up with a plan to free himself from the young hero's grasp. And in this second, he realizes that the young hero has a special vision and offers to destroy the dangerous monster together. However, the young hero only smiles and says that he does not need the help of such a weakling as the squad leader is. After that, Shi Xiao released the squad leader's throat and hit the ground with all his might, causing it to split into several pieces. And huge streams of fire completely surround the dangerous monster, and Zhuan Tian rushes towards the young hero with all his legs. At this moment, the squad leader watches in amazement and can't believe that Shi Xiao has tremendous strength. He sits on his knees and asks him to join forces against the monster, and in exchange promises to give the hero all the magical items. And the young hero only looks at the squad leader with a gloating smile and offers his companion to decide his fate. And the squad leader bows his head and begs Ruan Tian to forgive him for all the dirty deeds he has done. However, the girl does not pay attention to the pleas of the squad leader and only admires the strength of the young hero. Then she turns toward the squad leader and talks about how she'll never forgive him for what she's done. Suddenly there is a loud roar, and with a sound wave, the Tyrannosaurus is freed from the fire trap. Zhuan Tian is surprised to see that the monster was able to get out of the trap, and Shi Xiao turns towards the monster and prepares to fight. However, at this moment, the squad leader pulls out a dagger from behind his back and looks at his assailants with a predatory smile. He quickly runs towards them and hopes to strike from behind while the heroes are distracted by the huge monster. However, the young hero quickly creates a flaming sword in his hands and fends off the dagger attack and then looks at the squad leader with anger. After that, he immediately stabs him through with his flaming sword, and the squad leader screams in pain. And the hero, with a slight smile on his face, looks at his opponent and says that such a weakling does not belong in this dungeon. And the squad leader clings tightly to his wound and clenches his teeth tightly, saying that he will definitely take revenge on Shi Xiao. And once the squad leader disappears, the young hero scrutinizes his belongings in search of useful items. However, a Tyrannosaurus appears behind Shi Xiao, and the young hero immediately forgets about finding useful items. He abruptly creates a flaming sword in his hands and blocks the monster's attack at the last moment. But the Tyrannosaurus has monstrous strength and throws the young hero off without much trouble. However, Shi Xiao is not going to give up. Around him appears fire whirlwinds that take the shape of dragons and are headed towards the monster. And once the whirlwinds reach the Tyrannosaurus's body, they deal massive damage and make the monster roar with rage. And the young hero silently watches the monster and contemplates a plan to defeat this deadly creature. After that, he makes a quick dash, and his entire body is covered in bright flames of fire. Yi Xiao crashes into the Tyrannosaurus's body at full speed, pushing it back a few meters. As the monster tries to come to its senses, it turns to Zhuan Tian and asks him to use a pacification spell on the monster. But the monster quickly rises and spews out flames. But with the help of his magic shield, the hero reduces the flames to nothing. And Ruan Tian tries to hide behind a tree and tells Shi Xiao that her magic might not work on such a dangerous opponent. Meanwhile, the hero dodges the monster's blow and jumps up to give the girl a command to start creating a spell. Once again, he strikes a fatal blow at the monster with his fiery blade. And Ruan Tian watches in amazement and once again marvels at the strength of the young hero. However, the monster continues the fight and tries to hit the young hero with his huge tail. But Shi Xiao anticipated this outcome of events and blocks this punch with one hand, and then grabs the Tyrannosaur's tail with both hands and stares at his opponent with an eerie look, and sharply raises the monster above his head, and moments later topples it to the ground with all his might. After the strike, the young hero turns to Zhuan Tian and asks her to use her spell right now. And the girl begins to perform a strange dance, twirling her staff around herself, and then sends an air kiss in the direction of the monster. At this moment, a huge purple heart appears above the monster's head and rushes towards it with great speed. The young hero then turns to the girl with a disgruntled look and asks if she is sure she used the right spell. However, after a minute, the heroes notice that in place of the huge Tyrannosaurus, a cute little dinosaur has appeared. The young hero is going to destroy him, however Ruan Tian asks him not to make a hasty decision and tries to dissuade him. The girl quickly runs up to the cub and wrapping her 2 arms around it asks Shishao to spare the poor creature. She gently strokes the little dinosaur's head and tells the young hero that this animal could be a valuable ally for them. However, on the face of Shishao painted only a gloating smile and said that he will now send the girl along with the dinosaur to the other world. At this moment, goosebumps run down Zhuang Tian's back because of her fear of the young hero, and she doesn't know what to do in such a situation. But without thinking long, she puts the little dinosaur forward and tells Shishao that he can do whatever he wants with it. The girl puts it on the ground and the little dinosaur doesn't realize what's going on and licks its snout. However, the cute expression on the dinosaur's face has no effect on Shishao, and with the help of his sword, he sends him to the other world. Then with a calm expression he looks at Ruan Tian and says that appearances can be deceiving. And the girl sits on her knees and cries loudly because she feels sorry for the little dinosaur. But she quickly comes to her senses when, with the help of a dashboard, she learns that she's gotten a lot of experience. At this point, the young hero also opens the information panel, and to his surprise, he notices that, as a reward for the monster, he received a lot of experience. He quickly teleports to his pocket dimension and looks around for Lord accounts. And after a while, several accounts of the Lord appear in front of him, where only one of them is available to him. Without thinking long, he folds his hands in front of him and decides to pump up his existing account to get a new ability. And in front of him appears a huge eye, and the information panel informs the hero that with it he can watch the opponents. The young hero is very happy about this news because now he can track down an ancient tree that lives in the depths of the forest. And Ruan Tian quickly distracts him from his thoughts and points somewhere forward, saying that there are still valuable items left from the monster. After walking a few meters, the heroes see in front of them a huge golden beam that comes from a small object. When they take a closer look at it, they realize they have a rare dinosaur egg in front of them. At this moment, Ruan Tian comes closer to the egg and says with joy in his eyes that a dinosaur could hatch from it. Because of these words, the young hero indulges in his fantasies and imagines himself riding a powerful dinosaur. However, Ruan Tian distracts the hero from his musings and asks if she is really useful to him while going through the dungeon. But the young hero does not understand the meaning of this phrase and tells the girl that he will not give her this rare egg. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo, along with her bodyguards, is observing what's going on with the help of a magic panel. Then she turns to one of her bodyguards and demands that the headmaster be brought to her immediately. The girl then closes the information panel and tries to understand why the young hero is hiding his real level. A few minutes later, the headmaster appears in her private room to greet Mrs. Mo. The girl ignores the director's benevolence and asks what he knows about Shishao. And she is greatly surprised when the director tells her that the young hero has never leveled up once since his admission. And the headmaster coughs slightly and says that the young hero at first seemed to be a very capable student, but now he is not so sure. Then Mrs. Mo asks the headmaster to check the leaders in the dungeon using the dashboard, and the headmaster comes to a great surprise when he sees Shishao on the list of leaders in the overall score. And Ms. Mo smiles slyly and asks the principal to announce the list of the main leaders of the competition to the participants. However, the director is very surprised by such a request and points out that such an approach can make it very difficult to pass the dungeon. But Ms. Mo ignores this and points out that it is imperative if the participants want to excel in the future. And the principal only sighs heavily, and then opens the information panel to fulfill Mrs. Mo's request. Meanwhile, deep in the thicket of the forest, one of the squad leaders crawls through the grass and tries to escape his abusers. He is approached by Luo Feng, who stands at the head of the squad and taunts the wounded commander. Then he abruptly steps on his body, with his foot causing a hell of a lot of pain, and the commander's body quickly disappears from his sight. He looks around while his companion rejoices in the fact that both units are under Luo Feng's leadership. However, Luo Feng himself is not happy about this coincidence and would like to personally go through this dungeon. Suddenly, an information panel opens up in front of him, showing the squads that are leading in points. The exact same panels appear in front of the other squad members and everyone scrutinizes the number of their points. Luo Feng, along with his team, is greatly surprised when he sees the leader Shishao, who is ranked 3rd on the list. And Luo Feng is extremely impressed by this turn of events and hopes that he will be able to fight the young hero in person. Then he raises his battle axe upwards and bids the squad to move towards Shishao's location. He opens the interactive map and points his finger to the fact that the young hero is not far from his squad. Meanwhile, the other squad leader is running through the forest and occasionally looks back, hoping that his pursuer has fallen behind. However, suddenly a loud explosion sounds near him, and from its force he falls to the ground but manages to cover his face with his hands. He crawls forward and notices a bright flame burning behind him and his pursuer a few meters away. The squad leader tries to escape, but a vortex of bright flames completely surrounds him and cuts off his escape route. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and he looked back in horror towards the young hero and Zhuang Tian, who were heading towards him. And the young hero stops a few meters away from him and asks to share information about the last boss. At this moment, the squad leader is about to attack Shi Xiao, but the latter has no problem deflecting his lunge. And then he snaps his fingers, and the commander's entire body catches fire, and he screams in pain. Ruantian once again admires the strength of the hero, and Shi Xiao is disappointed to note that the squad leader had no valuables with him. Then he scratches his beard and remarks that Ruantian is a very valuable and useful companion for him. And after these words, the girl wants to hug the young hero, but he pulls away and asks Ruantian to cool down a bit. But the girl is already immersed in her thoughts and imagines in her head how she holds a golden goblet in her hand, and all the students call her a goddess. And the young hero watches Zhuang Tian with a misunderstood expression on his face and asks her not to wallow in her dreams. Then he opens the dashboard and tries to figure out where the other teams are. At this moment, Ruantian is distracted from his thoughts and notices that Luo Feng's team is not far away from them. Then a smile appears on the young hero's face, and he talks about how Luo Feng's team is most likely watching him closely. After that, Shi Xiao heads into the thicket of the forest, and Ruantian indicates in a disgruntled voice to attack Luo Feng's team. The heroes head forward, and the girl notices that the shadow tree hides very well in the forest and will be hard to find. In response to these words, the young hero smiles and notes that the girl is much smarter than he first thought. Then he scratches the back of his head and decides to use his new ability to find the final boss. And a second later, a blazing eye appears in the sky, scrutinizing the surroundings in search of the monster. The blazing eye gradually gains height and informs the young hero of all the teams and monsters that dwell in the thicket of the forest. After that, there are waves of fire that swirl around the young hero while he watches closely. A second later, a trail of fire guides Shi Xiao towards where the last boss of this dungeon is. The young hero is happy that he has such a unique ability and is confident that he can defeat the last boss. Then he rushes forward quickly, and Ruantian doesn't understand what's going on and asks Shi Xiao to wait for a while. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's team is in the bushes, waiting for the right moment to attack the young hero. Luo Feng is furious at the fact that the young hero has already managed to destroy several teams and doesn't understand why Shi Xiao is so strong. He can't stand it and heads towards the young hero, and his team follows him. Suddenly, one of his comrades reports that Shi Xiao has somehow disappeared from radar and is not visible on the general map. Then Luo Feng opens the information console and is furious when he realizes that the young hero has disappeared from his sight. Then he closes the information panel and in a loud voice orders to find Ruantian, who should be together with Shi Xiao. Meanwhile, Ruantian walks proudly alone through the thicket of the forest and doesn't understand why the young hero has decided to make bait out of her. She is worried about her safety and is constantly looking around for danger. Suddenly, Luo Feng appears in front of her along with his team and looks at her with an evil expression. Then Ruantian in a troubled voice says that she doesn't know where Shi Xiao is and asks her to leave her alone. However, this answer does not satisfy Luo Feng, and he demands to immediately tell the girl where the young hero is now. Then he puts his axe to Zhuantian's chest and indicates that he will send the girl to the other world if she does not give an answer. At this moment, a loud creaking sound is heard, and a huge shadow of a hand falls on Luo Feng's entire squad. A second later, a huge wooden arm comes down on part of the squad and strikes hard at those who fail to dodge. Luo Feng's entire team turns back and sees behind them the monstrous tree that is the final boss of the dungeon. Everyone is terrified looking at this monster and do not know what to do in this situation. They are sure that they will lose to him in the battle. However, Luo Feng rushes first into battle and orders his squad to gather their strength and give battle to the monster. On his forehead protrude veins of anger, and in his eyes you can see a huge thirst for victory over a dangerous opponent. Luo Feng delivers a swift strike with his axe and frees his friends from the path of the dark tree. At this moment, the dark tree lets out a loud roar and prepares for its next attack. And Luo Feng stands proudly in front of his comrades and orders them to use their magic to battle the monster. At this second, the dark tree strikes, but with the help of his shield, Luo Feng blocks this deadly attack. He is healed by his allies, and small fireballs appear behind him, heading towards the dark tree. The wizards, along with Luo Feng, would continue to attack the dark tree, making it scream in pain and take a huge amount of damage. Meanwhile, Ruantian watches the battle and is amazed at the fact that Luo Feng was able to recruit a very well-coordinated team. At this point, the fireballs continue to reach the body of the dark tree and deal critical fire damage to it. A smile appears on the faces of the squad, and Luo Feng urges his friends not to stop for a second. Then he strikes a powerful blow with his axe, and his mind fills with the belief that together with his team, he can defeat the monster. However, Suddenly the tree is covered by a strange metallic sheath that Luo Feng cannot penetrate, and under the feet of the dark tree, green lines appear that diverge all over the ground in different directions. The ground begins to crack beneath their feet, and people watch in fear to see what happens next. A moment later, huge rifts appear in the ground from which a strange green energy oozes out, and the dark tree with its green eyes scrutinizes the people and lets out a loud cry. After that, strange creatures that look like walking trees appear from the crevices and surround Luo Feng's squad. However, Luo Feng does not lose hope and rushes at the first enemy that gets in his way. But when he turns back, he notices that most of his squad is scattering in different directions to escape. Meanwhile, one of the monsters grabs Ruan Tian with its vines, and the girl calls the young hero for help. And in a second, Shi Shao comes to the rescue. He strikes the monster a powerful blow with his jerk and frees the girl from his grasp. He then catches the girl in his arms with a smile on his face and apologizes for having to be bait for a while. But Juan Tian is not upset by the young hero's actions and tearfully rejoices that she was able to be useful to him. And the young hero only smiles and indicates that he will not give offense to those who are in his team. Meanwhile, Luo Feng is furiously swinging his axe and trying to fight off a huge number of reanimated trees. And the young hero taunts him and points out that he can defeat all monsters alone. However, Luo Feng is unwilling to listen to the young hero's words and points out that Shi Shao is weak. And the young hero, with a smile on his face, continues to watch the battle from the sidelines and talks about demonstrating his strength. After that, he creates fire magic in his hand and sends one of Luo Feng's squad members to the other world. Luo Feng is furious at the young hero's behavior and says that only a coward would do such a thing in the midst of battle. And the young hero only scoffs and says that no one in this arena is equal to his strength. At this moment, Luo Feng rushed towards the young hero with a loud shout and was about to deliver the most powerful blow. However, Shi Shao reflects Luo Feng's attack without much trouble and uses fire magic to flip him aside. And Luo Feng flew on the ground with great speed, and his axe flew in the other direction. But Luo Feng is not going to give up. He quickly rises to his feet and says that if Shi Shao does not team up with him, no one will stop the monster. However, the young hero is confident in his abilities and crossed his arms in front of him declares that he will destroy everyone who is here. After that, a huge fire petal appears in the air, and a huge number of fire arrows fly towards his enemies. The young hero laughs loudly and tells Luo Feng to spare him so he can see his true strength. And after a moment, fiery arrows sweep across the battle, attacking both the living trees and the men of Luo Feng's squad. People try to hide, but the fiery arrows leave them no chance and send them to the other side of the world. And the remaining trees try to reach the young hero, but the fire arrows also destroy them. One of Luo Feng's squad members crawls to his commander and tearfully begs him to save him. Suddenly, the dark tree lets out a loud roar and starts sucking out all the power in the rebellious trees beside it. Small places appear in the body of the huge tree that are filled with a green glow. On the battlefield, only Luo Feng, Shi Shao, and Ruan Tian remained, who are watching the monster's transformation in amazement. The tree is greatly transformed and looks like a strange creature that burns with a bright green flame. Ruan Tian looks at the new form of the monster fearfully and worries that this opponent will be very hard to deal with, and the young hero stands still and scrutinizes what the horrible monster will do. In the blink of an eye, the dark tree is behind the young hero and is about to strike his back with its sharp daggers. However, the young hero turns around and says with a confident look that this attack is too slow for him. In the same instant, a fire sword appears in his hands and he blocks the dark tree's attack with no problem. However, the dark tree has destructive power and throws the young hero upward. The monster then assumes an attack stance and prepares to deliver the killing blow. And from his body, a huge number of green sharp needles are heading towards the young hero. At this moment, Luo Feng bursts into loud laughter and says that Shi Shao will go to the other world because of his pride. However, in the blink of an eye, all the sharp needles burn in a bright flame, and the young hero looks unharmed. In a split second, he is behind the back of the dark tree, and with his hands in his pockets, he declares that this battle has come to an end. Several cuts immediately appear on the dark tree's back, but it turns around for its next strike. However, then the entire body of the monster is enveloped in fire, and the young hero continues to walk forward with a confident step. After a minute, a magical portal appears in front of the heroes and the public address system announces the end of the contest. At this moment, Luo Feng falls on his knees before the young hero. He apologizes for his act and acknowledges the strength of Shi Shao. And the young hero looks at Luo Feng with a serious look and talks about how he doesn't care about his words. Then he steps his foot on his chest and demands that he apologize again for all the words he said. Shi Shao listens to Luo Feng in silence for a while and then tells him not to come into his life anymore, even as a younger brother. At these words, Luo Feng becomes enraged and rushes at the young hero with the last of his strength, holding his axe in his hands. Ruan Tian is surprised by this turn of events and tells Luo Feng that even for him, this is a low act. But Luo Feng has a wicked smile on his face and says that he will take revenge on the young hero for his humiliation. After that, a huge puff of smoke appears in Luo Feng's place, completely hiding his silhouette. As soon as the smoke clears, a broken magical figurine appears in Luo Feng's place. And Luo Feng himself is near the magic gate, and with a smile on his face says that this time he beat the young hero. However, Shi Xiao becomes enraged and catches up to Luo Feng with a special fire strike. Luo Feng doesn't have time to say anything and disappears from this dungeon due to the injuries he received. Zhang Tian rejoiced at the fact that the trial had come to an end and she had managed to score a huge amount of points. The young hero talks about leaving the team, but Ruan Tian is not going to object and thanks the young hero for his help. She hugs him and talks about how his actions will make her very rich because of the points she has earned. Then the heroes study magic items and Shi Xiao discovers a magic crystal that has healing powers. He gives it to Zhuan Tian and asks her to use it wisely, and the girl is greatly surprised by such a gift. A smile appears on her face and she heartily thanks the young hero for such a valuable artifact. And Shi Xiao is slightly embarrassed by such a compliment and opens the information panel to leave the group. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of the young hero and Ruan Tian begins to shake, and the system reports that the dungeon is beginning to collapse. The girl falls to her feet and holding her head with her hands screams loudly in fear and doesn't know what to do. The image from the monitors that follow the test begins to distort and the system starts the countdown. But the young hero does not give in to panic. He helps Zhuan Tian to stand up and they run to the exit together. Suddenly, Ruan Tian stumbles and falls to the ground. She tries to get up, but her leg hurts badly. The young hero asks the girl to go up as soon as possible, but Ruan Tian is very scared and asks to leave her here. The girl starts crying loudly and says that for the young hero, she is just a burden. However, Shi Xiao does not want to leave Zhuang Tian in distress. He takes her in his arms and together with her runs towards the portal. He talks with a calm expression on his face about how he would never leave his friends in trouble. And after saying those words with all his might, he threw Ruan Tian towards the portal before it closed. The girl pulls her hand out of the portal and asks the young hero to run as fast as possible in her direction. Tears come to her eyes because she is afraid that Shi Xiao might stay in this world forever. And after a few seconds, the portal closes, and with it, Ruan Tian disappears. And the young hero uses the scroll of return and doesn't understand why the girl was so anxious to save him. A bright beam teleports the young hero straight to the destroyed portal, and Shi Xiao looks around. He turns his head from side to side and doesn't understand where the rest of the contestants have gone. He then walks along the school corridor and notices Zhuan Tian crying loudly near the small locker. Shi Xiao walks closer to her and with a calm voice asks why the girl is crying so loudly. And Ruan Tian immediately calms down when she hears the familiar voice and looks at the young hero with surprise, not believing that he is standing in front of her. And the young hero strokes the girl on the head and explains that he used the teleportation scroll to get out of the dungeon. After that, Zhuang Tian hugged the young hero tightly and rejoiced at the fact that he was unharmed. She then quickly pulls away from him and apologizes for getting too close to him. Suddenly, near the young hero and his companion appears a gang of mercenaries who did not expect to see someone in this place. The young hero stands in front of Huan Tian and asks what the mercenaries forgot inside the school. He takes a closer look at the mercenaries' suits and realizes that they are not in good faith. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries greedily licks his lips and talks about taking Huan Tian for himself. And the girl hides behind the young hero's back and asks him to save her from this horrible man. Then a smile appears on Shi Xiao's face, and he advises the mercenaries to leave this place while they have the chance. But the mercenaries don't listen to the young hero's words and rush towards him without a second thought. And the young hero stands in one place and waits for the right moment to attack. Suddenly, he makes a sudden leap and prepares to deliver his deadly blow to the enemy. In the blink of an eye, he cuts through the mercenaries' armor with his flaming sword and sends two of them to the other side. One of the surviving mercenaries looks at the young hero in fear and begs him to spare him. And Shi Xiao slowly headed in his direction and demanded answers to his questions. Then the young hero puts his hand up and says he will tell all in exchange for his life. He immediately drops all his items and money in hopes that Shi Xiao will change his anger into mercy. And the young hero presses his sword against the mercenary's shoulder and demands to know what his squad is doing here. Shi Xiao is greatly surprised when he learns that the mercenary squad is here to do the bidding of the Huangzheng clan. And the mercenary is breathing heavily because of the heat of the flames and talking about how their main target is this Mistress Mo they must capture. After saying this, Shi Xiao thinks deeply and remembers that the Mo and Huangzheng clans are constantly fighting for power amongst themselves. The mercenary thanks the young hero for keeping him alive, and Shi Xiao notes that he now has valuable information. At this point, the mercenary pulls out a healing potion and tries to replenish his missing health. And the young hero looks around and realizes that in the near future, because of the magical barrier, he will not be able to get out. Suddenly, the mercenary's body catches fire and Shishao realizes that he didn't promise to keep him alive. The young hero then turns toward his girlfriend and asks her to find a safe place. He looks very serious and tells Huan Tian that he is going to save the school from the mercenary. And the girl is covered in blush after the words that Shishao said and promises that she will hide in a safe place. And the young hero sets off towards the main hall of the school, and Ruan Tian wishes him and good luck and asks him to be very careful. After a few minutes, Shishao finds himself in the main hall. He looks very confident and intends to rescue Mrs. M.O. He hides behind a column from one of the mercenary patrols and decides to follow this unit. The young hero assumes the mercenaries will lead him right to where their boss is. After a while, Shishao opens the information panel and tries to figure out where exactly the mercenaries are headed. And the squad does not notice that someone is following them and move leisurely in the direction where the hostages are. Meanwhile, in one of the classrooms of the school, a group of mercenaries have gathered together with their boss and are holding the students hostage. A bound teacher sits on a chair and asks the mercenaries to let her students go and not harm them. At this point, the mercenary commander is greedily licking himself and enjoying the fact that the teacher is completely immobilized. He grabs her face and talks about how the girl is now completely his. But the teacher becomes disgusted by these words, and despite her condition, she abruptly breaks out of his arms. Meanwhile, the rest of the mercenaries observe the situation with a smile and ask their commander to provide the girl. At this moment, Luo Feng looks at the bound disciples with fury in his eyes and silently curses them for not being able to do anything. Meanwhile, the mercenary commander rips off the teacher's clothes and taunts her caustically. But Luo Feng comes to her teacher's aid in time and pushes the mercenary commander aside despite being tied up. His face is filled with anger and disdain for the mercenary, and he's willing to do anything to protect the girl. However, the mercenary commander only taunts Luo Feng and then punches him in the stomach with all his might, causing him to let out a loud scream. After that, the mercenary commander scratches his beard and looks at Luo Feng and notes that the young man is unusually brave. And Luo Feng is on his knees and trying to recover from the terrible blow he received from the commander. Suddenly, the mercenary commander throws a knife in front of Luo Feng's face and orders him to rise to his feet. He points towards Luo Feng's classmates and suggests that he send his former comrades to the other world. And the disciples look at Luo Feng and the mercenaries in surprise and can't believe their ears. The mercenary commander slashes Luo Feng's hands with his knife and frees him from the tight ropes. Then he puts a knife in his hand and demands action as soon as possible before his patience runs out. And the teacher looks at Luo Feng with tears in her eyes and worries about his fate. At this moment, Luo Feng clutched the knife with both hands and thought about what he should do in such a situation. And despite all the danger, he throws himself with a knife at the squad leader because he doesn't want to betray his friends. But the commander has a high level, so he has no problem grabbing Luo Feng's hand where he is clutching the dagger. He then looks at Luo Feng with a gloating smile and firmly holds his hand and tells him that he will pay for his transgression. However, suddenly blood comes out of the mercenary commander's mouth, and he loses his balance, and his dagger falls to the ground. Luo Feng looks at the mercenary commander with disdain and tries to understand what happened to him. The mercenary commander staggers for a while and then falls face down on the floor, but there is a strange dagger sticking out of his back. Suddenly, a young hero whose body is covered in bright flames appears at the door and declares that he will save everyone. He turns to Luo Feng and notes that despite his bad character, he was very courageous. Then he offers Luo Feng to be his younger brother, but at that moment, several mercenaries appear behind him. And Luo Feng is amazed at the current state of affairs and standing over the body of the mercenary commander warns Shishao of the danger. At this moment, the young hero asks Luo Feng to duck, and as soon as he does, a fiery blade flies over his head. Meanwhile, Shishao spins the fire blade in his hands and destroys all the mercenaries who tried to attack him. And the mercenary commander lies motionless on the ground and watches with fear in his eyes. After defeating the mercenaries, the young hero approaches Luo Feng and his disciples, who thank him for saving them. And the young hero ignores the others and tells Luo Feng that he deserves his forgiveness. At this moment, Luo Feng falls to his knees and bowing his head asks Shishao to make him stronger. Then the young hero slams his foot sharply against the floor and the dagger flies high up. Shishao deftly catches the dagger and says that he is willing to give Luo Feng some of his strength for his noble deed. Then he holds out his dagger towards Luo Feng and suggests that he deal with the mercenary commander himself. And without a shadow of a doubt, Luo Feng takes the blade with both hands and brings its blade over the mercenary commander's head. And the mercenary commander still can't move, and only begs Luo Feng for mercy with a pitiful voice. However, Luo Feng makes a fatal blow, and then a tremendous force envelops his body and he gains new ability. After that, Luo Feng thanks the young hero for his new strength, and Shi Xiao extends his hand forward and asks him to stop bowing down to him. The other students kneel down with pitying faces and beg the young hero to share his power with them. However, the young hero calls them scum and says that none of them are worthy of his time and energy. At this moment, Luo Feng unties the teacher's hands and turns to the other students not to molest Shi Xiao. Once the teacher is freed from the rope's bindings, she thanks Luo Feng for her rescue with a smile on her face. And he's embarrassed by her words. He gets very uncomfortable and says he's not worthy of such praise. Meanwhile, the young hero continues to free the students and the teacher informs him that there are still hostages in the school. Then, Shi Xiao opens the information panel and scrutinizes the map of the area to work out his future plan. At this moment, a magical window appears above the school building, which informs the young hero all the information about his opponents. Shi Xiao looks carefully at the detailed map and learns that the mercenaries still have a few commanders left. Then he turns to Luo Feng and asks him to escort all the students to a safe place where there are no mercenaries and points the way. And then throws a poison dagger towards Luo Feng and talks about how this item can help. Luo Feng scrutinizes the item and notes that the young hero should not share such a rare item. However, the young hero insists Luo Feng take the item and warns that its use is limited. Luo Feng thanks Shi Xiao for the valuable gift and promises to escort everyone to safety. After a while, the young hero finds himself outside and uses the information panel to view the map. He discovers an armored personnel carrier nearby and notices that one of the mercenary commanders is inside it. Then he decides to go into his pocket gear to upgrade his level for more confidence in his abilities. As soon as Shi Xiao spends experience points, his body is filled with power and bright flames light up around him. Suddenly, a dashboard appears in front of the Lord's account with a list of skills to choose from. Shi Xiao scrutinizes the proposed list and selects a defensive skill for the upcoming battle. He smiles slightly and can't wait to use his new skills in battle. Meanwhile, a few fighters are guarding an armored vehicle and discussing that the peaceful area is very calm. A mercenary tells his comrade about the existence of dangerous monsters that destroy everything outside the safe zone. From the story of his friend, the mercenary becomes worried and notes that he is very glad to be in this place. At that moment, a young hero runs past them and instantly their bodies are engulfed in bright flames. The other mercenaries try to stop the young hero's advance and open fire with machine guns. However, with the help of his flaming sword, the young hero nullifies all attacks of the Black Tiger mercenaries. At this moment, to Shi Xiao's great surprise, several grenades appear above his head. There is a loud explosion and a huge sweat of flame completely engulfs the young hero, and the commander of the mercenaries observes what is happening on the armored personnel carrier and notes that the intruder is defeated. At this moment, several mercenaries approach the huge flame to make sure that Shi Xiao would no longer interfere with them. Much to everyone's surprise, the young hero appears in flames and uses his blade to create a vortex of fire. All the mercenaries instantly fall to the ground, and the squad leader cannot believe in such a turn of events and is frightened by what has happened. At this point, the young hero is smiling while several fire shields swirl around him to protect him from enemy attacks. However, the commander of the mercenaries does not pay attention to this. He comes to his senses and opens fire on the hero from his machine gun. Then, Shi Xiao quickly dashes towards the mercenary commander and dodges his bullets. Then he makes a high jump and is about to strike his opponent with his fire blade. But the mercenary commander defends himself from the blow with his machine gun and notes that the boy can't hurt him. At this moment, a look of amazement appeared on Shi Xiao's face as he couldn't deal much damage to his opponent. And the commander takes advantage of the young hero's confusion and hits him with all his might with his cannon. However, the young hero is not going to give up so easily. He covers his body with fire and prepares for a new attack. And the mercenary commander only taunts the young hero and holds up a strange object. Then he abruptly throws him to the ground and talks about how now Shi Xiao can never touch him. And at this moment, an energy shield appears around the mercenary commander that completely absorbs Shi Xiao's attacks. And the young hero hops on a nearby armored vehicle and tries to think about his next plan of action. He realizes that all of his opponent's power lies in his items, so he decides to deprive him of that advantage. So Shi Xiao puts his life on the line and under the cover of his shield, breaks into his opponent. And the mercenary commander keeps firing his machine gun at the young hero and doesn't realize what he's up to. Suddenly, the young hero nimbly dashes past the commander and clots of flame begin to form around him. After that, there is a powerful explosion at the place where the mercenary commander was standing, and Shi Xiao protects himself from it with his shield. The flames gradually dissipate, and the mercenary commander scrutinizes himself and doesn't understand why he didn't take damage. He decides to ignore it and continues shooting Shi Xiao with even more enthusiasm. And the young hero only has to defend himself with his shield, but his health is gradually decreasing. Suddenly there is a click, and the mercenary commander's huge machine gun stops firing. After that, all of the mercenaries' armor and weapons turn to trash, and the commander is left completely naked. He immediately falls to his knees and tries to gather all his equipment together while Shi Xiao watches on. While the mercenary is busy gathering his equipment, Shi Xiao regains his health and says that the battle is over. However, the mercenary commander is not going to give up. He grabs a grenade and says that even without equipment he can fight. But the young hero without delay puts a flaming sword to his throat and tells him that it's best not to mess with him. And then with an emotionless face he talks about how he can send the mercenary commander to the other side of the world at any moment. At this point, the mercenary realizes the direness of his situation and asks to be spared. He points toward the box containing the valuables and says he knows its code. Then the young hero comes closer and demands the mercenary commander to open the box for him as quickly as possible. And the mercenary commander, with anger in his eyes, carries out this order, constantly cursing Shi Xiao in his head. He slowly presses his fingers over the buttons and hopes someone from the squad will come to his rescue. Periodically, the mercenary commander turns toward the young hero and imagines in his head how he's defeated him. After a few minutes, the chest opens, and at its bottom lie rare items that emit a blinding light. At this moment, the mercenary commander turns to Shi Xiao with a slight smile and says that he deserves mercy. However, the young hero does not agree with this. He immediately sets the mercenary on fire and says that he is not going to forgive the mercenary. The mercenary commander's entire body is engulfed in bright flames, and he runs away from Shi Xiao, hoping to find salvation. After some time, the hero examines the body of the mercenary commander and, to his disappointment, does not notice valuable items. Suddenly, he finds a key to the dungeon and hopes that this item can help him greatly in the future. Then he walks over to the open chest with a smile and scrutinizes its contents. Quite quickly, Shi Xiao's face lights up with a bright smile because he finds a magic crystal of a very rare specimen. And immediately afterward, the young hero is transported to the pocket dimension to unlock new skills with the help of the experience gained. He opens the skill panel of his fire account, but notices that all skills require a high level. Then Shi Xiao sighs heavily but does not lose heart and decides to open a new Lord account. He scratches his beard and hopes that through his luck, he can definitely get a useful account. Then he points his finger sharply in the direction of the closed account and asks the system to unlock it immediately. The map begins to spin in front of the young hero and then begins to emit a strange glow. And in a minute, a new account of a dark inventor who has a vast array of skills appears in front of the young hero. However, the young hero is a bit frustrated because he has been given a non-combat account. Then, Shi Xiao opens the information panel with which he hopes to get more information about the account. To his great joy, he learns that the account has a huge number of options and can create items. At this moment, around the hero appears a huge number of magical gears that greatly surprises him. Suddenly, a small robot appears in front of him and says that it will help Shi Xiao from now on. However, the young hero asks the robot to take his time and tell more about everything. At this point, the robot's face turns malevolent and he suggests that the young hero take over the world. But Shi Xiao isn't interested in that, and he has a menacing look on his face as he demands work to never mention the idea. And then he asks the robotic assistant to elaborate on the abilities of the inventor's account. The robot gets a little upset after Shi Xiao's words, but elaborates on the fact that the new account can create various items. This information pleases the young hero very much. He assumes that thanks to the new account, he will be able to create unique items. And the robot continues his story and notes that each unique item requires a special drawing. The young hero listens intently to the robot's story and considers the Lord's new account. And before finishing his speech, the robot assistant notes that the young hero can change accounts at any time other than combat. Suddenly, the young hero declares that he has kept Mistress Mo waiting too long and the works are upset that his master is leaving. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo is sitting in a spacious cabin surrounded by a huge number of dark tiger mercenaries. Mrs. Mo warns the mercenaries that their actions will have serious consequences and demands her release. However, the mercenary commander only laughs at her words while sitting in his chair and points out that they kidnapped the girl for a reason. He abruptly turns around to face Mrs. Mo and notes that they were hired by the Huangjung clan for this operation. And after that, the Black Tiger heads towards Mistress Mo, who is extremely unhappy with the situation. And the head of the mercenaries points in the direction of Mo's lady bodyguards, who have turned into statues, and notes that no one will help the girl. However, Mrs. Mo is not worried and notes that all the mercenaries from the Black Tiger clan will regret their act. Suddenly, the mercenary takes a seat next to Mrs. Mo and offers to help her for a certain fee. He smiles broadly and says that for 100 million he is willing to help Mrs. Mo and free her. However, Mrs. Mo shows disinterest in the deal and says that she will never deal with the Black Tiger clan. The head mercenary becomes furious after Mrs. Mo's words and says that she will regret her decision. However, the words of the mercenary do not scare the girl, and she says that she will never deny her words. At this moment, the mercenary unhappily clucked and drew his swords from their sheaths with the intention of sending Miss Mo to the other world. But suddenly a purple shield appears around the girl and the blades of the head of the mercenaries do not reach their target. Mrs. Mo turns back around and tries to figure out who just saved her life. To her surprise, she sees a young hero in the doorway who smiles broadly and demands a large sum for her rescue. And on Mrs. Mo's face, there is only worry because she is worried that Shi Xiao is too weak to fight the mercenaries. Meanwhile, the head of the mercenaries becomes enraged by the young hero's actions and without further thought rushes at him with 2 swords. But with his fire shield, Shi Xiao blocks the attack and tells the mercenary that he is not as simple as he may seem. At this point, the young hero notices that the head of the Black Tiger mercenaries is a very dangerous opponent and he should not relax. And Mrs. Mo turns to the young hero in a loud voice and asks him to run away from here as fast as possible while he is still alive. Meanwhile, the mercenaries come in close to the barrier and fire their machine guns at it, and Shi Xiao only smiles and says that no one will be able to break through the protective barrier around the girl. Even though Mrs. Mo is under fire from the mercenaries, she is worried about Shi Xiao's life and follows the battle closely. For a while, Shi Xiao and the head of the mercenaries exchange blows, but the young hero's health is quickly coming to an end. Then the young hero arms himself with his special shield and runs to attack the mercenary with a loud shout. And the mercenary is surprised at such recklessness and says not to underestimate him. At that moment, several small grenades appear above the heads of the mercenaries and their head. But the head of the mercenaries is not worried and creates a shield in front of him to protect himself from the exploding grenades. However, to everyone's surprise, instead of an explosion, a web appears that deals damage and entangles all the mercenaries. And the young hero smiles broadly and notes that his modified grenades always reach the enemy. After a while, the head of the mercenaries burst out of the web and looked at Shi Xiao with anger in his eyes. Then he crosses his 2 swords into a single blade that begins to emit a large amount of energy from itself. At this point, Shi Xiao realizes he's in big trouble, so he gets into a defensive stance and prepares to strike. And in a second, the head of the mercenaries unleashes his strongest attack on the young hero, but at the last second, Shi Xiao defends himself with his shield. The young hero looks at the mercenary in surprise and is amazed at how strong his opponent is. He tries to counterattack his enemy, but the head of the mercenaries has no problem dodging and notes that the young hero is too slow. After saying that, the mercenary delivers a crushing blow and turns Shi Xiao's shield into a pile of debris. Then the young hero steps back and uses fire magic to strike the mercenary. However, the Black Tiger with his sword blade blocks all the fire that is headed in his direction. And Mrs. Mo is watching the whole situation with her mouth open in amazement and can't believe that someone has such great power. Meanwhile, the young hero brings the blade of his blade down and creates a vortex of fire around him. He looks at the head of the mercenaries without fear in his eyes and says that he will show what he can do. After these words, a vortex of flame is created around the Black Tiger, but this magic doesn't do much damage to the mercenary. The Black Tiger burst out of the fire flames with a quick jerk and headed towards Shi Xiao to deal with him in one blow. Suddenly, a huge turret appears right in front of him and opens rapid fire on him. The head of the mercenaries looks at the cannon in surprise and can't understand where Shi Xiao got such an item from. Meanwhile, the turret continues to fire at the mercenary and doesn't stop for a second. And the head of the mercenaries uses his energy shield to protect himself from the onslaught of bullets. At this moment, Shi Xiao taunts the Black Tiger and tells him that he got this weapon from his captain. Meanwhile, the mercenary's barrier cannot withstand the hail of gunfire and collapses before his eyes. Then, the Black Tiger moves around the room in quick jerks and tries to avoid the turret's fire. He then abruptly turns around and rushes towards her parallel, reflecting the bullets with his sword. The head of the mercenaries in one blow to deal with the machine gun turret, he is sure that exactly the same way he will defeat and Shi Xiao himself. He turns the turret into a pile of garbage with his blows and demands the young hero show himself before him. However, the head of the mercenaries notices very late that Shi Xiao is behind his back with a magic dagger. The Black Tiger turns around sharply and says that the young hero's blows can't penetrate his armor. But despite these words, the head of the mercenaries falls to one knee due to the fatal blow from the dagger. Gentleman Mo is surprised by the fact that the mercenaries took lethal damage and assumes that Shi Xiao has a special dagger. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger is trying to get up and his entire body is covered with electrical energy due to the activation of a special item. He becomes enraged at having to spend a lot of items on a low-level opponent and grits his teeth in anger. The young hero seizes the moment and tries to strike a fatal blow with his sword, but the mercenary easily blocks the attack. At this moment, the mercenary is at the peak of his anger, and the veins on his face are swollen with rage. With his sharp blow, he makes the young hero fly several meters away from him. Yi Shishao crashes his back into the concrete wall with all his might and takes a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the head of the mercenaries pulls a special syringe from his pocket and jabs it into his neck. After that, he is filled with a huge amount of energy and his body begins to transform. And the young hero watches this with great amazement and thinks about the fact that battles at high levels look completely different. He decides to jump a few meters away and waits for further action from the head of the mercenaries. Madame Mo is also watching this and is worried that Shishao might not be able to handle the Black Tiger's strength this time. Within seconds, the mercenary's body transforms, and now the young hero sees a huge blue monster in front of him. At this point, the young hero spreads his hands and without much worry says that he has no more trumps. And the head of the mercenaries gets furious at this phrase and rushes at Shishao to send him to the other world. Despite the approaching threat, the young hero does not move from his seat and waits for the mercenary to make his attack. And looking directly at the blade of his enemy says that this battle, the Black Tiger has already lost. In the same instant, two bodyguards appear around Shishao to protect him from the mercenary head's attack. And the young hero laughs at the Black Tiger and talks about how the fight has come to an end. The story shifts back to a few minutes ago when the young hero listens to a mercenary talk and prepares to free the bodyguards. When the head of mercenaries guesses about the actions of Shishao, he comes to indescribable rage and does not understand how the hero managed to get a special item. And the young hero talks about finding the item in the mercenaries' stash like so many other things. This situation makes the head of the mercenaries even angrier because he spent a lot of effort to collect rare items. At the same moment, Lady Mo's bodyguards make a joint strike and fatally damage the head of the mercenary. Enormous power emanates from the hands of the bodyguards, while Shishao silently watches what happens next. And the body of the head of the mercenaries, despite his great strength, goes flying towards the concrete wall. And the Black Tiger's huge body breaks through several walls, and then the head of the mercenaries loses consciousness. The young hero looks at the bodyguards with great admiration and realizes it's best not to fight with them. And Mrs. Mo heads towards Shishao and gives him a special magic crystal as a reward for her rescue. But the young hero smiles broadly and notes that he had a lot of fun fighting a dangerous opponent. And Mrs. Mo is surprised and doesn't understand why the young hero got into a fight with a man who was much stronger than him. At this point, Shishao explains that there is no point in life if you don't try to overcome circumstances that are stronger than you. In response to these words, Mrs. Mo only smiles and notes that she has always liked people like this. Then, she looks toward the head of the mercenaries being held by her bodyguards and says that the young hero can have him for himself. Shishao looks at the defeated Black Tiger and thanks Mrs. Mo for such a valuable gift. Without a second thought, he creates a fiery blade in his hand to send the mercenary to the other side with a single blow, and the head of the mercenaries slowly raises his head and asks for mercy in a quiet voice. But these words don't touch Shishao's heart, and he stabs his blade into the body and then gains a huge amount of experience and items. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo extends her hand in his direction and offers the young hero to join her squad. And the young hero smiles and asks the girl what he gets for joining her special unit. Mrs. Mo smiles widely and remarks that she hasn't seen people who are so fearless in a long time. But Shishao waves his hand and notes that he only wants to learn about all the nuances that are there after joining the squad. At this moment, the bodyguards place their hands on Shishao's shoulders and remark that joining Mo's squad is a great honor. And the lady puts her hand up and asks her bodyguards not to put pressure on the young man. The bodyguards head down the hallway to deal with the other mercenaries, and Shishao asks for their bodies to be left to him. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo takes a seat on the comfortable couch and beckons Shishao over to her. The young hero sits down against it and asks to be paid for saving the girl and winning the contest. And Mrs. Mo smiles and remarks that the young hero is very greedy, especially when it comes to money. From Ms. Mo's words, the young hero becomes a bit distracted and notes that there is nothing wrong with greed. And Mrs. Mo responds to these words by leaning closer to him and saying that she completely agrees with his point of view. But the young hero is very cautious. He thinks that Mrs. Mo is obviously up to something with him. Meanwhile, the girl releases a small robot from her hand, which falls to the floor and takes a comfortable position. Suddenly, it begins to emit from itself a bright beam of light that transforms into different images. And when Mrs. Mo begins her story, the ray of light shows the young hero several heroes who serve Mrs. Mo. The girl talks about how her elite squad has the best stats, and the robot immediately shows them to Shishao. At this moment, Shishao imagines how, after joining the squad, he would be digging into the rays of fame and would be incredibly rich. But Mrs. Mo notes that working in her squad requires a lot of effort, but the young hero thinks only about money. Meanwhile, the robot shows an attack on one of the cities by a huge number of monsters that level it to the ground. And Mrs. Mo folded her hands on her chest and said that by joining the squad, Shishao and her family will be able to live in safety. She also explains to Shishao that the entire city is divided into safe sectors, and the closer to the center, the less chance of monster attacks. Ms. Mo's words bring the young hero to his senses, and his gaze becomes very serious as he worries about his family. And the girl with a smile on her face notices it, and realizes that with the help of this weakness, she can manipulate the young hero. At this moment, the robot broadcasts the vast amount of equipment the elite squad uses, and the girl tells of the existence of a medical unit that ensures the safety of elite warriors. After that, she rises from her chair and looks at Shishao carefully, waiting for his answer. Then she fixes her hair, and her face flashes with the firm conviction that the young hero has agreed to her proposal. She notes that her life is not that important compared to the value of an elite fighter and promises the young hero a trouble-free life. The young hero looks the girl straight in the eyes, thinking over everything she said, but he is in no hurry to accept the offer. Then he casts his gaze downward and thinks about the fact that there's no hurry to accept Miss Mo's offer. And then, with a big smile on his face, he says he needs time to think it over. And Mrs. Mo doesn't blink an eye and gives Shishao the card and says that he has 3 days to think about. Shishao continues to smile and asks if all the promised money is on the card provided. And Ms. Mo unemotionally talks about how there's even more on the black card than the young hero requested. After saying that, Shishao tucks the card under his clothes and thanks the girl for such a valuable gift. At this moment, the door opens and Miss Mo, along with the young hero, turn back. The headmaster appears in front of them and immediately falls to his knees and apologizes to Miss Mo for the mercenaries. Cold sweat runs down his face, and he thinks that after this incident his school will be over. But Ms. Mo only smiles and says that this situation is not the fault of the school principal, and the headmaster again bows to the girl and thanks her for the generosity she has bestowed upon him. At this moment, Shishao notices that Mrs. Mo is very fair despite her strict temperament, and Mrs. Mo only asks the young hero not to forget that he has only 3 days to think about it. And the young hero bids farewell to Mistress Mo, promising that he will be sure to give an answer in the meantime. After that, the school principal comes up to him and thanks the young hero for helping the school. And Shishao beats his chest and says that he is honored to be of service to the place where he is trained. At this moment, the principal says in a loud voice that he is very proud of Shishao and calls him a talented student. Then he turns to his deputy and asks him to prepare a proper reward for Shishao. However, the young hero only smiles and asks the headmaster not to bother so much, but the headmaster refuses. The headmaster is adamant that Shishao should receive a proper reward and is unwilling to discuss it. Then he claps the young hero on the shoulder and asks him to take a break after the recent events. He says goodbye to Shishao and talks about how the young hero is a true hero and should be proud of that. After that, with a smile on his face, he turns to his deputy and asks for a special item to be prepared along with the award. And Shishao overhears this conversation and tries to guess what object is being talked about. A few hours later, the young hero makes it to the medical facility where his family is, and the whole family gathers around the hospital bed where the head of the family is lying, and they ask about his well-being. And the young hero looks at his father with some concern because he worries about his parents' long recovery. At this point, his sister comes up to him and asks how the competition at school went, and the hero tells her that he won it. Suddenly there is a knock on the door and the whole family turns towards the sound to find out who has come to see them. At the door they see the doctor and Mr. Zhang, who is the director of the hospital, and greets them. Director Zhang apologizes to the young hero's family for the past incident and hopes that everyone will get better soon. And the young hero asks not to worry the director about the past and thanks him for giving his family the care they deserve. After that, the head of the hospital is about to leave the ward, but Shishao asks him to stay for a while. He tries to find out from the director of the hospital if there is any remedy that would allow his father to recover immediately. And the director nods and notes that the hospital has a rare antidote that could rid Father Shishao of all problems. At this point, the head of the family tries to stop his son and asks him not to spend a lot of money on his treatment. But Shishao only smiles and holds out a black card with the desire to pay for the rare antidote. When the hospital director sees the map, his mouth drops open in surprise and he can't believe his eyes. And the young hero only scratches his head and does not understand why the director of the hospital is so much surprised by the black card. Then the head of the hospital smiles and notes that thanks to this card, treatment at the hospital will be free of charge. He then turns to the doctor in a loud voice and demands that he bring a rare antidote from the warehouse immediately. The whole family is shocked by what is happening and does not understand where the young hero got the money and connections with the highborn clan. And the head of the hospital continues to smile and notes that he will move Shishao's family to the best room. Meanwhile, Shishao is also amazed by the black card's ability and realizes that it's better to use it wisely. His sister comes up to him and tries to find out where her brother got the Mo clan map from, and Shishao tells him that he saved Mrs. M.O. Shishao twirls the card in his hand and says that now all of his family members will no longer need anything. A few minutes later, a doctor runs into the room and with a confused look informs that all the expensive medicines have disappeared from the warehouse. The young hero and the director of the hospital are amazed by such a situation and listen to the doctor with their mouths open in amazement. Shishao's face turns serious, and he assumes that former director Fan is the one he had a conflict with. And the head of the hospital turns to the doctor and tries to decide with him what to do next. He also guesses that Director Fan stole the medicine and is very angry about it. He then turns to Shishao and apologizes for inconveniencing him and his family. However, the young hero smiles and asks if he can get the antidote somewhere else. But the head of the hospital shakes his head negatively. Suddenly a smile appears on the chairman's face and he notes that Mrs. Mo could help Shishao with this problem. At this point, the young hero has second thoughts and decides not to approach Mistress Mo to avoid being indebted to her. Meanwhile, the head of the hospital continues to apologize to the young hero and promises to provide his family with better treatment. He then turns to the doctor and asks him to prepare everything to put Shishao's family in a better room. At this point, the young hero points to the doctor and remarks that such an employee needs a promotion. And the head of the hospital agrees with these words and puts his hand on the doctor's shoulder, noting that he now has a new position. The doctor thanks Shishao for his help, and the young hero says goodbye and is about to leave the hospital room. At the exit, he turns to his family and promises to get the rare antidote by any means necessary. And the father asks his son to be careful about spending too much effort to find a cure. At this moment, Shishao is approached by his sister, who demands an immediate explanation of what is going on. She smiles and whispers with her parents when she learns about the meeting between Shishao and Mrs. Mo Moore. The girl smiles and thinks that she should definitely find out all the details about the relationship between her brother and Mrs. M.O. Then she joyfully raises her hand and expresses her desire to go with her brother to find the cure. Shishao stops her and tells her it's too dangerous, but the girl tearfully begs to be taken along. And the young hero, sighing heavily, agrees, and the head of the family asks his children to be very careful. After a while, Shishao and his sister leave the hospital building and head towards the black market. The young protagonist's sister is greatly surprised when Shishao talks about what happened at school. And then a wide smile appears on her face, and the young hero asks her to keep this conversation a secret. Then Shishao smiles and talks about how they will get to the black market very soon. However, several armed strangers appear on their way to rob them. At this point, the young hero's sister steps forward and is about to fight back against the bandits. And the raiders only laugh and call the young hero a pathetic weakling who cannot stand up for himself. Then Shishao asks his sister to calm down and says that he will deal with the bandits himself. He then gives them a hard stare and demands they get out of the way while they have the chance. And one of the raiders puts his hand on his shoulder and demands that he turn his pockets out. Then Shishao declares with a smile on his face that the bandits are very lucky and he will not send them to the other world. After saying that, the bandit leader becomes enraged and is about to hit Shishao with his metal knuckles. Suddenly, however, some metal object hits the bandit in the head and he backs away from the young hero. Then the bandit falls to the ground and the young hero watches in amazement and doesn't realize what has happened. Suddenly, an unknown man appears on the battlefield and defeats all the bandits in a split second with his blade. The young hero's sister looks at the stranger with her mouth open in surprise and asks why he saved them. And the man stands back and puts his sword on his shoulder and talks about how he can't criminals now. Then he turns around and says with a smile on his face that the girl doesn't need to know his name. While Sister Shishao looks adoringly at the stranger, the young hero tries to find out the identity of the mysterious stranger. And the man continues to hide his identity and notes that he only saved Shishao and his sister because he knows the school they attend. Meanwhile, the young hero's sister is trying to come to her senses and pulls at her cheeks to stop embarrassing herself. And the young hero gets close to the stranger and notes that he can't trust the first person he meets. Then the man with a smile on his face tells us that he works in a special unit. And at this moment, the young hero's sister tells him that in front of them is most likely Anchung, who is the star of their school. She tries to speak softly and asks the young hero not to trust this suspicious man anyway. But Anchung is not offended by these words, and continuing to smile offers to escort the young hero and the girl to the black market. And Feifei smiles, and with a wide smile on his face, he happily agrees to the proposal. Then Anchung steps forward and asks to follow him because he knows a shortcut to this place. At this moment, Shi Xiao hesitates. He assumes that Ancheng is hiding something. But as soon as Ancheng turns in his direction, the young hero looks benevolent and talks about accepting the offer of help. Fei Fei notices her brother's insecurities, but the young hero tells her sister that she has nothing to worry about. He then turns to Ancheng with a smile on his face and asks for more details about his squad. But Ancheng only scratches his head and confusedly states that he is in the reserve unit. And the young hero keeps going forward and thinks of a way to test the stranger's words for lies. He then creates a robot assistant near him, which he asks to create a special item. The robot assistant talks about how he has many inventions in his arsenal, including X-rays, which greatly surprises Shi Xiao. The young hero declares that he is not interested in such things and asks the robot to create a lie detector. He tries to speak to the robot in a whisper and notes that he needs to verify Ancheng's words. Then the robot says with a confident look that such a light object is not a problem for him to create. To test the item in action, Shi Xiao approaches her sister and asks who she thinks is more beautiful than him or Ancheng. And Fei Fei, with a confident look, says that Shi Xiao is the most handsome, but the detector says that the girl is cheating. The young hero then comes closer to Ancheng and asks about the actions of the Huangjung clan in the school. Ancheng turns around and remarks that he hasn't heard anything about Huangjung's actions in this territory. Then the young hero only smiles and says that Huangjung probably wants to recruit recruits. After saying this, Ancheng stops and scratches his head and notes that the information about the recruits is false because he is doing it personally. After a while, the heroes reach the black market. Ancheng approaches first with a friendly chat with the guards at the entrance. The guards led Ancheng forward with a smile and wished him a good time. The young hero then tries to go forward, but the black market guards stop him and Fei Fei hides behind his back. At this moment, Ancheng turns around and asks the guards to let Shi Xiao along with his sister pass forward. But to his great surprise, he notices that the guards are very kind to Shi Xiao and offers him a smoke. This situation greatly shocks Ancheng, and he watches the developments with his mouth open in surprise. Meanwhile, the young one replies to the guard that he is not interested in cigarettes and asks why he is treated so well. The black market guards say that everyone has heard a rumor about the young hero's relationship with the mistress. Shi Xiao smiles widely at the realization of his situation, and his sister asks which mercenary fighting unit the mercenaries are talking about. Meanwhile, the black market guards open the main doors and invite the young hero to come inside. And the young hero walks forward while Ancheng stands still and tries to recover from what just happened. Ancheng carefully watches after the hero and ponders the situation at hand. And then, with a smile on his face, decides that he should keep a close eye on Shi Xiao and his action. And after a while, the heroes find themselves in a black market building where there is a huge number of different people. Ancheng walks ahead and tells Fei Fei how the black market works and what to do to avoid getting in trouble. Then he turns to Shi Xiao and talks about keeping your mouth shut here and quickly buying what is needed. And the young hero thanks Ancheng for his help and promises that he will be very careful in this place. Then he notices that an information panel has appeared in front of him with a message of an invitation from Ancheng. The young hero gladly accepts the invitation and notes that he hopes Ancheng will help him in the future. And the mercenary says goodbye to the heroes and once again asks them to be careful in this dangerous place. Shi Xiao smiles absent-mindedly as he looks at Ancheng leaving and thinks that he needs to be very careful with this person. The heroes continue to stroll through the black market and Fei Fei twists her head from side to side, trying to find out where to buy the medicine. And the young hero turns back because he feels someone is glaring at him. Intuition does not lead Shi Xiao, and he sees the girl who is sitting near the bar staring intently at him. When the girl notices the young hero's gaze on her, she smiles at him and turns in his direction, holding a glass. A stranger offers the young hero to spend the evening with her, but Fei Fei says that Shi Xiao came here for another reason. And the girl starts laughing and says that she just decided to play a joke on the young hero. Then she digs behind the counter of the bar and talks about knowing a place to buy everything she needs. After that, the girl comes closer and calls herself a representative of Mo's clan who keeps order here. At this moment, Shi Xiao summons a robot assistant and asks it to check the girl's words for accuracy. And the young hero is very surprised when the robot informs him that the representative of Shi Yu has her eye on him. And the girl immediately approaches Shi Xiao and whispers in his ear that she knows a great place where you can buy rare goods. After that, she grabs his hand and asks him to follow her despite Shi Xiao's objection. Meanwhile, the rest of the people are watching this picture with their mouths open in amazement and cannot believe in the truth of what they see. And Fei Fei becomes enraged by Representative Si Yu's actions and demands that she leave her brother alone. However, the girl continues to lead him to the clan room, and as soon as everyone steps inside, the huge doors slam shut behind them. The young hero, along with his sister, find themselves in a huge room of the Mo clan that serves as a place for trading. And clan representative Shi Yu explains to Shi Xiao that with the magic cube here, you can buy rare items. She also notes that due to the Mo clan's high ranking, secret items of very rare quality can also be purchased here. And the young hero, without too much emotion, opens the information panel and notes that his main goal is to buy an antidote. Quite quickly, he finds the seller, who turns out to be the former director of the hospital, Mr. Fan. Then the young hero crosses his arms across his chest with a disgruntled look and notes that the director has stolen medicine from the hospital. But he immediately cheers up and asks his sister not to worry and promises that he will get the medicine without paying for it. Then he turns to the clan representative and asks the girl to arrange a private meeting with the vendor. And then the clan representative sits down on her knees and tries to contact the seller through the dashboard. And the young hero stares intently at the huge cube and waits for the former hospital director Fan to give his answer. However, the former director raises the price, and Fei suggests that Shishao give it up, but the young hero asks his sister not to worry. And the young hero promises his sister that he will not only get the antidote, but also bring out the former director. After a while, Mo Clan's men lead Mo to the door of the room and push him inside the room. And the young hero sits on a chair and greets the former hospital director with a gloating smile on his face. When the former director sees the young hero in front of him, he becomes furious and drops of sweat run down his face. He stares intently at the young hero, and meanwhile, Fei notes that the former director Fan is in front of them. At this point, the young hero smiles and asks how the director is feeling after the wounds he received. Director Fan slowly backed away. He was very much afraid that his disguise didn't work. He then abruptly heads toward the door and addresses the guard, noting that these children have no money to buy his merchandise. However, at this moment, Shishao pulls out a black card from his pocket and asks the former director not to worry about paying for the goods. And Representative Shi Yu confirms the young hero's words and notes that there are at least 50 million on this card. At this moment, the former principal's face transforms in bewilderment and he stares at Shishao with his mouth open. Then he swivels his head from side to side and tries to figure out where the young hero got his connection to Ms. Mo from. Meanwhile, the young hero smiles awkwardly and talks about how he'd like to make it up to Principal Fan if he were here. At this moment, the former director grabs his wig and says that Shishao's sincerity has touched him, and the salesman quickly removes all disguise and says that he is the former director Fan. At this moment, Fei's face expresses a great deal of surprise while the young hero only smiles slightly. He then holds out a small case towards the young hero and offers to take a look at the antidote. He opens the case and the young hero sees 3 vials with a strange liquid in front of him. And Shishao leans over and remarks that this medicine most likely belongs to the central hospital. At that moment, the former director closes the briefcase and demands in a loud voice that the young hero take his words back. Shishao only smiles and notes that the criminal who stole the antidote will be severely punished. Then the former director quickly turns back around and, holding the briefcase in his hands, heads towards the exit of the room. However, the security guards do not let the former director out and require him to stay in the premises for some time. At this moment, the representative of the Xiaoyu clan stares intently at the former headmaster, and at her command, the guard grabs his hands and takes him directly to her side to scrutinize the contents of the briefcase. However, the representative is worried because she is afraid of accusing an innocent man of a crime. But the young hero steps forward with a smile on his face and promises the former director to make amends if he is not proven guilty. And the ex-director is just smiling because he's fully confident that he's destroyed all evidence of his crime. He opens the case and looks at the clan representative and the young hero with a gloating smile. Meanwhile, the clan representative takes one of the flasks and scrutinizes its contents while Shishao watches. Suddenly, one of the girl's eyes lights up blue and she accuses the former principal of stealing in a disgruntled voice, and at the command of the representative of the former director, immediately twists the guards who were standing nearby all this time. The director is pinned to the floor and he is at this point pointing out that the evidence of his guilt is completely absent. At these words, Representative Shi Yu steps her foot on the face of the former director and demands him to shut up. She stares at him intently and explains that her eye has special properties to recognize hidden substances. And pointing to the flask of antidote says he knows exactly what the Mo clan's antidote is made of. The girl glares at the former headmaster for a while and promises him the harshest punishment. And the young hero, along with Fei, ask Representative Shi Yu to preserve the life of the former hospital director. At this point, the spokeswoman says with a smile on her face that she had no intention of sending the former director to the other side of the world. At that moment, a smile appears on Principal Fen's face, and he says that he has fully learned his lesson. When the foot moves away from his face, he smiles slyly and thinks about getting away with it. However, he looks at the girl with great surprise when she tells him that he will be sent outside the safe zone. He tearfully begs the clan representative to change this decision and come up with a different punishment for him. Suddenly, however, he starts laughing loudly and says that the entire city will be completely destroyed. Director Fan begins to praise some deity and promises that with his arrival, everyone will face a terrible end. At that moment, the young hero will reflect on the words of the former director. He is alarmed by the information about the attack of monsters. Xixiao's face becomes very serious. He is sure that the safe zone will be attacked by monsters very soon. At this moment, Feifei notices that the former headmaster's words bother her a lot, and he is worried about the monster attack. However, the clan representative puts her hand on her shoulder and tells her that the girl shouldn't worry about it. Then she talks about how there are special installations on the walls that destroy every monster. And then, to Xixiao's surprise, she throws him a suitcase of medicine and tells him that they now belong to the hero. Xixiao is unsure about taking the antidote flasks, but the spokeswoman comes closer to him and insists on her decision. She stares intently into his eyes and talks about how she wouldn't mind a reward for her help. At this moment, Feifei quickly pulls the young hero away from the representative and says that he will not allow his brother to be offended. The young hero's sister glares menacingly at Representative Shi Yu and demands that she stop stupefying her brother's mind. Ms. Shi Yu just smiles absent-mindedly and says that this is just another one of her jokes. Then she turns to her guard and asks him to bring her 2 glasses of expensive wine. The young hero only smiles and promises to pay for the expensive drink if the girl tells him more about the old monster attacks. And the clan representative serves him a drink and says that she doesn't really want to remember these terrible events. At this moment, Feifei takes Xixiao aside again and talks about her brother being too young to drink alcohol. Suddenly, a smile appears on Xixiao's face and he says that he wants to buy his sister several million worth of equipment. Feifei is delighted by these words because she has never heard of such a large amount of money before. And the young hero offers his sister to pick out the best gear on the black market. And then Feifei rather quickly heads to the information cube to find suitable items. And Xixiao asks her sister to take her time, because they have enough time. After a while, the guard holding a strange object approaches the representative and says that everything is ready. Afterward, the girl approaches the young hero and offers him a chance to participate in a rare auction. She explains that it displays very rare items that mercenary teams obtain the hard way. The young hero ponders the offer and notes that he doesn't have access to such an auction. But when the representative offers to give Xixiao access, the hero quickly agrees and asks his sister to stay in the clan room. Then he smiles slightly and remarks that his luck has favored him today. And after a while, Representative Ziyu throws the magic cube in front of her to open the passage. A magical porta-potty appears in front of the heroes and the girl tells them that the auction is right behind it. Before going inside, the girl warns that the auction is in a separate dimension to avoid problems. Then she grabs his hand with a wide smile on her face, escorts him inside the portal. At this moment, Xixiao looks closely at the representative and assumes that the girl is up to something. His face quickly takes on a cheerful expression, however, and he steps inside the portal with the girl. Then the heroes find themselves on a huge platform where a huge number of people are on magical platforms. The young hero and the spokeswoman don black cloaks and discuss the auction amongst themselves. The young hero looks around and notices that there are a huge number of people at the auction who hide their identities under a cloak. After a while, Xixiao along with Madame Shi Yu take their seats in the round box. Suddenly, an extravagant man appears at the center of the stage to announce the start of the auction. The young hero summons a robot assistant to his aid and asks him for advice on subjects, and the robot, with a smile on his face, agrees to help the hero and notes that he will rate the items with stars. Yi Xiao thanks the robot for its help and asks more about the people who are in this place. But the robot looks away, and to Xixiao's disappointment says that most people wear disguises. Suddenly, thanks to the robot, Xixiao notices Ancheng, who has arrived at the auction with the group. And Ancheng doesn't notice the surveillance and is discussing something together with her teammate. And after a while, the host asks all participants to take their seats in a loud voice. A bright light appears above his head and the announcer says that the first auction item is about to appear. And a second later, a rare mana crystal appears that is decorated on the sides with gold. And the host, with a smile on his face, tells us that this is an ancient crystal that was mined quite recently. At this point, the clan representative advises the hero to buy this crystal because it can increase the owner's experience. However, the robot discourages Xixiao from buying it and notes that the item is of no use to the young hero. Suddenly, Ancheng, who is standing in front, raises his hand and sets a high price for the mana crystal. And after a few seconds, the announcer announces Ancheng as the owner of the magic crystal. And the young hero, with a smile on his face, is watching what's going on and trying to figure out what Ancheng bought this magic crystal for. After a while, a healing elixir in a blue vial appears in the center. and the presenter tells that this item has great power of healing and can save the bearer in a difficult moment. And the robot assistant looks at the item with a disappointed face and gives it 1 star. However, the young hero's eyes light up with excitement at the sight of the object and he wants to buy it, but the robot talks him out of it. And within a few minutes, a huge number of people are raising the price of the item every now and then, wanting to buy it for their needs. After a while, a new auction item appears that looks like a magical red cloak. The robot looks at the item with the same disgruntled look as before, but this time gives it 2 stars. And the young hero's eyes light up with excitement again because the item allows the wearer to fly with great speed. The young hero hesitates to buy the item, and then the spokeswoman raises her hand to take the item for herself. And the magical plaza ends up in her in a red box that emits a bright light. The girl looks at Shishao with a smile and offers the item as a gift. However, the young hero realizes that the girl's intentions are not pure and refuses such a gift. And then Shishao offers to buy back the item from the clan representative when he has extra money. The girl agrees to the proposal, but in her heart she is disappointed that she could not make Shishao her debtor. Meanwhile, the auction continues and the host announces the next item he is not particularly sure of the value of. And Shishao is watching with his mouth open when he learns that the auction item is a rare blueprint. And a second later, a strange blueprint appears in the center that allows you to create a special robot. At this point, the announcer says the starting price for the drawing will be 2 million. And people talk among themselves and note that even for such a small amount of money, no one will buy this item. The young hero looks carefully at the people around him and doesn't understand why no one is upping the ante. And the robot assistant informs Shishao that the master engineer skill is very rare and such an item will not be useful to everyone. Then a smile appears on the young hero's face because this blueprint could be very useful to him. Then he turns to the clan representative and asks more about the people who have talent in engineering. And the girl talks about how such an item is only needed by a few and is usually bought for an entire clan. At this point, the young hero is rubbing his hands with happiness because he realizes that no one will definitely buy it. Meanwhile, the host once again asks the participants if anyone will buy an item, but only a sepulchral silence is heard in response. But suddenly the presenter's face in amazement looks at the man who dared to raise his hand and buy the item. It turns out to be a young hero who, to the surprise of many, decided to buy the artifact, albeit for the starting price. And the participants talk among themselves and call Shishao a fool who doesn't know about magic items. Meanwhile, the representative tries to dissuade the young hero and points out that he will not be able to use the item. However, the young hero only smiles and says that he buys the blueprint to show off to the girls. But deep down, he laughs and thinks about the fact that he was able to acquire a very rare item. And the host snaps his fingers and, pointing at Shishao, announces the owner of the rare blueprint. Shishao looks at the box containing his rare robot blueprint with a smile on his face. However, to the great joy of the young hero and the robot, the blueprint improves, and they are very happy about it. Robot and Shishao envision in their heads a new robot that will completely obey them and enjoy this dream in their head. With joy, the young hero waves his arms and does not notice that he hits the robot assistant with his fist. Meanwhile, the next item that appears on the auction is a shield that protects its wearer from damage. It is followed by a blade that restores the wearer's health after its attack. As soon as these items are bought up, the host announces in a loud voice that a new item is about to appear on stage. Suddenly, a huge monster appears in the center, and the announcer says that the auction item is the summoning stone. The young hero watches in amazement and cannot believe that such objects exist. And the spokeswoman with a smile on her face tells us that magic crystals of their summoning can fall from dangerous monsters. Then she gets very close to the hero and touches his chin with her finger, saying that Shishao is not ready for such monsters yet. At this moment, the presenter announces with a loud voice and a smile on his face that the crystal bidding has begun. And after a while, Shishao picks up the crystal for a very large sum and looks over to the robot in frustration. Suddenly, there is a loud explosion and columns of smoke rise and the presenter jumps away from the center. And in place of the pillar of smoke appears a huge electromagnetic tank that serves to sweep the dungeons. All participants look at the marvel of engineering and prepare to start bidding for the item. And the young hero looks at the electromagnetic tank with a smile and hopes that in the future he will be able to create one. After a few seconds, the tank opens fire with its cannon to demonstrate the power of its gun. And the presenter comes up close to him and announces the starting price of 50 million for this tank. And at this moment, all participants raise their hands to raise the stakes for the electromagnetic tank. Meanwhile, Shishao and chairwoman Shi Yu are watching the bidding take place. Shishao's face looks very worried when he hears people offering astronomical amounts. However, he tries to remain calm and tries to see the person who buy the electromagnetic. After a while of bidding, a wide smile appears on the presenter's face because he is preparing to demonstrate a legendary item. And above his head appears the golden key that opens the dungeon of the 100th level. At the sight of this item, all bidders begin to cheer and wait for the bidding to begin. And the young hero closely follows the participants and does not understand why everyone is so animated at the sight of the key. At this point, the spokeswoman explains that the dungeon key has a strength that decreases over time. After saying those words, Shishao immediately opens the information panel to check the status of his key. He looks carefully at his key and is relieved that it looks intact. A drop of sweat ran down Shishao's face, and he hoped that he would be able to open the dungeon with this key in time. Meanwhile, a very heated bidding between bidders is taking place for the legendary key. And the young hero scratches his beard and doesn't understand how people can have so much money. Once the bidding for the key is over, the host happily announces the display of the last auction. And after his words, a charming girl appears in the center holding a wooden box in her hands. And once the box is opened, everyone sees that it contains a small potion that has the gift of immortality. Representative Mo is furious at the sight of it because she was not informed that the item would appear at the auction. And Shishao turns to the robot assistant and asks if such a potion can be created with skill in alchemy. And the robot sidekick tells us that such legendary items can only be obtained by battling powerful demons. Meanwhile, the presenter holds up the potion and talks about its special property. One of the participants is worried that the potion might not work, but the host assures him that the potion is in good condition. The bidding begins and the young hero looks on in surprise at the man who announces a large sum for the potion of immortality. Suddenly, Shisho notices that Enchung has also gotten involved in the bidding process and is naming large sums. The young hero's face is covered with cold sweat, because now the sums at the auction seem incredible to him. And after a few minutes, Enchung buys the potion for 300 million and is very happy about his purchase. And the announcer bows low, and a bright light envelops him and the auction begins to come to an end. Then a bright light appears in the center of the auction and all participants are teleported back. Yishosho returns to the black market with Representative Shiyu. To his great surprise, the young hero notices that his sister hasn't finished buying herself items. He then turns to the clan representative and thanks her for the opportunity to be at the auction. Shishao then teleports to his pocket dimension and scrutinizes his lord accounts. He opens the information panel and studies the blueprint of the new robot with the robot assistant. Information panels open in front of him, and he learns that he has enough resources to build a combat robot. At this moment, a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he hopes that he will be able to create a great robot. He slams his fist into his palm and proceeds to improve his skills to improve the blueprint. And after a while, an information panel opens in front of the young hero, which offers to choose the gender of the future robot. The young hero scrutinizes his options, and the robot sidekick smiles achidically and offers to make the girl a robot. At this moment, Shishao is running through his head exactly what a battle robot might look like, and with a trembling finger he reaches for the information panel so that the gender of his robot is female. At this moment, the robot assistant squints at Shishao and says that he knew about the young hero's choice beforehand. Then a new panel appears in front of Shishao that allows him to choose the type of future robot. He flips through a few options with a slight smile on his face, and with uncertainty on his face, he chooses one of them. The robot assistant is about to say something, but the young hero turns sharply in his direction, and the robot is instantly silent. And then the information panel starts to disappear, and the system announces the start of the robot creation process. And the young hero sees the creation of the robot body he has chosen start out of thin air in front of him. However, suddenly many red panels appear around Shishao and his robot assistant to report an error. After a while, they disappear, and Shishao looks at the robot's body again, hoping that everything will go smoothly from here on out. At this moment, the robot assistant is watching the process with great anticipation in his eyes, while Shishao is immersed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, the robot's body changes drastically, and instead of a tall lady, it transforms into a cute little girl. The young hero looks very shocked and can't understand why his demands were ignored by the system. And the battle robe opens her eyes and stares intently at Shishao, asking him to explain what she was created for. At this moment, the robot assistant and Shishao are stunned by the robot's beauty and can't say a single word. And the battle robot rushes towards the young hero and talks about how she is very scared to be in this place. Then the young hero strokes the robot girl on the head and promises he won't do anything bad to her. At this moment, a strange smile appears on the battle robot's face and she thinks about being able to trick Shishao. The robot's smile becomes insane, and the young hero's new assistant turns out to be a creature that wants to take over the world. Meanwhile, the robot assistant is scrutinizing the robot creature and senses that something is clearly wrong with her. He tries to understand what the robot girl is feeling, but his sensors can't detect her mood. At the same moment, the girl robot tries to analyze the characteristics of the assistant robot, but she fails to do so as well. But a smile appears on her face because she is sure that thanks to her disguise, she will be able to take over the world. And the young hero bows before her and, stroking her head, says that from now on, the girl will be called Nana, and she will serve him. And the robot Nana smiles and promises to do whatever her new owner tells her to do. A few hours later, the young hero is home, and the girl robot is standing by the sink washing dishes. Feifei is very happy to have a new helper in the house, and her mom, on the contrary, is worried about the little girl doing the work instead of her. And the young hero lies on the couch with a book on his head and asks his mom not to worry and to rest as much as possible. He looks at his family with a smile and talks about how his new robot was designed to help their family. And mom calms down, and Feifei, with a smile on her face, continues to watch the girl robot wash the dishes. And the father of the family reads the newspaper and pays absolutely no attention to what's going on around him. However, there are tears in the robot girl's eyes because she wants to rule the world, not wash dishes. A few days go by, and huge crowds of students gather in the center hall of the school. The principal stands in the pulpit surrounded by other teachers and announces that everyone is here to present an award. He tells us that thanks to one of the students, they managed to save Mrs. Mo and all the students in the building. Then he clenches his fist tightly and says that the whole school is immensely grateful to this student for his heroism and courage. At this point, the students are looking at the stage with smiles and eagerly waiting for the hero to appear. And the headmaster extends his hand forward and asks the young hero to come up on stage to receive his award. And all the students look at Shishao, who is slowly heading towards the headmaster with surprise and incomprehension. The principal and all the teachers clap loudly, and the students are indignant and don't understand how Shishao could be a hero. And the students start laughing at Shishao and also assume that the identity of the real hero was purposely hidden. At this moment, Luo Feng grabs one disciple from the crowd and demands with anger in his eyes to treat the young hero with respect. And Ruan Tian looks at Shishao, who is heading towards the podium, and doesn't understand why the disciples don't believe in his strength. Meanwhile, one of the girls keeps a close eye on the young hero and assesses him. She speaks the young hero's name aloud with the hope that it might memorize him. Once the young hero is on stage, the headmaster asks the students to show respect and doesn't understand why no one recognizes Shishao's strength. And the young hero points out that the disciples simply don't understand his true power and asks him to continue the ceremony. At this moment, the principal awards extra points to Shishao and hopes that this will help the students recognize his merit. Then he coughs slightly and begins his speech by saying that their school isn't particularly rich and famous. Then he removes the red blanket from the pedestal, and everyone sees the huge amount of money that now belongs to Shishao. However, the school principal points out that this money is worthless compared to the next gift he wants to give. And after a moment, he pulls a bundle from his pocket containing an ancient map of the old lands. The young hero absent-mindedly looks at the map and points out that this is the school's main treasure, and he cannot accept this gift. However, the director insists on his decision and is going to tell the story of this card. And his story begins with an ancient hero who was an accomplished warrior and adventurer back in the day. According to the teacher's story at the time, mercenaries explored the ruined cities in search of rare items. Based on the story, mercenaries used torches and long cloaks to hide in the shadows from monsters. And the map itself points to the location of ancient ruins and powerful items. As he speaks, the director imagines the image of the ancient hero in his mind and hopes that Shishao will continue his work. The young hero ponders the words of the director. He could not have imagined that the ancient map contains so much history. And the director continues his story and points out that the hero and his map were once laughed at. However, in the course of his wanderings, the hero proudly looks forward and pays no attention to the words of others. And after his story, the director hands over the legendary map to Shishao personally. He asks that the legacy of the old hero be preserved and hopes that the young hero will find a worthy use for the artifact. And Shishao proudly picks up the card and promises to do his best to continue the legacy of an old hero. Suddenly, the ground beneath the students' feet begins to shake, and the ceiling begins to collapse, and small rocks fall down. And a bright light appears on the ceiling to everyone's great surprise, and the students point to it. At this point, the teacher asks all students in a loud voice to leave the room immediately. And the young hero covers his face with his hand and realizes that the monster invasion has already begun. Meanwhile, the principal and the other teachers approach the portal where the monster is about to appear, and the students run away. A moment later, the silhouette of a huge monster appears in the portal and heads towards the humans. The monster laughs at the humans and talks about how he can destroy them with one blow. It smiles broadly and exposes its sharp teeth with its fangs pointed toward one of the students. And the student is lying on the floor and trying to crawl away from the monster. He is very scared and promises that his dad will definitely help him. The monster is about to grab him with one hand, and the student tries to crawl forward and calls for his father. Suddenly, a sharp sweep of the blade travels across the monster's entire theme and deals critical damage. The monster falls to the ground and a young hero appears beside him, holding his flaming sword. He approaches the injured student and with a disgruntled look demands that he get out of his sight immediately. However, the disciple wraps his arm around Shishao's leg and tearfully asks to be escorted to safety. But this only angers the young hero, who says he's about to send his apprentice to the other side of the world. And at that moment, the apprentice with frightened eyes runs away from the young hero, fearing that he is going to harm him. Meanwhile, the young hero is looking around and trying to figure out where the monsters will appear next. He scratches his beard and assumes that the level of monsters will gradually increase. At this moment, Ruan Tian and Luo Feng appear behind his back and want to help the young hero. And following that, a purple portal appears near them from where the monster will soon emerge. Then the young hero points toward the portal and asks his friends to be ready to give battle to the monster. However, Luo Feng grudgingly turns away because he doesn't feel like working with Ruan Tian on the same team. Meanwhile, a monster that looks like a huge rooster appears from the portal and looks at the heroes with fury in its eyes. And Shi Shao, along with Luo Feng, stand next to each other, preparing to give battle to this monster. The young hero rushes forward and asks his comrades to make one last strike when the right moment comes. And his friends confirm in a loud voice that they will follow his instructions and then trail after him. And the monster only mocks people and points out that pathetic people are no match for his power. After a while, the young hero along with Ruan Tian's stacked attack critically damage the monster. After the victory, the young hero squats down from exhaustion and talks about how his friends need to level up. Then they move on and notice more monsters on their way that appear from purple portals. Teachers try to save their students, but the bright flames of the fire turn people's bodies into ashes in a second. The young hero, meanwhile, notices that the entire year has been attacked by monsters that destroy all the houses in their path. He keeps a close eye on what is happening and hopes that his family will remain unharmed. Suddenly, a minotaur appears on the way of the young hero, who says that he will destroy any man in his way. He immediately attacks Shishao, but the young hero manages to block the dangerous attack with his flaming sword. He then quickly swings his blade and delivers a critical blow to the huge monster. He is helped by Luo Feng, who delivers the final blow, and the monster falls to the ground. However, the young hero hears a loud roar and instantly turns toward the sound. He sees a high-level werewolf not far from him heading towards a group of students. One of the teachers tries to protect his students, but he is too injured and can barely stand on his own 2 feet. And the werewolf just laughs at the sight of it and is about to send the wounded teacher to the other world with his blow. However, at that moment, the monster receives a deadly attack with a horrified look at his wound, not realizing what is happening. The monster tries to attack his assailant, but the young hero, without delay, plunges his blade into the monster's body, causing it to scream in pain. The monster tries to shout something, but Shishao, without delay, carries another blow and sends it to the other side. The other teachers try to heal their wounds and look on in amazement at the young hero's actions. And the young hero, along with his team, approaches them and asks them to go to a safe area as soon as possible. He carefully watches the fleeing people and hopes to save them in time. Meanwhile, another monster comes out of the portal, looking for easy prey with a smile on his face. However, as soon as he comes out of the portal, he gets a death blow to his great surprise. The monster looks at his wound in horror and doesn't understand where this place gets its worthy warriors from. He tries to crawl away to safety, but Luo Feng appears behind him with the intention of finishing off the monster. And Luo Feng with his axe makes a fatal blow and sends the dangerous monster to the other world. His whole body is enveloped by power, and he feels that thanks to his victory, he has gained a new level. Then he turns to the young hero and thanks him along with Zhuan Tian for the opportunity to gain new levels. And the young hero turns toward the new monster and asks his team to be careful. And at this moment, a huge tiger appears in front of them, whose level is greater than the previous monsters. The young hero looks at his opponent with surprise and realizes that the level of monsters will only increase. Meanwhile, the monster moves with great speed and begins circling the Jur squad. And then it rushes at Zhuan Tian, who has the lowest strength among all the squad members. However, the girl manages to react in time and creates a protective barrier around herself to block the monster's attack. Then the monster cries out in pain because it receives a powerful blow to its back from the young hero's fiery blade. And Shishao, holding his sword in his hand, stares intently at the monster and prepares for the next strike. He then swings his blade, and after his strike, the monster falls to the ground. At this point, the young hero clenches his fist and hopes his family can handle the dangerous monsters in the city. Then he activates his unique ability and creates a fire eye in the air to scout the area. After that, a huge map appears in front of him, showing the locations of monsters and students. The young hero then turns to Luo Feng and asks him to go to the safe zone with Ruan Tian, but Luo Feng is not happy with this decision. Then Shi Xiao glares menacingly at both of them, and his friends have nothing left but to agree with the young hero's decision. The young hero heads over to help the other disciples and wishes Luo Feng good luck. After which he goes forward and Luo Feng and Ruan Tian bid him farewell with smiles on their faces. Ruan Tian then approaches Luo Feng and asks him to be gentle with her, and the man agrees to protect her on her way to the safe zone. Then he silently escorts the young hero with a glance and thinks that he has changed a lot lately, thanks to Shisha. And the young hero runs forward in quick spurts and hopes to save the other students in time. During his journey, he reflects on what is going on around him and thinks he should learn a new skill. Without stopping, he contacts his pocket dimension and thinks what better use to make. To his surprise, he notices that he has a huge amount of experience that will allow him to greatly pump up his skills. Then he chooses the Fire Lord's account and decides to increase the connection with him so he doesn't have to choose for a long time. And after that, Shishao feels his strength increased several times and now he leaves a trail of fire behind him. At this moment, an information panel opens in front of him with a skill tree that prompts Shishao to choose one. And the young hero, with a smile on his face, decides to choose an attack skill to easily destroy monsters. After that, a hint appears on the information panel that the young hero can now cover his body with fire during battle. And the young hero continues to run forward with the firm belief that now he will definitely be able to save everyone. And in a matter of minutes, he finds himself outside the main building of the school where the students are left. Meanwhile, several teachers along with their students have barricaded themselves in the room and are hoping that the monsters won't find them. The teacher tries to calm her student and tells her that they have an experienced warrior with them who will save them from the monsters. At that moment, there is a loud explosion and people see the body of a monster covered in fire flying over their heads. The teacher looks at the monster with surprise and thinks about the fact that now he will have to fight. However, then a young hero appears and everyone realizes that it was he who defeated the monsters. The teacher looks at Shishao carefully and thanks him for once again coming to her aid. And the young hero accepts thanks from other students. However, the teacher is not happy with this situation. And when the hero suggests that the teacher escort everyone to the safe zone, the teacher says that Shishao has no right to order him around. At this moment, the teacher looks at the teacher with incomprehension and says that he should listen to the words of Shishao. At this point, the teacher is immersed in his reflections. He is uncomfortable with the fact that the young hero has taken all the word for himself. He then pushes Shishao aside and talks about how he will escape alone. Suddenly, he feels a terrible pain in the hand that he tried to push Shishao away with, but he tries not to show it. And the teacher promises the young hero that she will personally escort all students to a safe zone and asks Shishao not to worry. The young hero leaves, and all the students along with the teacher with smiles on their faces wish him good luck. And after a while, the young hero finds himself in front of the huge golden doors that lead to the library. He stares at them intently and assumes that there is a security seal on the door that will prevent anyone from entering this room. To his great surprise, the young hero opens the door and notices that there is someone inside the library. He opens his mouth in surprise when he realizes there is no protective seal and looks around carefully. And the young hero sees before him a huge room that is filled with a huge amount of magic crystals and other objects. From the beauty of the room, Shishao stands in a stupor and enjoys the beautiful view. Suddenly he hears a strange sound and turns around to recognize its source, and notices a girl not far from him who immediately slams a huge trunk shut at the sight of him. The girl flinches and rises to her feet as soon as she hears Shishao's voice calling out to her. The young hero looks at the girl with a smile and notes that this place is not at all meant for students. Then the girl fills her hand with her magic, asks how the young hero was able to discover her location. And Shishao only notes that the girl is called the Frost Queen, and he didn't expect to see any emotion on her face. After saying that, the girl surrounds herself with a barrier and several daggers are created in the air around her. A beam then shoots out from her hand and heads towards where Shishao is. The blade stops a few centimeters from the face of the young hero, who stands still without unnecessary movement. He smiles and talks about how he didn't mean to bother the girl at all. And the Frost Queen freezes in a stupor when she sees that Shishao is about to leave the library. Suddenly, a high-level monster appears in the center of the library and starts smashing everything in its path. Stones fly in different directions, but the young hero deftly dodges them by jumping. The monster then heads towards the girl with a smile, telling her that he hasn't tasted human meat in a long time. At this moment, the girl jumps aside and aims a huge number of sharp daggers towards the monster. The huge monster has no trouble defending himself from blows and looks at his opponents with a gloating smile. The monster hits the ground with all its strength with its fist, and huge chunks of stone fly in different directions. The girl creates a barrier to protect herself from the monster's attacks, but the monster clutches the sphere with his hands and is about to destroy it. The protective sphere cannot withstand the monster's power and collapses, leaving the girl without any protection. The monster opens his huge mouth and is going to swallow the whole girl who was in his captivity. The monster's eyes widen in surprise when he receives a fatal blow and loses his hand that was clutching the girl. Xiao catches the girl and tells her that he is going to defeat the monster and save all the students of the school. The girl is about to object, but the young hero puts his finger to her lips and tells her that he has no problem destroying the monster. The monster has been horribly damaged after the young hero's attack and looks in his direction with hatred in his eyes. The girl crosses her arms over her chest and remarks that the young hero is deliberately hiding his true level. The monster takes advantage of the fact that the young hero does not pay attention to him and with great speed rushes in his direction. The young hero dodges the deadly attack without much trouble and fills his hand with magical power. Xiao strikes without mercy, and his opponent turns into a mountain of ashes. The young hero scrutinizes the amount of experience he has gained, and the girl notices that Xiao is actually very strong. Xiao suggests that the girl find a safe place, but she objects and says that she has other plans. A cold vortex appears around the girl and completely surrounds her from all sides, and she disappears. Xiao scratches the back of his head and completely doesn't understand the strange girl's act. The young hero looks around and notices that there are gems among the debris. Xiao opens the magic map and tries to locate the remaining disciple. On the magic map appears the mark of a legendary monster that is heading towards the school's hideout. The school principal, along with all the students, are in a safe bunker to protect themselves from dangerous monsters. The headmaster asks the students to remain calm and tells them that the doors of the asylum can protect them from monsters. A student raises his hand and asks the principal why the doors are designed to protect against level 40 monsters. The principal raises a finger up and tells them that last time they were attacked by monsters no higher than level 30. The head of the school comes closer to the gate and notices that a fortune has been spent on it. The young hero's companions stand near the wall and discuss the situation among themselves. The girl presses her knees to her chest and voices her concerns about the monsters that may threaten the young hero. The girl's musings are interrupted by a loud knock on the iron gate, on which a protective seal appears. One of the students grabs his face and worries that the magic gate may not be able to withstand the onslaught of monsters. The young hero's companion runs to the door with a smile on his face and ignores the teacher's warnings. Suddenly, a huge hole appears in the magic door from which a huge monster claw appears. The young hero's companion is greatly shocked by this situation and cannot believe that the magic door failed in its task. There is a loud explosion, and the shards of the door, along with some students, fly all over the room in different directions. The doorway reveals a powerful 45th level creature that taunts the students in their attempts to hide. The monster lets out a loud laugh and is extremely happy about the fact that it was able to find a huge number of people in one place. The young hero's companion looks at the monster with astonishment and thinks that all the students will soon come to an end, and there is no salvation. The huge monster scrutinizes the man in front of him and is amazed that someone is still standing in front of him. The students scatter in different directions and try to find a hiding place, but the hero's companion continues to stand in front of the monster. Without too much thought, the hero's companion rushes into the attack-not-deadly monster, although he does not really believe in his success. The monster has no trouble launching a counterattack and delivers a fatal blow to the man who dares to oppose him. The monster rises to his full height and uses a special spell to destroy all humans in an instant. The students are grabbing their heads and their noses are bleeding due to the effects of the monstrous dark magic. Ruan Tian uses a magical barrier to resist the monster's spell, but she barely manages to control it. A huge monster grabs a man with its hands and is going to swallow him whole to increase his level. An electric shock flies into the monster's head, causing the monster to be greatly surprised and let the student go. The principal gets into a fighting stance and uses magic to confront the huge monster. A huge stream of electricity strikes the body of the huge monster and causes it to freeze in one place. The principal is trying to catch his breath after using magic because he is very old and can use his magic all the time. The monster makes a quick dash and pierces the headmaster's body with his dagger. He taunts him and talks about how lightning doesn't hurt him. The monster scrutinizes the headmaster and says that humanity should scrutinize its adversary. A huge mouth appears on the monster's belly with which it is going to devour the headmaster and raise its level. The director realizes that the last minutes of his life have come, so he looks at the monster without emotion and mentally says goodbye to his brother. All the students look toward their principal with bated breath and can't believe that soon the monster will devour him. Suddenly, a blob of flame appears around the monster, which throws the monster back and prevents it from engulfing the director. The students look in amazement at Shishao, who was able to save the headmaster from the clutches of the bloodthirsty monster. Shishao grits his teeth hard with anger and swears to himself that he will rid this world of this monster. A purple armor appears on the young hero's body, and around him appears a huge amount of flame that envelops his body. The monster looks at the young hero with a wide smile on his face and says that no human can defeat him. Shishao pays no attention to the monster's words and gives it a fatal blow with magic without delay. The monster scrutinizes its body and can't believe that a level 6 human could deal such a blow to it. The young hero concentrates the fire in his hands and talks about how the monster will regret coming to this place. With the help of fire energy, Shishao gains tremendous speed and heads towards the monster to deliver a fatal blow. The young hero moves with tremendous speed and deals the monster a tremendous amount of attacks and augments them with fire energy. The legendary monster uses its special magic and flips Shishao away from him, interrupting his series of attacks. The monster looks very shabby after the young hero's attacks, but is still capable of continuing the fight. The monster uses dark magic and subjugates the students of the school to fight the young hero. The students shout out strange words and rush towards the young hero without delay. The young hero carefully observes the actions of the distraught students and contemplates a plan of action. Shishao uses her new skill site to analyze the performance of students who have been exposed to the spell. In front of the young hero appears a pillar of fire that in a split second destroys all the students who tried to attack him. The monster sends his new students into battle against the young hero and mocks the way Shishao destroys his friends. Zombies indiscriminately attack everyone in their path and bite students to turn them into similar monsters. The monster laughs loudly and says that the young hero is incapable of saving all the students and fighting him at the same time. Luo Feng suddenly appears to destroy the zombies and tells the young hero that he will protect the students of the school. Zhuantian also joins the battle and destroys the reanimated dead with his fire magic. A young hero creates a magical barrier that protects the surviving students from the hordes of zombies that are headed their way. Shishao's loud voice demands people to listen to his clues and not hurt those who have not turned into zombified creatures. The monster is about to flee the scene of the battle, hoping that the young hero is distracted by the defense of the students. Suddenly, a huge turret appears in front of the monster and starts firing countless bullets at him. The magic turret deals a huge amount of damage to the monster and allows it to advance towards the exit of the shelter. A young hero appears on the back of a huge monster and asks him why he's going to flee the battlefield. Shishao strikes hard and thereby strips the monster of its huge wings that allowed it to move quickly. The huge monster falls to the ground and begs the young hero to spare him. The young hero is not going to spare the monster and immediately wears him a fatal kick with his foot right in the head. The monster spews a huge beam of venom from its mouth and hopes to delay the hero for a while to complete his mutation. A wide smile appears on Shishao's face and he sends a huge amount of fire charges towards the monster. The monster tries to defend himself against the young hero's magic with his limbs, but he has a hard time doing so. The monster realizes the direness of his situation, so he is going to destroy the turret with his corrosive acid. A wall of fire appears around the monster, preventing it from retreating. In the hands of the young hero appears a flaming sword, and he informs the monster that the hour of reckoning for all his sins has come. Shishao stabs his fire sword straight into the ground, and flames begin to emanate from it in different directions. Because of the hero's magic, the monster falls into a distorted dimension that is only accessible to a few magic users. The young hero concentrates energy over his head, and a huge scarlet star of destructive power appears above him. A huge scarlet star heads towards the monster and brightly illuminates its entire body. Shishao put away his armor and pondered over the words of the monster, who managed to say his master's name before perishing. The young hero receives a huge number of rare items, among which are a magic crystal and acid stomach juice. Shishao sighed heavily because he was expecting to get some legendary item from the monster. Shishao is going to combine the worm's paws with the huge egg he got in the battle. The dragon egg splits open and out of it emerges a long tongue that quickly grabs the paws of a huge worm and devours them. The egg licks itself and feels a strong sense of joy because the young hero has given it such a gift. Shishao leans over the egg and contemplates whether he should continue to feed the strange creature. The companions of the young hero are very happy about the fact that the monster was defeated, and Shishao remained unharmed after the battle. Shishao looks at his friends with a wide smile and rejoices in the fact that his companions have found common ground with each other. Tears appear in Ruantian's eyes, and she talks about how many people they were unable to save today. Shishao strokes the girl's head and says that in emergencies, losses are inevitable, and one must be prepared for this course of events. A huge number of students surround the young hero on all sides and thank him for their rescue from the monster. The girl is cradled tightly in her lap, and the teacher asks her to keep her spirits up and keep an eye on the headmaster. A wide smile appears on the teacher's face, and she explains to her students that soon they will all be safe. Shishao also tries to cheer up the students and says that the monsters in the school have been destroyed, so it's safe now. The headmaster is still unconscious, and the teacher and a student are trying to bring him back to consciousness. The young hero's face becomes serious. He scrolls a huge number of thoughts in his head and makes further plans. Shishao goes outside the school and notices that the entire city is engulfed in huge flames, and the smoke completely obscures the view. An information panel appears in front of the young hero, and he hears the voice of his sister trying to contact him. The young hero is very concerned about the situation and tries to find out from his sister if everything is all right with his parents. The connection is cut, and Shishao runs as fast as she can towards her home to get to her family. Shishao's face fills with fear when he finds himself in front of his house. Shishao stands in front of the destroyed building and can't believe that his nightmare has come true. The young hero clenches his fist tightly and hopes that his family manage to get out and survive the monster's attack. Suddenly, there is a scream of a girl trying to escape from a huge monster. Without delay, Shishao delivers a fatal blow, and a bright line splits the monster into 2 equal parts. The security girl thanks Shishao for her help and asks her to free her leg from under the rubble. Shishao carries a swift kick and turns the rocks into a handful of ash and thus frees the girl from under the rubble. The young hero looks very worried and asks Qinlu to tell him about the situation in the city immediately. The girl drinks a healing elixir and tells the hero that all the inhabitants were evacuated to safety before the monsters attacked. The young hero apologizes for his behavior to the girl and explains that among the evacuees was his family. Qinlu picks up his rifle and tells him that all the residents have been sent to the underground shelter. The girl comes closer to the young hero and clarifies that she cannot guarantee the safety of all people in the city. Tears appear in Qinlu's eyes, and she talks about how her squad is unable to deal with a high-level opponent. The girl snuggles up close to the hero and offers to escape together from this city to survive and avoid the high-level monsters. The young hero puts his hands in his pockets and refuses the girl's proposal because he wants to save his family. The conversation between Shishao and Qinlu is interrupted by a high-level monster that suddenly appears in front of the heroes. The young hero is about to attack the monster but is suddenly pushed forward by Qinlu to use Shishao as bait. The girl runs back and apologizes to the young hero for having to use him as bait. The monstrous ash leopard completely ignores Shishao and rushes after the fragile girl. The girl tearfully turns toward the young hero and asks him to save her from the dangerous monster. Shishao stands there like a stumbling block and pays no attention to the screams of the girl who is begging for help. After a while, the young hero decides to intervene and delivers a fatal blow to a huge ash leopard. The girl extends her hand towards Shishao and through the pain apologizes to him, but the young hero does not react to her words in any way. Shishao looks at the girl with a stern look and says that she is to blame for the situation. Before going to the other side of the world, the girl holds out a plan of the area towards the young hero. Shishao gets down on one knee beside the girl and covers her eyes and then takes out a map with a layout of the city and the surrounding area. A large column of armed men along with military equipment moving along the streets of the ruined city. The squad leader is extremely unhappy with the situation. He smokes a cigarette and complains to the sergeant that he should be resting at this time. Sergeant Shenbing listens to his commander with a smile on his face and reports that many units have fled the city. Commander Wang Jiangguo hugs his lieutenant tightly and notes that Shenbing is talking a lot today. The sergeant and the commander are very surprised when they hear a message over the radio about a missing girl who was trailing the convoy. The commander sighs heavily and says that he has long suspected a possible desertion during the rescue operation. Wang Xiangguo is very unhappy with the situation, and his lieutenant offers his candidacy to search for the missing girl. The commander watches the burning city in silence for a while, and then authorizes his lieutenant to go in search of the missing soldier. Sergeant Shenbin scrutinizes the photo of him and his girlfriend and hopes that the girl is still alive. The commander keeps a close eye on Shi Yunfei because the young hero's family seems very suspicious to him. Ji Yunfei tries to contact her brother using the information panel, but the connection keeps getting cut off. All the people in the neighborhood look in amazement at the little girl who carries a huge backpack on her back. Shishao's mom apologizes to the girl robot and talks about leaving the heavy backpack on the ground. The girl of works tries to be nice and friendly to all people, but the thoughts in her head take on an eerie shape. A column of survivors reaches the entrance to the shelter where they are met by a special military group. At the order of the soldiers, the bunker gates are opened and the transport is driven inside the shelter without obstruction. A massive earthquake hits the entire land and all the armed men look around for a threat. A huge demonic millipede emerges from an ambush and destroys the truck and is about to deal with all the humans. The rest of the refugee transportation is also attacked by strange, monstrous creatures that destroy all transportation. People scatter in different directions to find shelter, and monsters with smiles on their faces chase them to destroy them. The squad leader appears on the battlefield and without delay deals with several monsters and saves people from perishing. Commander Wang summons his sergeant and orders him to move with him to hold off the high-level monsters. A huge millipede with rage in its eyes looks at the approaching soldiers and is about to destroy them in one blow. People are very frightened by the situation and scatter in different directions, constantly pushing each other. Due to the crush of the crowd of people, the young hero's mom loses her balance and falls over the ground, and at that moment, a huge wolf appears. The monster swings his huge paw at the defenseless woman and is about to massacre her in one blow. At the last moment, a few arrows hit the monster's arm and stop its deadly attack. Shi Yunfei saves her family from the monster's clutches and proceeds to bombard it with her enchanted bow. Tears appear in the monster's eyes because of the pain of his wounds, and he glares menacingly at the girl who dared to defy him. The wolf-shaped monster moves with great speed and tries to dodge a huge number of arrows flying at him. Shi Yunfei covers her parents with her body and asks them to run away, but they don't want to be in this world without their daughter and stay where they are. Shi Yunfei closes her eyes and prepares for the fact that she will soon go to the other world. To help the family of the young hero comes a girl robot, Nana, who without much trouble to deal with the monster. Nana feels that she has become much stronger after destroying the monster and realizes that her body has become more obedient to her. The robot girl's eyes light up with red lights and she lashes out at all the monsters in the neighborhood to improve her performance. A huge monster runs after a man in a red t-shirt because he hates that color so much. The robot girl quickly lands a few blows on the monster and sends it to the other side of the world. Nana enjoys gaining new skills and doesn't notice the surprise of the man whose life she saved. The huge monster looks towards the little girl and is about to run away as soon as possible to save her life. Nana notices the running monster and destroys it without regret in one blow and earns extra experience points. The robot girl's face contorts in a vicious grimace. She takes great pleasure in destroying powerful monsters. Wang Qiangguo fights the millipede and marvels at the little girl's strength, while the lieutenant heals his commander's wounds. The red millipede transforms into a huge wheel that runs towards the squad leader and deals heavy damage to him. Suddenly there is a loud explosion, and to the commander's surprise, the millipede splits into several different parts. A huge number of millipedes cover the commander's body and suck the blood out of him. The lieutenant runs to his commanding officer's aid and hopes that he can divert some of the millipedes to himself. The commander extends his hand toward the lieutenant and asks him to stay away from him because it's too dangerous. In front of Wang Qiangguo's face flashed his memories of his family who lived outside the safe zone. Wang Qiangguo hugs the bodies of his family tightly and curses with a loud voice at the monsters that attacked the village outside the safe zone. In his last breath, Wang Qiangguo gathers his last strength and scatters the swarm of bugs in different directions. The little bugs are about to attack the commander again, but at that moment they are struck by red lightning discharges. A robot girl comes to the commander's aid and regrets that she can't get his experience points. The huge Scolopendra is greatly surprised by the little girl's strength and gains strength for a counterattack. The lieutenant quickly runs up to her commander and administers first aid, and the girl heads towards the huge monster. Several magical weapons appear on the robot girl's back that aim at the huge Scolopendra. All guns are fired at once at the enemy, and a huge orange sphere from the explosion appears in place of the monster. Nana walks over to the body of the huge monster and laughs loudly at its useless actions. Suddenly, the girl falls to the ground and can no longer move. The young hero's parents quickly run to the robot and assume that Nana expended all her energy during the fight. The squad leader approaches Shi Yunfei and talks about moving to the next safe zone. Shi Yunfei tries to contact her brother and informs him that they are going to another safe zone, but the connection is lost. The commander approaches the girl and suggests that she get a message to her brother through a different method. Shi Yunfei quickly turns towards the commander and asks him to immediately tell him about the alternative communication method. Shi Xiao reaches the 5th safe zone, but sees only ruins and the bodies of defeated monsters in front of him. The young hero notices a strange writing on the wall and learns that his sister has headed towards another hideout. Shi Xiao folds her hands at her chest and examines the strange figures that were left near her sister's message. The young hero remembers that one of the lectures talked about some special security service code. Shi Xiao digs through the bodies of the defeated soldiers and searches for a communicator to communicate. In the hands of the young hero appears a huge number of communicators, but all of them are damaged. Shi Xiao heads to the black market building to find a communicator in good condition. A huge number of guns are firing towards the young hero, but he has no problem defending himself with the help of a magical shield. The black market representative apologizes to Shi Xiao for her cold reception and asks the hero the purpose of his visit. The representative of the market offers the young hero to condemn all cases indoors where it is much safer than outdoors. The black market has not changed at all since the last appearance of the young hero here. People relax and have fun. Xiao walks past the experienced hunters and doesn't understand why none of them want to help the city in its time of need. The young hero and his girlfriend go into a private room and discuss the situation. Xiu snuggles closer to the young hero and talks about how she is very scared of the monster attack. Xiao pushes the representative away from her, and she sits down opposite the young hero and crosses her arms over her chest with a disgruntled look. The young hero sits down with the girl and says that he needs a communicator to contact his sister. Xiu snuggles up to the hero again and gives some things away for nothing because talking about money hurts her feelings. Xiao gets hold of a receiver and manages to contact the squad that is escorting his family to safety. A smile appears on Yunfei's face when she hears her brother, and she recounts the events that happened to her and the squad. The father of the family carries Nana on his back because the robot has completely used up its charge in the battle with the monsters. The young hero is concerned that his robot can no longer continue fighting and thinks of a solution to the problem. Above Xiao's head, his personal assistant appears and explains how to charge the robot Nanu. The young hero contacts his sister again and tells her that the robot can be charged with a magic crystal. Xiao takes a seat on a vacant bench and tells the commander about the secret but safe passage to the bunker. Commander Wang is amazed by Xiao's knowledge and assumes that the young hero was able to get hold of the secret blueprints. The young hero interrupts and notices that the girl is asking the mercenaries for help to protect her family from monsters. The mercenaries smile at the defenseless girl and tell her that she will pay with her body to save her family. Xiao comes to the stranger's aid and says he will help her if she gives him the information he needs. The girl opens the information panel in front of her and shows her family's location on the map. The young hero scrutinizes the girl and offers to move on to discussing payment for the task. The girl offers a huge sum for saving the family and indicates that she will be able to collect more soon. The mercenaries laugh loudly at the girl's claims. They think she doesn't have that many gold coins. A black market representative joins the conversation, appearing behind Xiao's back and talking about the girl's abilities. The mercenaries begin to apologize to the girl and offer her their services to save the family. One of the mercenaries lashes out at the young hero to prove that Xiao is incapable of handling the task. The young hero silences the mercenary with just one punch and gets everyone's attention. Xiao becomes enraged and kills another group of mercenaries who dared to attack him. The girl watches the young hero's actions with rapt attention and is amazed at his strength. The representative of the black market also closely follows the movements of the hero and notices that his strength has increased noticeably. The young hero beckons the girl over to him and asks her to move out immediately. Xiao pauses for a moment near the exit and suggests that Ziyu go with him to the streets of the city. The mercenaries are furious after the young hero's words and promise to take revenge on him for his antics. The market representative quickly wraps her arm around Xiao's arm and agrees to go along with him. The young hero, along with the beautiful ladies, heads for the exit, while the mercenaries stare unhappily at his back and hope for revenge. Siyu and Miao put on their sturdy armor and tell the hero that they are ready to move forward. The heroes notice a strange, huge lightning bolt in the sky that brightly illuminates the night sky of the ruined city. With each rumble, more lightning bolts are placed in the sky, and a rift appears from which the claw of a huge monster can be seen. The young hero, along with his companions, watches with great amazement as the monster destroys the black market. Xiao carefully looks at the claws of the huge monster and analyzes the situation. Xiyu is greatly surprised when Xiao remarks that an ancient monster may have appeared in front of them. Miao shrieks and falls to the ground, grabbing her head because she feels a huge amount of dark energy. The young hero watches the huge beast closely and tries to figure out where it is going to go. Anger and rage appear on Xiao's face because the monster is heading towards where his family is. The young hero turns toward his companions and suggests they go to safety. The girls refuse Xiao's offer and say they will help him deal with the strange creature. The heroes quickly head to the source of the enormous energy and hope to be able to save the refugees. Bright lightning flashes now and then in the dark sky, and the heroes are gradually approaching the dangerous place. The group notices strange cultists circling a huge crystal and speaking words in an unknown language. The red crystal emits a large amount of energy, and inside it are several skulls. The young hero, along with his companions, looks at the cultists and guesses that they are the ones who created the rift. The girls attack the cultists without delay and hope that they will be able to interrupt the sinister ritual. Around the mysterious cultists appears a magical barrier that reflects all projectiles. Xiao uses his unique ability and summons firewolf heads to break the barrier. The young hero attacks the barrier with fire magic, but none of the attacks reach their target. Xiao takes his two-handed blade with both hands and uses it to try to break through the barrier's defense. The young hero has a cold sweat on his face. He spends a large amount of magic but can't break the barrier. The cultists continue their sinister ritual and pay no attention to the heroes. The girls look at the magical barrier with surprise and don't understand why Shishao can't destroy it. Above the young hero's head appears his robotic assistant who analyzes the barrier's weaknesses. Shishao takes out a magic crystal from his pocket and is going to use it to destroy the magic barrier. The magic stone passes through the magic barrier without a problem and lands behind the back of one of the cultists. The young hero turns to his assistant and asks him to find an item that is connected to the energy shield. The robot assistant demonstrates to Shishao a turbo booster that matches his master's requirement. Shishao is unsure about using the turbo amplifier, but the robot insists on using it. The young hero is filled with determination and is going to use the item he got from the school treasury. In Shishao's hands, two magic items combine to form a pipe power shield generator. The cultists pay no attention to the young hero's actions and continue to utter strange words. The girls are closely watching Shishao's actions and hope that the young hero will be able to break the barrier with a new item. The magical artifact creates another magical barrier near the cultists, which begins to interact with the protective field next to it. The magical barrier begins to spew out a huge stream of energy and deals heavy damage to the cultists. The young hero beckons the girls over to him and asks them to hide behind his back. There is a loud explosion that destroys the energy shield, and a huge stream of energy bursts out and flies in different directions. A huge explosion crater forms in place of the huge crystal where the magical ritual was held. After the crystal explodes, the magical spatial rift begins to shrink, and a few monster claws disappear into the night sky. Shishao advances to the center of the explosion and marvels at the fact that several dark mages were able to survive the destruction of the crystal. The young hero grabs one cultist by the shoulder and demands answers to his questions. The cultist smiles widely and his entire body lights up with a bright light and strange runic symbols form on his body. The girls look toward the explosion in surprise and try to figure out what happened to Shishao. The young hero manages to put a shield in front of himself and escapes the destructive energy of the blast. Shishao turns his head towards the next cultist and hopes that he can get all the answers from him. The dark mage laughs loudly and then puts his hands up and prepares to self-destruct. The girls ask the young hero to be careful and are amazed at how badly brainwashed people are. Suddenly, the cultist becomes silent. He silently stares at the sky and makes no movement. The young hero uses subjugation magic, and the cultist begins to blindly obey his new master. The dark mage falls to his knees before the young hero and says that he will fulfill any decree of the new deity. The representative of the underground market looks at the young hero with amazement because she is surprised by his extensive knowledge of magic. Along the edges of the city, there is another group of cultists who are going to call an ancient deity into this world. The young hero scrutinizes the creature's huge claw and resents the fact that someone wants to build a new world. Mrs. Cu tells the young hero about the presence of a huge number of factions that worship an ancient deity. The cultist looks faithfully at his new master and talks about the specifics of the ritual around the crystal. The young hero looks menacingly at the dark mage and demands that he tell him everything he knows. The dark magician falls into complete madness and starts beating his head against the ground with all his might and says that all his words are true. Shishao stares at the dark mage in amazement and is struck by his absolute insanity. The cultist is about to give important information, but suddenly his eyes light up brightly and he is about to self-destruct. The young hero quickly runs up to his companions and uses an energy barrier to protect everyone from the blast. Shishao looks carefully in the direction of the explosion and doesn't understand why the cultist has broken free from his control. The girls thank their savior for his help and note that the young hero is incredibly strong. The young hero carefully examines his surroundings and discovers shards of a huge purple crystal. Shishao scrutinizes the crystal shard and asks his robot assistant to scrutinize its properties. Many information panels appear around the crystal, and the robot tells us that it is an ancient artifact of a blood demon. The young hero scrutinizes the demonic crystal and realizes that he will have to fight a dangerous opponent. Shishao abruptly turns to his right side and notices that the communicator is making noise again and comes back into working order. Huan points his finger to the sky and asks his companions to pay attention to the strange phenomenon in the sky. A huge amount of red lightning flashed in the sky every now and then, but the monster's huge claw slowly disappeared into the spatial hole. The young hero reflects on the events that have occurred, and behind his back appears a huge monster that is preparing to destroy him. Shishao abruptly turned around and was surprised to see that someone had managed to give the monster a fatal blow, and Chung looks at the young hero with a smile and asks the heroes if they are all right. The young hero examines Chung with a skeptical eye and begins to suspect the man of having ties to dark magicians. Shishao thanks the mercenary for his help, but Mrs. Ziyu is extremely unhappy with the situation. Madame Shiyu looks at Ancheng with a displeased expression and demands him to explain what he is doing in this place. Ancheng becomes very worried when a gun is put to his head and asks the girl to calm down. The young hero tries to defuse the situation and talks about not fighting in such a difficult situation. In the mind of Shishao arises a cunning plan with which he is going to bring Encheng out into the open and find out his secret. Mrs. Shiyu agrees to calm down, but tells Encheng that she will keep a close eye on him from now on. The young hero asks the mercenary not to worry and says that Madame Shiyu is acting extremely recklessly. Shishao asks the mercenary to pay attention to the dark sky and explains the situation to him. Encheng sighs heavily but says that she will definitely help the young hero and his companions. The mercenary leans on Shishao's shoulder and says that completing this task will help him greatly in his promotion. Ruantian tells the young hero that she is a burden and asks her companions to go without her, but Shishao does not agree. All the heroes go to the site of another ritual to stop the call of an ancient monster into this world. Shishao and his companions quickly reach the next place where the ritual to summon the ancient deity is held. Encheng is greatly surprised when Shishao talks about the cultists using his squad's technology. The mercenary is very confused after the charges against him and talks about his group's dealings with different people. The young hero joins in the dialogue and says that he trusts Encheng completely. Encheng nervously rubs the back of his head and talks about helping in destroying the magic barrier. The mercenary pulls out a clever invention from his pocket and hurls it towards the cultists to destroy the strange barrier. As soon as the magic item reaches the barrier, it creates a gap and the impregnable sphere begins to collapse. Encheng immediately rushed forward and dealt with several dark magicians with his blade without slowing down. A slight smile appears on the mercenary's face, and he hopes that the team will be able to trust him now. Suddenly, a bright flash of energy appears near the mercenary and is directed towards a huge bardic crystal. The magic crystal shatters into several small shards and Encheng stands still and does not move. Shishao holds a huge blade at his back and tells the mercenary to destroy the cultists' crystals. The mercenary ponders the situation and realizes that the young hero is not as simple as it may seem at first glance. The group gets to the last crystal, and the mercenary asks everyone to move away because he's going to destroy it. The young hero ponders the situation and assumes that it can't be that simple. Suddenly, the crystal begins to emit a strange energy and attracts the bodies of the defeated cultists to it. The dark wizards scream loudly in pain, but at the same time they praise their god whom they worship. The young hero quickly draws his sword and demands his group prepare for battle immediately. The crystal transforms and turns into a huge demon that has monstrous power. The crystalline monster rushes forward without delay, but a mercenary appears in front of it and deflects its blow. Encheng blocks the monster's punch but takes significant damage and is surprised by the monster's strength. The monster tosses the mercenary aside without much trouble and attacks Lady Shiyu. Shishao comes to the girl's aid and deflects the monster's attack with her shield. The young hero struggles to hold off the onslaught of the monster and gradually loses his health. Shishao jumps back sharply and tries to think of a strategy for the next strike. The young hero decides to go on the counterattack. He quickly runs up to the crystal monster and holds up his blade. Shishao strikes the monster's chest with all her might with her sword, but only causes minimal damage. Lady Shiyu extends her hand towards the young hero and asks him to retreat before it's too late. The monster uses his sword for a lethal attack and shouts loudly that he won't let the humans back down. The crystal monster, with a wide grin on his face, watches the strange object that is rapidly approaching him. The mercenary uses a special crystal to create a special barrier and asks the team to leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. The monster looks at his opponent with a smile and destroys a special-level energy barrier without much trouble. Encheng, with surprise on his face, grabs the unique sword that Shishao throws to him and doesn't understand what's going on. The young hero looks at the mercenary with a smile and talks about how they need to defeat the monster by any means necessary. Zhuangtian clutches her head because of the terrible pain and tells her squad that she has managed to find the monster's weak spot. The girl points towards a piece of crystal that is on the monster's back and says that this is its weak. The young hero summons a robotic assistant who offers to improve his blade to pierce the monster's armor. Shishao asks Mrs. Shiyu to lend him her weapon for a short period of time, and the girl agrees to it. The young hero combines a gun with a magic crystal and creates a weapon much better than the one before. The young hero's team tries to dodge the crystal monster's attacks while Mrs. Shiyu waits for the moment to attack. Mrs. Ziyu creates several of her clones and fires at the monster from all sides to give it no chance to defend itself. The young hero, along with the mercenary, watch the girl's actions in amazement and are amazed at her abilities. Encheng gives the young hero a rare item and immediately rushes into the thick of the battle and asks him to trust him. The young hero summons a robotic assistant and asks him to find an item that will increase the power of the mercenary's gloves as quickly as possible. The mercenary fights from the last strength, but his health indicator is rapidly decreasing, and he does not know what to do in such a difficult situation. A young hero appears on the battlefield, apologizing for being late and dealing critical damage to the monster with his new weapon. Shi Shao clenched his teeth tightly with anger and threw a huge amount of punch with his new mechanical arms. The crystal monster howls in pain and asks his deity to come to his aid and destroy his enemies. Shi Shao lands on the ground and gets into a fighting stance for another attack. The young hero moves at full speed towards the monster and pays no attention to its tirades about the strange deity. Shi Shao manages to break through the crystal monster's defense, and several crystals fly apart. The crystal monster becomes enraged and sends a huge amount of crystals towards the young hero. The young hero is extremely surprised by this turn of events and realizes that he does not have time to dodge such an attack. To the rescue of Shi Shao comes his team that repels all the small crystals, and the mercenary asks the young hero not to relax. A wide smile appears on Shi Shao's face, and he thanks his comrades for their timely help. The young hero jumps high up, and his mechanical arms transform and gain a huge amount of energy. Shi Shao is about to deliver a fatal blow, but a powerful barrier appears around the crystal monster. The young hero hits the magic barrier relentlessly and realizes he doesn't have enough power to reach the monster. The crystal monster laughs loudly at the young hero and calls himself the chosen of the gods. The monster rejoices in his absolute defense and shouts loudly that no one can stop him. The young hero is on one knee and trying to recover with healing magic. Shi Shao summons the robot assistant and demands to quickly find an item that can boost its performance. The robot assistant spreads his hands and informs the young hero that there are no items left in his inventory. The young hero turns to his companions and asks them for a potion of strength that he desperately needs. The mercenary and Ruin Tian are talking about how they have no more items, and Mrs. Shiyu is thinking about something. Shi Shao goes to Mrs. Shiyu and says that he is willing to pay any price for the potion of power. Mrs. Shiyu tosses an elixir of power in the young hero's direction, but warns that it has side effects. Shi Shao grabs the elixir and tries to understand what side effects we might be talking about. The young hero analyzes the elixir and with the help of a panel learns that it will weaken greatly after a few hours. Madame Ziyu looks at the young hero who drinks the strength potion without the slightest hesitation and ignores the consequences. The young hero wipes his mouth with an iron hand and says that he has no time to delay. Shi Shao's body is filled with immense strength and he quickly reaches the monster to deliver a fatal blow. The young hero moves with tremendous speed and strikes the monster with his iron arm without stopping. Because of Shi Shao's strikes, a powerful vortex of energy is formed that completely surrounds the monster's body and prevents it from moving. The crystal monster's face replenished with fear, the monster is afraid that his energy barrier might not save him this time. The monster creates an energy barrier, but the young hero has no problem breaking it, and hundreds of shards fly in different directions. A hole appears on the crystal monster's body from the young hero's blow, and it cries out loudly in unbearable pain. The monster's body emanates a huge amount of energy, and the monster says that his patron will definitely finish what he started. The young hero strikes the crystal monster without delay and promises that he will destroy all the cultists. After another blow, the crystal monster falls to the ground, and its head shatters into hundreds of burgundy crystal shards. Shi Shao falls to the ground from exhaustion and tries to catch his breath after a hard battle. On the young hero's face is a huge amount of dust and dirt, and his body has completely exhausted its resources. Shi Shao hears a strange sound and tries to lift his head to see what's going on around him. The mercenary An Chung comes close to the young hero, and in his hands he holds a sword around which lightning bolts gather. The girls quickly block the young hero's body and warn the mercenary that they will protect their friend in any way they can. The mercenary's face looks very serious, and it seems that he will attack Shi Shao very soon and send him to the other world. Suddenly, En Chung quickly stuck his sword into the ground and asked the girls to calm down and not jump to conclusions. Mrs. Ziyu points her gun at the mercenary and says that she doesn't trust En Chung's words at all. En Chung nervously scratches the back of her head and tries to explain the reason for her strange behavior. The mercenary walks past Mrs. CY and talks about how he can deal with the group at any time if he wants to. En Chung helps the young hero stand up and offers his help during the young hero's weakened state. The girls look at the young hero with slight surprise and are amazed by the fact that Shi Shao is able to move on his own. Shi Shao leans on the mercenary and says that it's time for the group to move on. A robot sidekick appears near the young hero and asks him to be careful around En Chung. En Chung gently sets the young hero down on a large rock and offers to take a small rest for a short time. The sky of the ruined city fills with bright light and the spatial rift finally disappears. The young hero stands up abruptly and urges his companions not to relax because dangerous monsters may be around. Shi Shao's eyes slowly close and he collapses on the stone from fatigue, while Ruan Tian anxiously looks in his direction. The young hero gradually recovers and suggests to Mrs. Shiyu to try to contact other people. Shi Shao opens the information panel and contacts a representative of an influential family to find out the situation. Mrs. Siyu looks at the young hero with surprise and is amazed at his interaction with a representative of a large family. Mrs. Mo stands on the roof of the building, and behind her back are bodyguards who ensure the safety of their mistress. Shisho suggests Ms. Mo meet at the secret passage that leads to the 8th district. Mrs. Mo looks at the coordinates of the secret passage with surprise and is amazed at the young hero's skills. Shishao becomes embarrassed at being called a genius and informs Mrs. Mo that he can get to the meeting place without any problems. A mercenary with a snide expression approaches the young hero and notes that he has a special relationship with Mrs. Mo. And Chung helps Shishao to her feet, and the heroes head towards the location of the 8th district. On the bridge in front of the entrance to the 8th district, a huge number of people and cars are piled up, all demanding that the guards let them inside immediately. Commander Wang, along with the young hero's family, reach the 8th district through a secret passage. The young hero's mom is very worried about her son, and Shi Yunfei tries to calm her down in every possible way. Near the secret passage, Shishao appears with his companions and greets his family with a wide smile on his face. The sister hugs her brother tightly and talks about how worried she was about his life. The family gathers in a circle and everyone discusses the recent events while the robot Nana stands by and watches the family reunion. Tears appear in the robot girl's eyes and she says that she is very happy to see her master again. The young hero gently strokes the girl's head and thanks her for saving his family from dangerous monsters. Shishao slowly turns around when he hears a familiar female voice coming from behind him. Mrs. Mo stands at the head of her bodyguards and tells Shishao that it's too early to relax. The girl pauses for a second and then reports that a red-tailed Bayou has appeared and is trying to sneak into the 8th district. Shishao clenched his teeth tightly with anger and clenched his fist because he was not happy with this turn of events. Mrs. Mo notes that the boss is level 90, and this information greatly surprises the young hero. Ruentian hugs his mom tightly and Mrs. Shiyu can't believe that the boss has a high level. Mrs. Mo looks around carefully and notes that she has reliable information about the boss. The story shifts to a few hours before Mrs. Mo is confronted by a dragon-like creature that sizzles an entire city in seconds. The black dragon looks around carefully and stares intently in the girl's direction. The bodyguards create a protective barrier and tell their mistress to leave the city as soon as possible. Mo's body begins to shake after she remembers the monster, and she warns that the monster is incredibly powerful. Shishao puts her hand on Miss Mo's shoulder and says that the girl is incredibly strong if she could survive the encounter with the dragon. The bodyguards give the young hero a thumbs up, and Shishao says that his actions are misunderstood. Mrs. Mo folds her hands on her chest and says that she has detailed information about the dangerous monster. The dragon-like monster is in a special space, and around him there are a huge number of stars that form constellations. The dragon walks calmly among the streets of the burning city, and many people call it one of the bosses of the Qinglong side of the world. The young hero listens carefully to Mrs. Mo's account of the strange creature and contemplates a plan of action. The Han clan mobilizes a special unit and sends it towards the city to destroy the monster. Mrs. Mo looks unhappily towards the mercenary and notes that many clans sent their fighters to kill the monster first. The young hero questions the monster in detail and tries to find out why the factions want to destroy it first. A smile appears on Mrs. Mo's face and she tells Shishao that you can get very valuable treasures for destroying the dragon. The girl shows the number 2 with her fingers and talks about getting about 2 billion gold coins for the treasure. The young hero's eyes turn into coins and he wishes to try his luck in destroying the dangerous dragon. Shishao becomes very confused when a mercenary approaches him and asks what the young hero is up to. The young hero remembers his unique ability and thinks that he can try to destroy the dragon and get his treasure. Commander Wang approaches the young hero and asks him how he accessed the secret information on safe routes. Shishao tells the commander that he met a girl who gave him the secret blueprints of the city. The lieutenant quickly runs up to the young hero and asks him to tell him what happened to the girl who gave the hero the blueprints. The young hero's face becomes distracted, and he notices a strange photograph that flies out of the sergeant's pocket. The small picture shows the lieutenant together with the girl who before her death gave the hero the blueprints of the city. Shishao decides to lie and tells the lieutenant that his girlfriend sacrificed her life to save him and handed over the blueprints of the city. The lieutenant screams loudly with rage and can't believe that his girlfriend is no longer in this world. The commander tries to cheer up the lieutenant and asks him to be proud of his girlfriend's act. The young hero watches silently and hopes that his lies will serve for good. Shi Yunfei distracts his brother from thinking and points towards the exit where the sunlight is coming from. The young hero's sister goes outside and completely fails to notice the strange people who are standing near the exit. An armed gang meets a group of heroes and tells them that they must pay for passage. Shi Yunfei and the girl works are hiding behind the back of the young hero who resents the bandits' presence near the secret passage. A wide smile appears on the gang leader's face, and he tells that his combat experience helped him find the secret passage. Mrs. Mo is greatly surprised when the mercenary points a long cigar in her direction and calls her name. The head of the clan looks proudly at the bandit and demands that she be let through immediately. The bandit leader smiles broadly and talks about being a free relic hunter. The bandits demand the hero group immediately lay down all weapons and place all artifacts and money in their hands. Mrs. Mo looks at the mercenary leader without fear in her eyes and says that everyone who wanted to ruin her plans always ended badly. The bodyguards immediately rush into action and attack the bandit leader without delay. The ringleader has no trouble blocking the bodyguards' blows and says that they are incredibly weak. The criminal throws Mrs. Mo's bodyguards in different directions and talks about how no one can stand up to him. The young hero's face is filled with anger towards the criminal, and he tries to understand why Mrs. Mo's mercenaries are significantly weaker than the bandit. Shi Xiao scrutinizes the characteristics of the bodyguards and notices that they are under a dragon curse. The leader of the criminal gang firmly clutches the heads of the mercenaries and demands that Miss Mo immediately surrender before it's too late. Mrs. Cu demands that the bandit immediately release the mercenaries, and Mrs. Mo asks her friend not to interfere in the showdown. A red dot appears on Mrs. Zu's face and cold drops of sweat run down her face. The sniper points his rifle at the girl and says it's best not to make any sudden movements. The squad leader is forced to stand still as there are several daggers above his head. Some bandits do their own thing because they don't see the danger in low-level people. The young hero is still under the effects of debilitation and doesn't know what to do in such a difficult situation. Shi Xiao imagines all his money disappearing without a trace and his eyes fill with tears. Mrs. Mo asks for her people to be released, and in return, she offers a huge amount of gold coins. The bandit leader thanks the representative of a powerful family and agrees to her proposal. The bandit quickly surveys his gang and orders his posse to clean everyone out to the last thread. The young hero places his hand on the girl's shoulder and thanks her for helping him in such a difficult situation. The bandits head towards the young hero's group and demand that they offer no resistance. The bandit leader laughs loudly and thanks the group for providing the gear and money. Anchung approaches the young hero and tries to comfort him by saying that money is not the most important thing in this life. Mrs. Mo stares intently at the departing bandits and notes that she has remembered which unit the mercenaries belong to. The leader of the squad smiles broadly and notes that he has no point in hiding anymore and tells that he is from the Dihuan squad. The young hero is greatly surprised when he sees the emotion on Anchung's face filled with anger and dislike. The leader of the mercenaries calls himself Rainer the Grey Wolf and offers to take revenge on the heroes at any time if they wish. Anchung quickly destroys one of De Huang's squad and demands the Grey Wolf to stop immediately. Rainer turns back sharply and demands to face the man who dared to attack his squad. Strange bone blades appear on Anchung's hands, and he talks about how he has been searching for the Grey Wolf for a long time. The young hero looks at Anchung with surprise and is amazed that the mercenary was very careful to hide his true strength. Anchung's body is filled with a huge amount of energy, and it is directed towards the bandit commander. A cigarette flies out of Rainer's mouth in surprise, and he demands Anchung to explain who he is. The White Wolf comes to his senses very quickly and orders his squad to destroy the young hero's entire group. Anchung effortlessly deflects projectiles with her strange blades and demands Rainer not drag other people into their showdown. A bandit with a machine gun quickly heads towards Anchung and knocks him down, and then talks about how the mercenary is unable to handle the Dihuang squad. The White Wolf orders his squad to shoot without stopping and tries to remember what he could have done to the strange boy who raised his hand against him. There isn't a single scratch on Anchung's body, and he is purposefully heading towards the White Wolf. Rainer rubs his beard and remembers Ni, who got him expelled from the squad, and he starts blaming her for ruining his life. Anchung demands Rainer not to speak ill of his sister and lashes out angrily at the White Wolf and his troop. White Wolf sends his squad into battle and orders them to deal with the mercenary without any regrets. Suddenly, Anchung transforms into a winged demon and destroys all of Rainer's men with no problem. Rainer looks closely at Anchung's altered body and regrets that he will have to train a new squad. Anchung looks menacingly toward the White Wolf and demands that he tell him where his sister is. Rainer's body is instantly clad in steel armor, and the White Wolf loudly proclaims that he is not to be underestimated. Anqing in demonic form rushes towards Rainer and ignores the huge amount of missiles that are flying towards him. A series of devastating explosions erupt on the battlefield, and only the protective magic of the bodyguards protects the young hero's squad. Shi Xiao dodges the small stones and is amazed at the fact that An was hiding such tremendous strength. Anchung's body looks very shabby and his left arm is completely missing, but he can still stand on his feet. Rainer is completely devoid of all body parts. He looks at his opponent with horror and can't believe that he lost the fight. Anchung pins Rainer's head to the ground with his demonic foot and demands that he immediately answer the question of where his sister is. Rainer talks about the huge Sunset Gorge, which looks like a big desert, and talks about Anchung's sister going there. Anchung listens attentively to Rainer and then sends him to the other world without pity or regret. The whole group is stunned by Chung's change of heart, and the young hero tries to find out the details of his companion's life. The wound on Chung's body slowly healed, and there was no visible trace left of his wounds. Chung scrutinizes the young hero and asks him not to ask too many questions. Xiao is surprised to learn that Chung has made a deal with monsters and gained incredible power. Chung looks at the young hero with a slight smile and notes that monsters are much more reliable than most humans. The girls are extremely shocked by this turn of events and can't believe that Chung's story is true. A large amount of energy gathers around Chung and he opens his demonic wings to take off. Shi Yunfei orders the mercenary to stop immediately and points his magic bow in his direction. Chung Demon waves up and says that he no longer has a heart and doesn't care about the fate of people. The young hero puts his hand on his sister's bow and asks her to let Chung go because he kept them alive. Xiao looks at Chung flying away in the distance with a smile on his face and thanks him for his mercies. Chung heads towards the ruined city and promises that the next time they meet, he will not hold back his power. The young hero silently looks at the mercenary flying off into the horizon and realizes that if he were Chung, he would have done the same thing. Mrs. Mo's bodyguards look shabby and the girl says it's time for them to hit the road. The young hero asks the girl to delay further advancement because he has unfinished business. Xiao quickly rushes towards the bodies of the mercenary and to the surprise of his group takes all of their equipment and their money. The young hero smiles widely when he gets a huge amount of gold coins and valuable equipment. All members of the young hero's squad light up brightly because they get a level for destroying the gang. A sad mina appears on Shi Yunfei's face because she recalls Chung's betrayal. The young hero approaches his sister and asks her not to think about small things because now the main thing is to become stronger. Shi Yunfei looks at her brother carefully and asks him to answer her why he wants to get stronger so badly. The young hero gently strokes his sister's head with a smile, saying he will do anything to protect his family. The sun is slowly setting over the horizon, and its bright rays illuminate the ruined high-rise buildings of the city. Huge numbers of military vehicles and soldiers stand in front of the entrance to Zone 8 and prepare to open fire on the refugees. The captain and the junior sergeant are arguing loudly among themselves and discussing the plight of the refugees who are behind the huge gate. The young hero closely observes the conflict of the soldiers and realizes that no one is going to let refugees into the 8th zone. Mrs. Mo approaches the young hero and asks him not to do rash things because some things cannot be changed. The robot girl stands beside Shi Yunfei and is amazed at the stupidity of people who point weapons against their own race. Several transport planes appear in the air and gradually descend. The transport helicopters land not far from the young hero's group. A huge number of soldiers are unloaded from the plane, and their commander orders them to secure the main target. The soldiers surround Mrs. Mo and her men and demand the young hero and his family step aside. Mrs. Mo is extremely unhappy with this turn of events and says that her guests will go with her. The team leader apologizes and says that he can't follow Mrs. Mo's orders and asks to follow along with him. Madam's bodyguards push aside the medical squad and demand the soldiers stay away from their mistress. A girl named Ying Yushuan appears from the transport plane and urges Mrs. Mo to obey and follow her. Mrs. Mo unhappily folds her arms across her chest and says that it's very mean to attack her right here. Yin Xuan laughs and tries to cover her smile, and then talks about how she would never dare to attack Madam. Mrs. Mo points towards the young hero and his companions and says that she will not go anywhere without her guests. Yinshin listens attentively to Madam's demands and then talks about her powers being reduced to 0 in wartime. The young hero follows the events closely and is amazed that the rich family has so many contradictions within. Mrs. Mo is very upset. She turns to the young hero and doesn't know what to say to him. A wide smile appears on Xiao's face and he says that he is going to join Han Mo. Shi Yunfei is very worried about her brother and asks him if he is sure of his choice, but Xiao doesn't change his mind. A wide smile appears on Mrs. Mo's face and she tells the young hero that he has made the right decision. Shi Yunfei and the young hero's family are extremely saddened by the current situation because Xiao has made a difficult decision for their safety. Mrs. Mo stands among the soldiers and notes that Han Mo will do everything possible to ensure the safety of the young hero's family. The girl turns towards Yin Xuan and about notes that she has the right to recruit talented recruits. A slight smirk appears on Yin Xuan's face, and she notes that Xiao is not worthy of joining the great family. Mrs. Mo disregards Yin Xuan's words and says that she has made her final decision. The mistress turns toward the young hero and tells him that he is now officially a member of the Mogan Squad. Yin Xuan explains to the young hero that it's a great honor to get into the special Mogan Squad. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he says that he only wants to join Han Mo's faction. Drops of sweat appear on Yin Xuan's face. She did not expect such a response from the young hero. The young hero talks about how he is very freedom-loving and wants to start his own squad. Yingxuan laughs loudly and calls the young hero's decision a very foolish act. Shishao doesn't pay any attention to the girl's words and says that the strength of the squad doesn't matter to him. Yinxuan, with a wide smile on her face, turns towards the mistress and sarcastically says that the girl has found a real treasure. Yinxuan bids farewell to the young hero and mistress and also notes that he will keep a close eye on Shishao's team. The young hero waves goodbye to Yinxuan with a smile on his face and says that he will not disappoint her. Mrs. Mo is amazed at the young hero's decision and asks him if he is really going to form a new unit. The young hero introduces himself at the head of an experienced squad and calls it the Lord Squad. Mrs. Mo clutches her head and sighs heavily, then notes that forming a squad is a very complicated process. The head of the family tells that the squad must consist of experienced fighters and have a huge fortune in reserve. The young hero listens attentively to his mistress's story and imagines her in his head as a very tedious teacher. Shishao rubs the back of his head and says with a smile that he has a very hard road ahead of him. The young hero puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and talks about how he is only doing this for his mistress. The girl is extremely shocked by the words of Shishao, and the hero argues that the position of the lady in the family is extremely precarious. Shishao clenches his fist and promises that his team will become Mrs. Mo's strength and support in the near future. A slight blush appears on Mrs. Mo's face after the young hero's words. She is very impressed by his noble deed. A wide grin appears on Shishao's face, and he says that he will personally handle the distribution of resources in the team. Shishao sighs with relief when an information panel appears in front of him with the message that the debuff has been lifted from him. The young hero begins to stretch his arms and asks his mistress to watch over his family until he returns. Shishao stretches her arms forward and says that she is going to watch the battle between the professionals and the great dragon. The family of the young hero dissuades him in every possible way from the dangerous adventure and asks him not to risk his life. The sister approaches her brother and also asks him not to do anything rash, but Shishao only smiles in response. Mrs. Mo also tries to talk Shishao out of the dangerous idea and tells her about the dangerous troops that will come to hunt the boss. The young hero asks everyone not to worry and says that he knows the measure and will not get in the way. Ruantian watches the young hero with admiration and is amazed at his courage. Ruantian's face becomes very sad because she doesn't know how to provide for her parents in the new city. The young hero approaches the girl and offers her to join his squad because he considers her a valuable ally. The girl tearfully hugs the young hero tightly and thanks him for the proposal, while Shishao's face is covered with cold sweat. Shishao asks the lady for permission, but she says that the hero has the right to invite members to his squad on his own. The young hero's sister becomes enraged by the interactions between Ruantian and her brother and demands an invitation to join the squad. The young hero turns to the commander and lieutenant and asks what they will do now in the new place. Shishao is very happy that everything is going well with his friends and decides to go in the direction of finding the boss. Commander Wang is amazed by the courage of the young hero and he begins to suspect that Shishao did not tell the whole truth about the lieutenant's girlfriend. Shishao's parents support their son's decision, but ask him to be very careful and cautious. The young hero strokes the robot girl on the head and asks her to see to it that his family is safe. Shishao waved her hand with a smile on her face and was about to head to the location of the legendary dragon. Mrs. Mo opens the information panel, and together with Mrs. Shi Yu, she hands the coordinates of the dragon's location to the hero. The young hero surveys the city from the roof of a high-rise building and ponders strategy. Shishao is transported to system space and tries to find a way to unlock a truly powerful character. The unlocked armor is in front of the young hero's face, waiting for the hour for Shishao to use it. In front of the young hero appears a strange object that is bound by golden chains, and to open it requires a large amount of experience. Shishao scrutinizes the closed item and decides to activate the Lord's special account by any means necessary. The young hero opens the dashboard and is happy to note that he has accumulated a huge amount of experience. Luo Feng contacts the young hero and reports on the situation at the school. The man keeps a close eye on the students and tells the hero that he has done everything that Shishao asked him to do. The young hero asks Luo Feng to keep his guard up and continue to stay underground until things finally subside. On the face of the hero appears a wide smile. He is glad that the school is safe and is going to go there to heal the wounds of the headmaster. Suddenly, an aviation detachment of some faction passes over the head of the young hero with great speed. The young hero keeps a close eye on the flying machines and assumes he has plenty of time to complete his tasks. Shishao beats his fist on his palm and hopes to have enough monsters in the city to gain priceless experience points. The young hero moves through the ruined streets of the city at breakneck speed. Shishao delivers the medicine, and after consuming it, the headmaster regains consciousness. Cold sweat begins to run down the young hero's face, and he apologizes for using items from the director's personal collection. The principal is not at all upset by the actions of his student, but on the contrary, thanks him for his work in the fight against monsters. The principal begins to choke and coughs loudly because he hasn't fully recovered his strength after the battle with the monster. The young hero scours every street, and to his surprise encounters very few monsters along the way. Suddenly, a huge minotaur appears in front of Shi Xiao, along with his companions, who challenges the hero. The young hero shakes his head from side to side and asks the monsters to call as many of his friends as possible. The minotaur takes great offense at the hero's words, and without delay commits a blow with his huge hammer. A small shield appears in front of Shi Xiao that completely dampens the blow of the minotaur's two-handed hammer. Shi Xiao immediately counterattacks and with a single strike quickly dispatches the narcissistic minotaur. The monsters look closely at their adversary and are amazed that their friend went to the other world so quickly. The young hero abruptly heads in the opposite direction and says that he will not fight the monsters. The cat-faced monster is resting near the rubble of a building and doesn't notice Shi Xiao, who quickly runs past him. The monsters express their displeasure towards their fellow man and demand that he join them on the hunt. The young hero very quickly gathers behind his back a pack of monsters who very much want to send him to the other world. Shi Xiao turns back and tries to count the number of monsters that are chasing him. The young hero stops abruptly because he thinks there's no point in collecting monsters in one place anymore. The monsters try to catch their breath and rejoice in the fact that the young hero has finally stopped. The young hero creates an energy barrier so that none of the monsters can escape him. The monsters only mock Shi Xiao and talk about how he has made their job a lot easier. Two powerful machine guns appear near Shi Xiao and prepare to fire at the monsters. The machine gun turrets open fire, and the monstrous creatures flee in different directions. One of the monsters tries to talk sense into his fellow monsters and says that they can defeat man. The monster is about to go on the attack, but suddenly notices small robots that are quickly heading in his direction. There is a huge explosion that destroys several monsters at once, and the hero defends himself from the fire with a magic shield. The fight quickly comes to an end, and the young hero finds himself in the middle of huge craters from explosions, and monsters lie under his feet. A young hero, after a battle, receives a strange artifact that is fully decorated with ancient symbols. Behind the hero appears an armed squad led by a commander who notices that the streets have become too loud. The squad leader turns to the young hero and demands a clear answer if Shi Xiao wants to stay alive. Shi Xiao throws his hands up in the air and talks about how he is just a harmless student. The commander beckons a soldier over to him and demands to verify the information about Shi Xiao. The soldier checks Shi Xiao with a special device and confirms his words that he is an ordinary student. The commander examines the bodies of the monsters and notes that his squad missed a good opportunity. The commander puts a knife to the young hero's throat and demands he tell everything he knows. A drop of cold sweat runs down the young hero's face, and he talks about being in this place by luck. The commander informs the hero that he is about to engage Mo Gong's squad and demands that Shi Xiao stay away from this place. A wide smile appears on Shi Xiao's face, and he proudly says that Mo Gong's squad is one of the strongest among the others. Commander Chuanqi is unhappy with the squad's words and says that Mo Gong's squad will be destroyed this time. The young hero tucks his hands in his pockets and asks the captain to elaborate on his plan. The commander immediately takes out his blade and delivers a fatal blow to the young hero's body. A fog appears in front of the commander, revealing a puppet card cut in half. Commander Lei Tu tries to figure out what's going on and suddenly receives a fatal blow from the back from Shi Xiao. Shi Xiao scrutinizes his opponent and notices that he does not yet have enough strength to destroy his opponent all at once. Commander Lei looks menacingly at the young hero and asks how an ordinary student got such strength. The Chanchi squad opens fire, and Commander Lei, under cover of gunmen, lunges at the young hero with a knife. Shi Xiao puts up an energy barrier in front of himself and defends against multiple shots. Commander Lei comes close to the hero and is about to deliver a fatal blow, but Shi Xiao reacts quickly and dodges the blow. Behind the back of the young hero appears machine gun turrets that open fire on the squad leader. The commander defends himself with his personal barrier and orders his squad to attack the enemy. Much to the hero's surprise, an enemy unit quickly surrounds him and cuts off his escape routes. The young hero is about to strike, but the soldiers move very fast and have no problem dodging his attack. Chanchi's squad gets behind the young hero's back and tries to break through his energy barrier at once. There is a loud bang and small rocks fly off in different directions. A fire spiral appears out of the dust and tries to reach the members of the Chanchi squad. The young hero is amazed at the speed of the squad and notices that they are much stronger than their captain. Shi Xiao summons his robot assistant to help him and asks him to find an object that can increase his speed. The robot talks about a special armor that increases the speed of its wearer and absorbs electricity. The young hero sighs heavily but still decides to use the last items from his vault. Chanchi's squad looks in surprise at the direction where the young hero was and doesn't understand where the vortex of energy came from. The young hero is wearing red steel armor that noticeably increases his stats. The soldiers open fire without regret and warn the young hero that the new armor will not help him win. Shishao moves with tremendous speed and dodges the hail of bullets without much difficulty. The young hero quickly catches up to one of the soldiers and deals her a fatal blow. The soldiers are amazed at the speed of the average student and decide to use melee weapons against him. The squad makes a huge amount of attacks but does not do any damage to Shishao's armor. At the speed of sound, the hero finds himself behind the soldiers' backs and deals them deadly blows. A huge amount of cold sweat appears on the young hero's face due to expending a large amount of energy. Above Shishao's head, a huge number of electric grenades appear and are about to detonate in a second. There is a huge explosion and a purple cloud of smoke engulfed in electrical energy rises up. The girl soldier adjusts her helmet and tells the young hero that no one can defeat them. The smoke clears and the soldiers see that the young hero's armor is quickly absorbing the electrical discharges from the grenades. The soldiers look towards Shishao in surprise and can't believe that the explosion of their grenades was absorbed by the armor. A huge amount of energy gathers around the young hero's body, and Shishao prepares for his final attack. Shishao moves across the battlefield with great speed and beats up the enemy squad without regret. The girl soldiers are lying on the ground and their armor has turned to shreds and the young hero is looking around. The squad leader hides behind a concrete wall and waits for the machine gun turrets to stop firing. The squad captain comes out of his hiding place and is about to reprimand his soldiers for taking too long to do their job. The young hero sits on a rock and looks at the commander who is amazed at the current course of events. The squad leader hits his soldier with all his might and demands that he immediately get to his feet and continue the fight. The young hero looks at the squad leader with anger in his eyes and resents his treatment of his soldiers. The commander laughs loudly and talks about how his squad is entirely made up of only slaves. The young hero fights off enemy attacks and cannot believe that the commander controls the nervous system of his subordinates. The Chanchi squad is in great pain with every movement and bloody footprints appear from under their armor. Shishao curses the squad leader and says that he is not worthy of his rank. Commander Lei only laughs loudly and says that his squad is just expendable to him. Shishao abruptly gets behind the commander's back and delivers a fatal blow. The young hero steps his foot on the soldier's control panel and turns it into a pile of garbage. The soldiers cease their movement and fall to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Commander Lei clings to his wounded arm and begs the young hero to let him live. Shishao is not going to listen to the head of the squad and gives him a powerful blow to the jaw, causing several teeth to fall out of the commander's mouth. The young hero pins the commander's head with his foot, and he begs for mercy and begs not to be sent to the other world. Shishao looks menacingly at the head of the Chanchi squad and demands to be told about the plan to destroy Mogong's squad. Commander Lei reveals that he has agreed with another group to join forces and destroy Mogong. Shishao looks at the commander unhappily and says that there is no use for him in this information. Commander Lei crawls back and says he knows something important about the monster's location. The ancient dragon is in the central square of the 9th district and is carefully surveying its surroundings. Around the dragon, a huge number of elite monsters have piled up and are patrolling the neighborhood. The young hero analyzes the commander's words and doesn't understand why the Tianquan group wants to help Mogong in the boss battle. Commander Lei beats his fist on the ground with all his might and talks about how his team is constantly getting scraps. The squad captain recalls how he was constantly humiliated by Mogong's squad and summoned to do thankless work. The head of the squad tells that once the dragon weakens, then Tianquan group will send elite monsters to Mogong and the squad will be destroyed. The young hero ponders the commander's words and notes that his plan is too perfect and Mogong's squad may have trumps up its sleeve. Commander Lei clenches his hand into a fist and says that Mogong is too arrogant and doesn't expect an attack from the back. The squad leader bows his head and begs the hero not to send him to the other side of the world. A wide smile appears on Shishao's face and he says that he cannot allow such a person to exist on Earth. The young hero straightens out the commander and turns toward his team to decide what to do next. Shishao decides to leave the rest of the squad alone and is about to poison himself further towards the dragon. The young hero gains the required amount of experience and immediately opens a dashboard to unlock new abilities. Shishao finds herself in system space and asks the robot assistant about the possibility of increasing luck. The robot assistant looks at his master with a smile and says that he shouldn't worry about the luck indicator. The young hero is standing in front of a legendary locked account and is about to unlock it with experience points. Shishao destroys the iron chains with one swipe of her finger and casually tosses the robot aside. A strange blob of dark energy appears from the sealed account and heads towards the young hero. The dark energy restrains Shishao's arms and legs. It weakens him and prevents him from moving. The darkness completely covers the young hero's body, and Shishao asks the robot to fix the malfunction immediately. At the very last moment, the darkness recedes from the young hero and he regains all health stat. The young hero is coughing heavily and trying to catch his breath after an unpleasant contact with the darkness. A huge amount of cold experience runs across Shishao's face and he tries to find out from the robot the reasons for what happened. The robot assistant gets angry and says that he doesn't know why the system is behaving so strangely. A special account of a shadowy king with bats flying around him is torn away before the young hero. Shishao looks at the new special account with her mouth open in surprise and is amazed that it used to belong to a villain. The young hero scrutinizes the new account and realizes that experience points are not required to increase his power. Shishao thinks and remarks aloud that it will be much more difficult to pump this account, and the robot assistant confirms his master's fears. Before the young hero appears a port to another dimension where he will be able to increase the power of his new account. The young hero's eyes light up brightly when the robot offers a solution to strengthen the account without taking unnecessary risk. In front of Shishao arise the scales, and the robot offers to spoil money and experience to be able to use the new account. Huge ingots appear on the scales, and the young hero realizes that he will need huge resources to activate the account. The young hero smashes the golden scales with rage and talks about how the system is cheating him. Shishao opens the information panel with a sad look on his face and tries to count his state at the moment. The young hero picks himself up and decides to collect as much money as possible before the boss battle to be able to possibly use the account. Shishao scrutinizes the information panel and tries to think of a way to get the gold coins as quickly as possible. The young hero goes through the ruins of the city and tries to find some criminals. Shishao turns the corner and discovers a huge number of those piled in one pile. Suddenly, a hand appears on the young hero's shoulder, and an unfamiliar voice beckons Shishao to come forward. The young hero abruptly jumps aside and prepares to give battle. Shishao sees in front of him a full mercenary named Shu Shaoji, who smiles broadly and says that he will not hurt the hero. The young hero scrutinizes the stranger and tries to figure out what the high-level man is doing here. Shaoji winks at the young hero and talks about being a relic hunter. Shishao walks closer to the mercenary and says with a smile that he wants to take a look around the neighborhood. Shaoji points behind him and talks about coming to this place with his squad. The young hero is extremely skeptical of the situation and thinks about robbing the mercenary. Shaoji, with a smile on his face, hugs Shishao and suggests him to join their squad to travel safely. The young hero tries to find a catch in the stranger's words, but decides to trust him for a while. Shishao thanks the mercenary for the opportunity, and Shaoji points a finger at himself and promises to protect the hero from danger. The young hero opens the information panel and is about to accept an invitation from Shaoji to join the squad. In addition to Shaozi, there are 3 other mercenaries in the squad, and all of them are of high level. The young hero notes that he will be ballast in the squad, but Shaoji is quick to point out that Shishao is actually hiding his level. The mercenary and the young hero interrupt their conversation when suddenly a high-level monster appears from underground. Shaoji quickly grabs the monster by the throat and says with fury in his eyes that it is not nice to interrupt people. The mercenary slams the monster to the ground with all his might, and to the hero's surprise, he kills it in one blow. Shaoji shakes off his hands and wonders to Shishao if the monster had hurt him in the course of its appearance. The young hero waves his hand confusedly and talks about how he's doing fine. A huge number of mercenaries have set up a base near the city center and are preparing for the coming battle. Shaozi tells the young hero that a large number of mercenaries have gathered in this place and have decided to observe the unrest. Shaozi tells how the mercenary base is set up, and all the men scrutinize Shishao, who is in their camp for the first time. A man from the Horizon squad is sitting on a car eating his apple and then notices Shaozi heading in his direction. Shaozi points towards Shishao with a smile and tells the commander about their amazing encounter. One of the squad members adjusts his glasses and notices that Shishao is masking his true level. The squad leader places a hand on the young hero's shoulders and expresses his hope that Shishao will not stab them in the back. Shaoji embraces the young hero and tries to convince the team that Shishao will not frame their squad. The squad leader approaches the young hero and asks him why he decided to join the squad. Shaoji wants to insert his own word, but the commander asks Shishao to answer his question. The young hero looks at the commander with a serene expression and talks about wanting to destroy the dragon. The mercenary squad looks at the young hero with slight bewilderment, and the Horizon commander falls silent. Suddenly, the squad leader starts laughing loudly and says that every young man should have his own dream. Shishao doesn't change her facial expression and tries to prove the seriousness of her intentions. The squad apologizes for their commander and talks about how their boss always acts strange when he sees energetic young men. The squad leader extends his hand and formally invites the young hero to join their Horizon squad. The young hero smiles broadly and shakes the squad leader's hand firmly. In the shadows of the building rubble appears a mercenary who laughs at the captain who accepts low-level newcomers into his squad. The Horizon Squad is extremely pleased with the mercenaries' statement. They are knuckling down and are going to give battle. The squad leader continues to have a nonchalant smile on his face, and he says that he has no time to socialize with the other mercenaries. The leader of the mercenaries spreads his hands and talks about how no one dares to put conditions on him. Xiaoji grits his teeth in anger and tells Shishao that they are facing a mercenary squad that often puts them in trouble. The mercenaries raise their weapons up and are about to go into battle against the Horizon Squad. An aerial technique appears in the sky, among which Yin Xuan's silhouette flashes. Yin Xuan lands a pretty quick takedown and effortlessly scatters the mercenaries to the side. The girl looks at the young hero with a smile, and Shi Shao thanks fate for their new meeting. The mercenaries watch the communication between Yin Xuan and the young hero with great surprise and are amazed at their close bond. The young hero puts his arm around the girl's waist, and the mercenaries can't believe their eyes at what's happening right now in front of them. Yingxuan moves closer to the young hero and notes all attempts to flirt with her have always ended very badly. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he says that it is extremely disadvantageous for Yin Xuan to send him to the other world right now. Yingxuan chuckles at the young hero's words and notes that Shi Shao is a very interesting person. Sun Yongxiao arrives on the scene and interrupts Yin Xuan and Shi Shao's dialogue and says it's time to move to the scene. Yingxuan orders her squad not to act without her command and to wait for her signal, or else the plan will fail. The girl says goodbye to the young hero and notes that there is a huge debt hanging over him. A sergeant walks past the young hero and deliberately pushes Shi Shao in the shoulder to stop him. Song Yongxiao stares intently at the young hero and talks about memorizing his face. The robot aide looks warily at the strange sergeant and warns the young hero of the danger. The mercenaries look at the student with great amazement and cannot believe that the guy is so lucky. The Horizon Squad quickly approaches the young hero and tries to find out detailed information about his encounter with Yin Xuan. The squad leader observes Shi Shao from afar and notes that the young hero is a very interesting guy. The young hero kneads his arms and turns towards the mercenary squad that wanted to fight the Horizon Squad. The mercenaries are scattering in different directions because they don't want to mess with the young hero. The Horizon Squad shows their opponents obscene gestures and taunts them. The squad leader approaches the young hero and notes that Shi Shao is not as simple as he may seem at first glance. The young hero serenely tucks his hands in his pockets and says that he is just an ordinary student who is very lucky. The members from the squad quickly run up to the hero and ask more about how Shi Shao managed to earn a fortune. The squad leader urges his companions to calm down and asks them not to pester Shi Shao with their questions. The young hero is ready to talk about ways to make money, but warns that good investments are needed to start. The sergeant adjusts his glasses and says that he has no doubt at all that Shi Shao is not a fraud. The young hero looks at the Horizon Squad with a smile and talks about how he's going to steal from the professional squad. The squad leader looks very confused after the hero's proposal and asks about the amount of the down payment. The mercenaries are extremely surprised by Shi Shao's statement, but nevertheless they are going to agree to his term. The young hero rubs his nose and talks about how the squad can make about 100 million if they agree to invest in his project. The squad leader and the sergeant are silent because they are shocked by the figure that the hero voiced. Xiao Ji laughs loudly at the hero's words because he doesn't believe that Shi Shao will be able to provide the guild with a huge amount of money. The young hero involuntarily looks toward the squad and asks why they are laughing at him. The sergeant corrects his glasses and says that the young hero's plan is impossible to imagine in his imagination, and all his words look like complete nonsense. The commander asks not to hold a grudge against his squad and says that Shi Shao's words are very hard to believe. The man rests his hands on his long sword and talks about not being able to sponsor the young hero for a large sum of money. Shi Shao notes that his friendship with the squad is much more valuable to him than money, and he is very glad that he met the people from Horizon. The young hero opens the information panel and is about to leave the Horizon Squad. The commander asks Shi Shao to take his time and talks about knowing people to take some money away from for investment. Ma Huang's mercenary squad fights a small group of monsters and uses firearms. The squad leader orders the mercenaries to focus on the target and destroy the monsters as quickly as possible. Behind the mercenary squad appears a mechanical bug that is approaching the people with great speed. The squad leader turns back sharply and tries to determine the source of the noise he heard behind his back. The mercenaries are surprised to surround the strange job and try to study it. There is a loud explosion, and the stones along with the bodies of the mercenaries fly all over the battlefield. 4 elite monsters surround the mercenaries and are about to destroy them in one blow. Suddenly, there is an energy shield that saves the mercenary squad from imminent doom. The Horizon Squad appears on the battlefield, mocking the misfortune of their opponents and heading in their direction. The young hero says that the mercenaries better give up all their possessions or the energy shield will disappear. The commander looks angrily in the direction of the young hero and refuses his offer. Shisho slowly walks away from the mercenary squad and is about to remove the energy shield. The squad leader falls on his knees in front of the young hero and says that he will give 3 million for his salvation. The Horizon squad leader does not agree to such an offer and says that his rivals have much more money at the moment. The mercenary commander tries to justify the perfidy and says that everything is the fault of a traitor who used to be a member of the Horizon squad. The young hero says he's not going to listen to the mercenary's ramblings and reminds him that the energy shield is about to disappear. The head of the mercenaries realizes that the shield's time is coming to an end, but he can't make up his mind. The commander agrees to the deal and says that he will give 6 million gold pieces without any problems. A sly smile appears on Shishao's face, and the young hero talks about how his price has now doubled. The commander angrily taps on the walls of the dome and talks about how the young hero is just extorting money from him. The commander notices a gap in the barrier and agrees to the young hero's terms, but says that he will give half of the coins after his rescue. The money goes into Shishao's account, and he tells the squad that they can get to work. The Horizon squad takes their weapons in hand and heads towards the high-level monsters. The squad leader grits his teeth in frustration as the Horizon squad takes his men's loot. Xiaoji shakes his hands off the dust and with a broad smile on his face reports that the job is done. Suddenly there is a loud pop and the entire battlefield is covered by a thick fog from a smoke bomb. The mercenary squad moves quickly forward and scoffs at the fact that the young hero decided to spare their lives and save their lives. The Horizon squad approaches their opponents with a steelyard and holds a cold weapon to their throats. The squad leader quickly drinks the healing essence and says that his soldiers will be able to destroy the Horizon members without any problems. On the battlefield appear machine gun turrets that shoot all members of the mercenary squad and reduce their numerical superiority. Small robots appear on the legs of the remaining mercenaries, ready to detonate at any moment. There is a loud explosion behind the young hero, and he heads towards the squad leader with his sword drawn. The mercenary commander is trembling with fear and can't believe that his entire squad has been destroyed. Flames appear around Shishao every now and then, and the hero says that only the strong can survive in this era. The mercenary commander flees because he thinks he can't win and leaves his men to their fate. Suddenly, a huge blade appears in front of the mercenary commander, causing him to stop on the spot. One of the squad members can't believe that he was betrayed by his commander and loudly asks his boss to explain his deed. The commander doesn't know what to say to his subordinate. He falls to his knees and says that the Horizon squad can do whatever they want to him. Shisha keeps his hands in his pockets and tells the Black Rock Gang commander that his squad has much more in store. Commander Horizon enjoys his moment of revenge and thanks fate for being able to meet Shishao on his path. Shishao squats in front of the gang leader and promises to consider pardoning his life in exchange for his secret treasure. The squad leader crawls back in horror and marvels at the fact that the student is much smarter than he first thought he was. A slight blush appears on the young hero's face, and he brags to Xiaoji that he was able to guess the secret of the gang leader. The squad leader laughs loudly and talks about how he will never tell where he hid a huge pile of gold coins. The gang commander is very surprised when he hears the voice of his subordinate, who promises to escort the squad to the place of the treasure with money. The commander cannot believe that his subordinate knows the location of the treasure and resents the situation. The squad leader abruptly snatches up his weapon and is about to send his comrade in arms to the other side of the world. Xiaoji blocks the gang leader's path and deflects his attack with his shield. A flaming sword lights up in the young hero's hands, and he is about to finish off the gang commander with one blow. Horizon's commander asks for his longtime adversary, and Shishao gladly agrees to such a request. The commander approaches the head of the gang and demands to be told the whereabouts of the traitor Horizon. The bandit leader only taunts the Horizon commander and talks about how no one wants to play brotherly games. Commander Horizon delivers a powerful sword blow to the gang leader and sends him to the other side of the world. The young hero examines the impact site and is struck by the fact that the Horizon commander has tremendous power. The squad leader ponders the words of his enemy and thinks that all his words are idle chatter. The squad tries to cheer up their commander and asks him to ignore the words of the missing people. The young hero admires the friendly team of Horizon and hopes that he can achieve the same result when creating his own team. Shishao asks the squad to follow him and says that very soon they will receive the promised reward. A gang member leads his squad to the place where his boss collected all his treasure and equipment. The young hero and the Horizon squad find themselves in front of ruined iron doors with mountains of gold coins behind them. Shishao stops the squad and asks everyone to take their time and freeze in place. The squad notices a robber demon ahead who is very happy about the fact that he was able to dig up the treasure. Xiaoji's eyes shine with happiness. He grabs the young hero by the shoulders and says that now they are all incredibly rich. The squad members quickly put their hands over Xiaoji's mouth and urged him not to make any loud noises. The squad leader tells Shishao that there are huge mountains of treasure in the habitat of robber demons. Demon robber joyfully dancing on a golden chest and completely unaware that he is being watched by a whole squad of adventurers. Commander Horizon imagines in his head a mountain of treasure and strongly hopes that his companions will manage to catch the demon and destroy it. The young hero asks the captain about a strategy to defeat the strange demon. The commander explains to Shishao that the whole difficulty of the plan is to catch the demon and destroy it as quickly as possible. The demon keeps jumping on the golden chest and trying to find a way to open it. The young hero gives a thumbs up and talks about being fluent in the technique of taking control. Xiaoji puts a hand on the young hero's shoulder and says that he has no doubts about his abilities. A member of the bandit squad asks for permission to leave and is let go by the Horizon squad with no problem. The bandit fairly quickly scurries off towards the horizon and thanks the squad very loudly for pardoning his life. The squad closes Xiaoji's mouth again and hopes they didn't scare off the demon that's hanging around nearby. The demon, with a smile on his face, stuffs the treasure from the chest into his backpack and hums an unusual song to himself. Behind the demon's back appears the Horizon squad, who smiles achidically and offers the monster to share the spoils with them. The demon quickly escapes from the humans despite the fact that it has a huge backpack of items on its back. The young hero sighs heavily and clutches his head as his robot assistant translates the demon's speech. Shishao blocks the demon's path and is about to attack it with his fire sword. A smile appears on the demon's face and he slips under the young hero's feet without much trouble. Xiaoji tries to block the demon's path and puts a shield in front of him, hoping that the demon can't get through it. The demon moves with great speed and has no problem circling around Xiaoji's finger and continues to run forward. The demon, with a smile on his face, runs forward and does not pay any attention to the arrows that fly in his direction. A magic staff that consists of thorns grabs the demon's leg and slows its speed. The demon pulls out a short sword from his backpack and cuts the magical pathways from his leg. The Horizon squad runs with all their might towards the demon, who is trapped in the energy barrier. The demon strikes the barrier a few times and is finally free of the pesky trap. The squad surrounds the demon on all sides and tells him that he has no more escape routes. An evil grin appears on the demon's face and he uses his fingers to fold strange symbols. In place of the demon appear several of its copies, which immediately scatter in different directions. The squad uses its magic and speeds up its body to catch up with the divided demons. One of the Horizon squad members is greatly surprised when he sees Xiaoji using his shield to move quickly. The sergeant is peacefully drinking tea and using the carpet airplane as a means of transportation. The squad is extremely unhappy with the sergeant's action and believes their friend is cheating in this unspoken contest. The squad leader is one of the first to reach his target and make a high jump to make the hit. The squad leader makes a powerful lunge and manages to hit several demon clones at once. The commander is disappointed to see the clones disappear because he was hoping to catch a real demon. The young hero meets head-on with a real demon who underestimates Shishao's strength and runs towards him. Behind Shishao's back, a magical portal appears through which the demon is about to return to his dimension. The young hero stops where he is and makes no attempt to catch the demon. An acerbic smile appears on the young hero's face, and he asks the Horizon group not to worry about anything. The demon stops abruptly and turns his attention to a strange notebook that lies not far from Shishao. The demon abruptly grabs the notebook from the floor and holds it tightly to his chest. There is a strong energy barrier around the demon that prevents it from breaking free. The demon looks at the young hero with a displeased look and promises to send him to the other world for the trap he has set. The squad admires the ingenuity of the young hero, but Shishao does not let his guard down and says that now is not the time to celebrate victory. The squad leader fills his blade with incredible power and asks that the demon be granted to him. The sergeant asks all squad members to get up as soon as possible because they might get caught in the blast from the commander's attack. From Commander Horizon's sword comes a very bright blue light that rushes into the very sky. A bright light illuminates the demon's body and causes it to suffer fatal damage, sending it to the next world. The Horizon squad rejoices in their victory. They toss the young hero into the air and thank him for his help. The team is distracted from celebrating their victory because there is a strange noise nearby that catches their attention. The squad leader and Xiaoji quickly guess that the strange sound is the growling of the boss, who is nearby. The young hero squats down and tries to think through his next plan of action. The squad leader thinks and notes that time flows very slowly in the demon world, so it is not worth thinking about where to go. The young hero pulls a magic key from his pocket and creates a portal to the demon world. A huge purple portal appears in front of Shishao, beyond which lies the unknown. Shishao tries to find out the specifics of the demon dungeon from the commander, but the squad leader says he knows very little about it. The young hero warns the entire squad that there is a dangerous demonic domain ahead and asks everyone to take the place seriously. The eyes of the squad light up brightly, and all the mercenaries express their willingness to go forward as quickly as possible. The mercenaries find themselves in a huge cave that is dotted with purple crystals. The heroes carefully explore the neighborhood and discover a huge pile of coins around which the robber demons are dancing. Xiaoji doesn't wait for his comrades and quickly jumps down to deal with the demons as quickly as possible. The demons' faces contort in a grimace of horror when they see Xiaoji in front of them, and they call him an invader. Xiaoji addresses all the demons in a loud voice and demands them to come out of their hiding places. Several demons head towards Xiaoji and intend to defeat the invader together. From above, arrows rain down on the demons, leaving no chance for the monsters to escape. The squad leader also enters the battle. He spins his sword and creates a huge vortex that sucks the demons into itself. The sergeant uses a defensive wind spell that protects his companions from demon attacks. The young hero is not going to be deterred and uses machine gun turrets and explosive robots to fight. The demons are talking among themselves and trying to find a secluded place to hide from the humans. Xiao summons a huge fire dragon to fill the entire room with fire and prevent the demons from escaping. The entire Horizon squad is obscured by pillars of smoke due to the fire magic the young hero uses. Xiao folds her arms across her chest and apologizes to her team for her magic. The bodies of demons lie all over the cave, and around them scattered a huge amount of gold coins and rare items. Each member of the Horizon squad receives legendary gear and scrutinizes the new items. The young hero can't find the right equipment, but he is not upset and is happy for the success of his team. Amidst the mountain of gold coins is a huge gold chest that shines brightly. The eyes of the squad members light up brightly with happiness when they see the huge golden chest. The young hero stops his friends and tells them that the chest of gold may not be as simple as it seems at first glance. Xiaoji ponders over Xiao's words and notices that the demons were performing a strange dance against the golden chest. The sergeant adjusts his glasses and notes that the objects worshipped by the creatures are usually spiritual in nature. The squad leader picks up the demon's body and says that there is a ritual to perform before opening the chest. The squad leader throws the demon's body towards the chest and tells the squad to make sure the place is safe. The golden chest transforms into a huge mimic who grabs the demon's body with his tongue and devours it. The lid of the golden chest closes, and it regains its innocuous appearance. The squad leader notes the high level of mimicry and says they'd best head back and leave the chest alone. The squad members grab their heads and shout disappointedly because they were hoping to get more treasure from this place. The young hero scratches the back of his head and offers to divide the money earned among the squad members. The squad leader, to the surprise of the others, agrees to the young hero's proposal rather quickly. One of the squad members offered to give half of the gold coins to Xiao because he had contributed greatly to their victory. The Horizon squad agrees with their comrade without any objection and thanks the young hero once again for his help. The young hero admires the team's decision and makes a promise to himself that he will definitely cooperate with the guys in the future. The squad leader opens the information panel and hands the young hero part of his reward. Squad leader Horizon grasps his sword and motions for his companions to move on. Xiaoji winks towards Xiao and asks him to tell him about the special ways of earning gold coins. The young hero is completely oblivious to his companion's words and silently looks towards the golden chest. Xiaoji waves his hand towards Xiao and asks the young hero to forget about the gold chest because it is a very dangerous venture. The sergeant, together with the members of the squad, try to dissuade the young hero from the dangerous idea and says that they have already exhausted the limit of luck. The young hero scrutinizes the chest. He agrees with his companions but says that it is not his style to leave such a rarity behind. The squad leader looks at Xiao carefully and asks if the young hero has any trump cards up his sleeve. Opposite each member of the Horizon squad, an information panel appears to inform that a young hero is leaving the squad. Xiao turns his gaze towards the squad and asks them to get away to a safe place so they won't get hit by the powerful strike. Xiaoji tries to oppose Xiao's decision, but the commander stops him and asks him to respect the young hero's decision. The squad leader says that he will not allow himself to leave his comrade in trouble and says that Horizon will help the hero in case of danger. Xiao looks at the Horizon squad with a smile and hopes that they will remain intact after the battle. The young hero heads towards the golden chest and asks the system to activate the Shadow Emperor account. The color of the cave changes to red, and all the blood of the monsters rushes towards the young hero and creates his clothes. The squad is surprised to notice a huge number of bats flying over their heads. The hero's appearance and his clothes are greatly transformed, and he becomes like a supreme vampire. The young hero smiles evilly and rushes to attack the huge golden mimic. The mimic opens his mouth and points his tongue towards the young hero to grab him. The monster's tongue passes through Xiao's body and does not deal any damage to him. The vampire grabs the mimic's tongue with both hands and splits it in two and wears the monster with massive damage. Mimic gets wooden legs and tries to flee the scene of the battle. Mimic spots the Horizon Squad and heads in their direction to destroy the weak humans. The vampire creates a blood weapon and strikes the lid of the golden chest. Mimic looks very scared because a huge number of blood monsters appear in front of him. A blood clot that consists of monsters grabs the Mimic and is about to swallow him whole. Mimic is drowning in blood from the monstrous creatures, and his life points are quickly slipping towards zero. The young hero's entire mouth is covered in blood, and his eyes glow brightly in the darkness of the cave. A great number of golden hands head towards the young hero and rip off the mantle of the Dark Lord. A huge coffin crashes behind Xixiao's back, and the hero falls to his knees and tries to catch his breath. The young hero has expended a tremendous amount of energy during the battle and looks very exhausted. Xixiao grasps his chest, which is aching with pain, but is happy about the huge amount of rare items he was able to obtain. The Horizon Squad looks admiringly at the young hero and congratulates him on his fine victory. The squad leader puts a hand on the young hero's shoulder and asks Xixiao how he feels after the battle. The sergeant's body lights up with a bright light, and he tries to recite a spell to remove the weakness debuff from Xixiao's body. A great number of rays are directed towards the young hero and cure him of his negative state of weakness. The young hero thanks the sergeant for his help, but he just fixes his glasses and says that it was no problem for him. The commander tries to ask more about Xixiao's strength, but he says that now is not the right time for this discussion. The young hero discovers a blueprint of a huge fortress and asks the commander if he knows anything about the subject. The Horizon commander and his squad scrutinize the blueprint of the fortress that the young hero received after the battle. Xixiao scratches the back of his head and does not realize the value of his item, while the commander says that the young hero is very lucky. The squad leader tells that the fortress can only be built in a special dungeon. The huge fortress sits on a vast, simple plain, and around it graze amazing magical creatures. The head of the squad talks about the fact that it can be very unlucky, and the fortress will appear in the place of the real doomsday. The young hero scratches the back of his head and notes that luck is very important in this world. The commander turns aside and says that the demand for this drawing will be very low because only a few engineers can use it. The young hero ponders the commander's words and considers how best to dispose of the rare blueprint. Xiaoji asks Xixiao not to think much about the strange blueprint and talks about how they received many different blueprints. A trading panel appears in front of all the squad members, and they ask Xixiao what he's up to. The young hero rises to his feet and talks about how the Horizon group can take back any item he got when destroying the Mimic. Horizon Squad rejoices at the generosity of the young hero. The boys toss him in the air and thank him for his valuable gifts. The commander asks the young hero to turn to his team if he suddenly runs into trouble. After a full hour, the Horizon Squad, along with Xixiao, are on the surface and breathing in a full breath of fresh air. The squad leader approaches Xixiao, asking about his future plans in the city. Xiaoji hopes that the young hero will reveal the secret of making money, but Xixiao folds his arms across his chest and says that he is going to the dragon. Horizon's commander doesn't mind going with Xixiao to the dragon, but says that his team may be a burden to the hero. The young hero puts his hand on the commander's shoulder and says that the squad will help him a lot if they poison the dragon with him. Xixiao looks straight into the commander's eyes and talks about how he will need reliable allies in the city. Horizon Squad laughs out loud at the words of the young hero, and the guys say that they are ready to follow the hero even to the end of the world. A wide smile appears on the hero's face, and he promises the boys that under his leadership they will never lose. The young hero, along with the Horizon Squad, are sent to the center of the city, where there is a dangerous dragon and mercenary squads. The commander notes that the battle has already begun in the center of the city, and clarifies with Xixiao the further plan of action of the group. The young hero thumbs up and uses his unique ability True Eye. A golden eye appears in the sky, scrutinizing every millimeter of the city. In front of the young hero appears a magical map of the area on which all monsters and people are displayed. A sly smile appears on Xixiao's face, and he informs his friends that a grand performance is about to begin. The huge dragon is in the heart of the city and scrutinizes his domain. The mercenary squad, led by Lady Yin Xuan, advances towards the huge dragon. The ancient dragon turns its head toward Yin Xuan's squad and swears on its name that it will destroy the humans. Yin Xuan expresses her surprise at the dragon's high intelligence, but says she doesn't have time to talk. The ancient dragon flies up into the air and then abruptly heads towards Yin Xuan's mercenary squad. The monster opens its mouth slightly, and a huge stream of purple flame erupts from there. Yin Xuan dodges the fire attack and asks his squad to remain calm during the battle. The warrior gets closer and is about to strike, and the dragon is about to tear him apart with his claws. The knight activates divine protection, and his entire body is illuminated by the bright light of the sun. The warrior puts his shield forward and blocks the monster's strike but takes massive damage. Behind the warrior appears a gunman who relentlessly shoots at the monster with his magical revolver. Yin Xuan praises the members of his squad and approaches the monster from the back to deliver a fatal blow with his blades. The warrior turns to the healer and thanks the girl for her timely help on the battlefield. The dragon opens its maw wide and a blob of energy forms in it, about to spill out. Suddenly, the dragon's jaws freeze and its energy blob dissipates completely. The wizard concentrates the energy in his sword and talks about not being able to hold back the dragon's breath for long. Yin Xuan's squad constantly attacks the ancient dragon and doesn't let it rest for a single second. The ancient dragon raises its head to the sky and emits a loud howl that reverberates for hundreds of kilometers. The eyes of the monsters around the city light up brightly and they rush to the dragon's aid. Yin Xuan asks his wizard to inform the peacekeeper squads of the approaching horde of monsters. The squad sends its commander a message from Yin Xuan that it is necessary to stop the advance of the monsters. The commander is extremely displeased with Yin Xuan's wayward character, but orders his squad to immediately take up battle positions. Chao Renzi's face becomes very serious and he tells his fighters that they should never destroy the monsters. The commander turns toward the mysterious hooded figure and says that it is not yet time to act. The mysterious wizard smiles and asks Chao Renzi not to keep him waiting for too long. Yin Xuan continues to launch countless attacks on the ancient dragon and is completely unaware of the plot against her squad. The team fights as one, but the boss's health does not drop below a certain threshold. The warrior puts forward his shield and tries to repel all the dragon's attacks that are heading towards his squad. The wizard contacts the other squads and asks for reinforcements to be sent immediately. A young hero appears behind the wizard's back and says that no one will come to the aid of Yin Xuan's squad. Without delay, the wizard throws a dagger toward Shishao and demands him to get out of the battlefield immediately. The young hero catches the dagger on the fly and notes that he is very upset that the wizard couldn't remember his name. Shishao destroys the magic blade in his hand and says that there is no way to get rid of it so quickly. Yunqiao demands the young hero to leave the city center immediately because it's too dangerous. Yin Xuan tries to block the dragon's powerful attack and asks his companion to ignore Shishao. The squad leader fails to hold back the monster's onslaught, and the dragon sends the girl flying several meters away. Shishao catches Yin Xuan in his arms and a wide, caustic smile appears on his face. Yin Xuan doesn't believe the hero's words and says that the other units don't have the courage to betray them and rushes into battle. Yin Xuan says that she appreciates the young hero's attentiveness, but asks him to leave the danger zone as soon as possible. A wide smile appears on the young hero's face, and he offers his help in fighting the dragon in exchange for valuable items. The girl calls the young hero a madman and says that she is completely disappointed in him. The young hero closes his eyes and his body slowly turns to ash because he uses a teleporter. Shishao bids farewell to Yin Xuan's squad and asks him not to blame him for the meanness, if it comes to that. The healer becomes worried after Shishao's words, and the wizard loudly declares that it is not worth listening to nonsense. Yin Xuan clutches his blades tightly and says that their main task now is to defeat the ancient dragon. The high-level monster has no problem dispatching the mercenary squad and heading forward. Commander Cao orders the troops to hold off the monsters until the end and says that he will personally punish the traitors. The head of the mercenary squad observes the situation carefully and cannot understand why there is such a cluster of monsters near his positions. The commander hoists a two-handed sword on his shoulders and orders the squad to deal with the monsters to keep the humans alive. The Horizon squad watches the battle with smiles on their faces and rejoices in the fact that their plan is working perfect. The sergeant and squad leader find that creating chaos is an excellent strategy in a battle against an experienced enemy. The monsters keep arriving from different directions, and very quickly the mercenaries are surrounded on all sides. The commander enlists the help of the Emperor's secret squad in hopes that they will deal with the monsters. A slight smirk appears on the squad leader's face, and he says that he doesn't care at all about the life of the mercenary squad. Commander Chao grits his teeth in anger and realizes that he shouldn't have trusted the Emperor's secret squad. The head of the squad orders his men to move towards the dragon to carry out the plan a little earlier than planned. The soldier suggests to his commander to deal with the mercenaries, but he only shakes his head negatively and says that they should wait. An evil smile appears on the face of the secret squad commander, and he says that the task of the squad is to destroy Yin Xuan's squad. With each passing second, the dragon grows stronger and uses more powerful and deadly attacks. The warrior covers his squad and Lady Yin Xuan from the fire and tells them to act carefully. The mercenary commander heads towards the elite squad and asks for help, and is followed by a huge pile of elite monsters. The mercenaries grab their neck and arms and fall to the ground like toy dolls. Yin Xuan quickly guesses that the mercenary squad has decided to betray them and that Shishao was right in his warnings. High-level monsters gradually approach Yin Xuan's squad while an ancient dragon rampages behind their back. The squad stands with their backs to each other, and Yin Xuan tells his companions not to worry and hands out their errands. The shooter quickly makes his way into the thick of the dangerous monsters and picks the right moment to fire. There is a tremendous amount of pop from the gunshots, and the monsters fall one after another like domino. The wizard uses ice magic and freezes a huge number of monsters. Yinshen moves at the speed of light and has no problem cutting the bodies of monsters into small pieces. The squad is pretty exhausted after destroying the high-level monsters and is trying to catch their breath. Commander Chao tries to pose as an inanimate body and hopes that Yinshen won't notice his pretense. Yingzhen hears her friend's loud scream and turns around sharply to see what's going on. The healer falls to her knees, and a huge wound from the poison blade appears on her chest. The Emperor's squad is heading towards the warrior, and is about to attack him stealthily. The mercenaries' blades pierce the knight's armor and deal critical damage. The gunslinger and the wizard are amazed at the actions of the secret squad and don't know what to do in such a situation. Yinxuan rather quickly gives orders to the remaining squad member and asks them to save their friends. A slight smile flickers on the face of the Emperor's squad leader, and he says that the girl will not be able to cope with this critical situation. Yin Xuan smiles slightly and says that the actions of the Imperial squad may come out for public discussion. The leader of the secret squad smiles nastily and says that after the girl's squad is destroyed, none of the people will know the truth. Yin Xuan holds a special crystal in his hands and says that ruthless words should only be spoken to a losing opponent. The girl shatters the demonic crystal in her hand and drinks its contents. A bright light illuminates Yin Xuan's body, and she receives a huge amount of energy due to the power of the crystal. The leader of the mercenaries orders the attack without delay and says that the only man is unable to resist them. Yin Xuan moves with tremendous speed and massacres a large portion of the secret squad in the blink of an eye. The leader of the Emperor's secret squad decides to retreat because the leader of the special squad turned out to be incredibly strong. There is a huge tail heading towards the wizard and the gunslinger that is going to knock them down. Yin Xuan instantly comes to the aid of his squad and asks his companions to rescue the wounded on the battlefield. The girl orders her squad to retreat if she can't deal with the monster soon. Yin Xuan soared high overhead and was about to strike a powerful Euler at the ancient dragon's body. The girl's blade emits a bright light and deals a huge amount of damage to the ancient monster. The ancient dragon has time to react and manages to grab the girl with his tail. The dragon flies up sharply and takes the squad leader with it. The girl flies down with great speed and thinks that the last minutes of her beautiful life have come. The young hero makes it in time and saves the girl. He offers his help in exchange for all the items that will fall out of the dragon. Yingxuan talks about how it's very reckless to sacrifice your life for money, and the young hero talks about how he's not going to lose. Shishao lands on the ground and there is a violent rumble of huge rocks flying in different directions. From the unusual landing, the mask on Yinxuan's face breaks and the hero gets a beautiful view of the girl's face. The wizard, along with the rest of the squad, are outraged by the young hero's action and demand that the girl be put down immediately. Yingxuan breaks free from the young hero's grip and says that she is sick of these games. A satisfied smile appears on the young hero's face, and he says that it is not worth hiding a beautiful face under a mask. The girl points her blade towards Shishao and tells the hero that he should not be arrogant. The ancient dragon hovers in the air and prepares for another deadly attack. Yinxuan says to take advantage of the opportunity and leave the dangerous place as soon as possible. On the face of the hero appears a wide smile. He folds his arms on his chest and says that he will destroy the dragon on his own. The gunslinger and the healer are surprised by the hero's recklessness and cannot believe the truth of his words. The wizard speaks to Shishao in a haughty tone and calls the young hero a true madman. Horizon's leader appears on the battlefield with his squad and tells them not to underestimate their opponent. The wizard is outraged and says that useless units are unable to fight on par with the ancient dragon. The members of the Horizon squad are furious after the mage's words and say that it is the special squad that is mediocre. The commander apologizes for his squad members and says that their group came just to observe the hero's actions. Yin Xuan and the wizard turn back and are surprised to notice that the young hero's clothes and appearance have been greatly transformed. The girl is watching the battle closely while threads of Shishao's dark magic pass near her face. The warrior comes to his senses and tries to protect his squad from the powerful gusts of strong wind that the hero has summoned. The great dragon recognizes the strength of the young hero and says that Shishao is worthy to fight him. A bright orb appears above the ancient dragon's head, which it is about to point towards Shishao. The young hero defends himself against the monster's attacks with the help of his bloody robe and wonders how he can defeat the monster. Shishao smiles widely and quickly wrapped himself in a strange bloody orb. The Yinxuan squad and the members of the Horizon squad watch the battle closely and are amazed at the scale of the battle. The scarlet sphere collapses and from there appears Shishao, but already in the guise of a scarlet dragon. The dragons fight each other fiercely and unleash a huge amount of attacks on each other. The ancient dragon points out that a familiar power emanates from Shishao and asks for his name. Shishao says that the ancient monster is unworthy of knowing about its essence and slams right into the monster's neck. The red dragon tightly clutches the neck of the ancient dragon, and the sky is constantly illuminated by discharges of multicolored lightning. Xiaoji and his friend watch the battle closely and are once again amazed by the young hero's strength. The members of Yinshuan's squad discuss the strength of Shishao among themselves and can't believe that the hero is much stronger than the boss. Yinshuan keeps a close eye on the Scarlet Dragon and understands why Madame has taken such a strong interest in the young hero. The mercenary commander realizes it's time to get off his feet and slowly creeps towards the exit of the city center. The leader of the Imperial squad watches the battle of the two dragons mesmerized and can't believe his eyes. Shishao holds the ancient dragon firmly by the neck and silently flies forward through the boundless sky. An ancient dragon points out that Shishao has great power and suggests that he move to the side of the monsters. The red dragon digs even harder into the dark dragon's neck and deals critical damage to it. There is black blood running all over the red dragon's face, and it tells him that he is not interested in the monster's offer of an alliance. The ancient dragon falls to the ground with a huge rumble and raises up a huge amount of dust and dirt. The red dragon emits a great roar that resembles a sound wave that spreads throughout the city. People are plugging their ears and screaming that Shishao needs to come to his senses and stop attacking allies. The red dragon is heading towards the humans, and the wizard urges everyone to retreat before it's too late. The commander, along with his squad, stays in his place and says that he fully trusts the actions of the young hero. Golden hands peel the Shadow Master's cloak off the young hero again, and Shishao regains his human form. Xiaoji together and his comrade look at Shishao with their mouths open in surprise and utter complimentary words in his direction. The squad leader asks to leave Shishao alone, and the sergeant uses a healing spell to remove negative effects from the young hero. The young hero's body heals, and the system application reports that the hero spent a lot of gold coins during the battle. Shishao tries to remain outwardly calm, but his soul rages and regrets the money he spent. The squad leader approaches the young hero and congratulates him on his victory, but also notes that Shishao should be careful when using special powers. The young hero thanks the commander for his advice and thinks that he should be more modest and not use his unique abilities very often. Ying Xuan and her team head towards the young hero and apologize for underestimating him all this time. The girl reaches out towards the young hero and offers him to join her elite squad. The squad is surprised by their commander's decision, and only the healer is happy that Shishao can join their squad. The wizard is outraged and says that the young hero did wrong and took away their squad's loot right in front of their noses. Xiaoji points a finger in the wizard's direction and says that Shishao can deal with dangerous monsters alone. The wizard's face fills with anger, and he says that he is not interested in the opinion of weaklings. Yingwen demands that the wizard be silent and says that his speeches greatly dishonor her team's name. On the wizard's face, veins swell with anger, and he talks about how he can't accept Shishao. The young hero does not pay any attention to the words of the wizard, but refuses the girl's offer and says that he will create his own squad. Ying Huan casts her gaze downward and says that she knew from the beginning that the young hero would refuse her proposal. The girl extends her hand forward and says that she hopes to continue working with the young hero. Shishao nervously scratches the back of his head and drops of sweat run down his face. He doesn't really trust Yin Xuan's words. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he still dares to shake hands with Miss Yin Xuan. The girl leans in close to the young hero and asks him about how she can thank him for her rescue. Shishao asks Yin Xuan not to rush things and says that she wants to discuss these details a little later. And Suen bids farewell to the young hero, and her squad hides behind the tall buildings of the city. The members of the Horizon Squad admire the young hero and say that only he is worthy of Anjuan's heart. The squad leader is surprised at the news that Shishao is owned by Hanmo Corporation and says that the young hero has a lot to lose. A smile continues to remain on the young hero's face, and he informs the commander that he could not have done otherwise. The squad leader sighs heavily and says that Shishao is very different from the members of his squad. The young hero remembers his abilities as an engineer and contemplates building a fortress for his future group. Shishao points towards the magic items and suggests his companions pick up the items that fell from the ancient dragon. The young hero's eyes widen with wonder when he sees before him a mystical key to the lands of an ancient dragon. Xiaoji sighs heavily and says that the items that fell from the dragon don't seem valuable and says that he regrets the effort spent. The young hero shows the squad a mythical key and tells them that magical items don't matter. The squad leader looks at Shishao in surprise when he claims to find valuable items in the Dragonlands. The eyes of the squad members light up brightly when the young hero points out that there is a lot of treasure in the monster land. The lieutenant tries to bring the fighters to their senses and tells them that access to the Dragonlands belongs entirely to Shishao. The young hero opens the information panel and realizes that he can't clear the lands of the ancient dragon alone. The squad leader opens the information panel and receives a gift of 100 million gold coins from Shishao. A slight smile appears on Shishao's face, and he says that he always keeps his promises. The squad commander tries to object and says that thanks to the young hero, his squad and without the dragon got enough gold. Shao shakes his finger from side to side and notes that he can't break his promise. The squad members hug the young hero tightly and thank him for providing the gold coins. The lieutenant, at the sound of the commander's laughter, hits his subordinates with his whip and asks them not to bother Shishao with their loud cries. The commander pats the chest of his armor and says that the young hero will help count on his squad's help at all times. The young hero decides to seize the opportunity and says that he has a small request. Outside the safe zone is a vast desert over which dangerous monsters fly. Shishao asks the squad for more information about the boundaries of the safe zone and offers to expand his team. The squad leader thinks about the hero's words and notes that it is much easier for him to lead a small group of people. The young hero insists that the Horizon squad needs a change because that way they can increase their income. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and tells his commanding officer that he completely agrees with the young hero's point of view. Other members of the squad also support Shishao's words and say that expansion is vital to the squad. The commander scratches the back of his head and notes that his team has become forward-thinking very quickly. The squad leader offers Shishao a deal in which he will get decision-making rights in the Horizon squad. The young hero agrees to the commander's suggestions without delay and shakes his hand firmly. White wings appear on Shishao's back, and he tells the squad that it is time for him to depart. Horizon squad, with smiles on their faces, say goodbye to their comrade and ask the hero not to forget about. The young hero flies over the rooftops rather quickly and heads for his family's location. Mrs. Mo slowly drinks her tea and welcomes the young hero into her home with a smile on her face. A drop of sweat runs down Xiao's face. He is extremely uncomfortable being in front of the head of a noble house. The young hero sits on a luxurious couch with his family and marvels at the circumstances. Shi Yunfei says that he was worried about his brother's life and is happy that Shishao was able to get out of the city unharmed. Xiao demonstrates a magic key to his sister and suggests the girl guess what he needs the item for. Mrs. Mo's face expresses extreme amazement, and she asks the hero where he got this magic key from. Shi Yunfei quickly guesses that her brother was able to defeat the ancient dragon and looks at him rapturously. Mrs. Mo doesn't much believe the young hero's words and says that Yin Xuan's squad has defeated the monster. The young hero talks about being able to find the dragon's vulnerable spot and being able to quickly deliver a fatal blow to it. The girl hurries to find out about the dragon's weak spot, but the hero is not going to share the information so easily. A sly smile appears on Xiao's face, and he informs the head of the family that her corporation has a huge number of enemies. Mrs. Mo asks the young hero not to worry about trivialities and notes that the corporation is able to defend itself against all threats. The young hero wonders about the question of how much he is obliged to give to the corporation for his being in it. Mrs. Mo folds her arms across her chest and notes that Xiao has recently joined the organization, so he may not pay the fee this time. The representative of the family looks with shock at the sister of the young hero, who is extremely happy that all the money will remain in her family. Xiao decides to be generous and says he will give away half of the trophies and awards he has earned. Mrs. Mo is amazed at the young hero's generosity and says she doesn't understand his actions. Xiao gets up from his couch and talks about how he's not going to be a greedy man and doesn't mind sharing the wealth. A slight blush appears on the girl's face when Xiao declares that he's doing everything for her. Mrs. Mo becomes embarrassed, and her bodyguards positively appraise the young hero's actions. Xiao sits closer to the girl and asks her about ways to pay for her share. The girl tells the hero that he has several ways to repay the debt, and the second of them is the most dangerous. Xiao snaps his fingers and makes a point of choosing the riskiest way possible. Mrs. Mo says goodbye to the young hero and tells him that she will take care of all the little things. The girl stops in the middle of the room and talks about how the corporation can formalize the family's move to other safe zones. Xiao thanks the head of the family for the offer but says he will consider the matter next time. Mrs. Mo folds her hands behind her back and heads for the team's exit. The girl suddenly stops and tosses a card towards Xiao that allows unimpeded movement between safe zones. The young hero catches the card and thanks the lady for her generosity and help. The hero's sister chuckles and talks about how Mrs. Mo turns around a lot because she doesn't want to leave Xiao. The young hero apologizes to his parents for not being able to move them to a safer place just yet. Mom asks her son not to worry about his family, and robot Nana says he'll clean the big house. The whole family smiles broadly and says that they would welcome any place where Xiao is. The girl's face work expresses only positive emotions, but she actually despises everything that is happening right now. The moon shows in the night sky and illuminates the tall corporate building where the Xiao family now resides. The young hero stands on the roof of a building and enjoys a beautiful view of the city. Xiao summons his robot assistant and asks him to carefully analyze the blueprints of the fortress. The robot analyzes ancient blueprints and notes that the results are not optimistic. The robot shows the hero one of the dungeons and tells him that the fortress needs a certain place. Xiao clutches his head and becomes depressed when he learns of the cost of building the fortress. The robot apologizes and adds that rare materials in large quantities will also be needed to build the base. The assistant asks his master not to be upset and says that Xiao has absolute luck. The robot shows the young hero a model of a builder robot that will be engaged in creating a fortress. Xiao remembers his robot Nana and plans to give her control over all the construction robots. The robot agrees with the host's idea and notes that controlling construction robots is not very difficult or problematic. Xiao scratches the back of his head and notes that building a legendary fortress is a big problem. Toward Xiao, a large stream of water is directed and pours over the young hero from head to toe. Shi Yunfei laughs loudly and suggests her brother to have fun in the infinity pool. Xiao wipes his head with a towel and talks about how his sister will have to spend time without him. The young hero once again finds himself under a huge stream of water that comes from an infinity pool. Robot Nana smiles broadly and says that her master needs a good rest. A wicked smile appears on the young hero's face, and he agrees to spend some time with the girls. The girls look towards Xiao, who is heading towards them with great speed. The story is transported to another place. The moon brightly illuminates the buildings of Manhwa Corporation. The deputy president is sitting at his workplace, and behind his back he hears the sound of approaching footsteps. Lady Yin Xuan apologizes for the mistakes she made during the battle with the ancient dragon. The deputy president shuffles his foot unhappily and says that the girl knows all her weaknesses. The man comes close to the girl and says that her words cannot be an excuse for the failure of the mission. The deputy does a leg kick and the girl flies back a few meters. The man expresses his dissatisfaction with the failed operation and notes that Ying Xuan has shown her worst side. Ying Xuan apologizes to Deputy Mochi and her whole body trembles in pain. The man strikes the girl again and talks about how he doesn't have time to listen to bullshit. The deputy stares intently into the girl's eyes and talks about spending a huge amount of money and effort on her. The man stops for a second when he hears a voice behind him telling him to stop. Hanmo looks menacingly at his fighter and says that the soldier has too much pity for his fighter. The squad leader shakes his head negatively and says that he doesn't want to watch a useless waste of time. The chairman slaps the girl in the face again and asks for information about the man who was able to destroy the ancient dragon. The squad leader opens the information panel and informs about the student who managed to defeat the ancient dragon. The deputy president opens the information panel with a disgruntled expression and checks the information. An image of Shi Xiao appears on the monitor screen and the chairman is furious that he was beaten by the boy. The squad leader notes that one should not judge a book by its cover and suggests that Shi Xiao is intentionally hiding his real level. The deputy approaches Yin Xuan and demands to tell in great detail about the young hero's strength. The man is amazed at the young hero's strength and asks why the girl hasn't recruited him into her squad. Ying Xuan is afraid to raise her head and reports that she failed to recruit Shi Xiao. The man with his magical hand grabs Yin Xuan by the throat and notes that the girl is not performing her duties well. With a slight movement of his hand, he throws Yin Xuan's body to the ground and gives the girl one last chance to right her wrongdoing. The chairman orders Yin Xuan to recruit the student by any means necessary, and if he refuses, demands that he destroy him. Yin Xuan is breathing heavily and slowly, getting back to his feet after striking the chairman. The squad leader asks him not to be blamed for not standing up for the girl and tries to find out details about the gifted student. A wide smile appears on the squad leader's face when Yin Xuan calls Shi Xiao a great warrior. The squad leader heads for the exit and asks to leave Xiao on him if he refuses to join their squad. Mrs. Yin Xuan thinks that the young hero's act has provoked many conflicts, and now the hunt for him is open. The girl looks up at the moon and hopes that Xiao will volunteer to join her squad because she doesn't want to fight him. A huge crowd gathers in the main square of the school, rejoicing that they can see daylight again. The students are whispering among themselves and discussing the events of the past few days. The members of Xiao's squad talk among themselves and guess that the young hero was able to defeat the ancient dragon. The girl feels strongly about the young hero and thinks about the fact that Xiao suffered many injuries during the battle. A strong burst of blue energy appears in the sky, and all the students' attention is drawn to this unusual phenomenon. A young hero lands in the main stadium, and on his back are angel wings. The young hero's squad welcomes their commander with a smile and rejoices in the fact that Xiao is unharmed. Shi Xiao is discouraged by this warm welcome and tries to get rid of his annoying comrade. The principal and the teacher also welcome the young hero and note that thanks to him the school is completely safe. The young hero asks the principal if there is any plan to rebuild the school as soon as possible. The director puts his hand on Xiao's shoulder and says that he has contacted Hanmo Corporation and they will send people soon. Xiao refuses all rewards for saving the school and tells the principal that he only did what he had to do. All the students get excited at the sight of the young hero and chant his name loudly. Girls and men confront each other for the right to be near the young hero. The young protagonist is horrified to see the distraught students and decides not to stay in school too long. Xiao asks his companions to quickly follow him and heads away from the crowds of people. The young hero's team, with smiles on their faces, follow him sternly and inquire about their future destination. Xiao asks if his friends' families are okay, and when he hears a positive answer, he visibly calms down. Ruentian thanks the hero for his concern and notes that her family is safe because of his actions. A young hero with a big smile on his face informs his friends that they are traveling outside the safe zone. Near the walls of the 9th district, construction work is underway to repair the concrete walls and create a magical barrier. A man with a gun stops the heroes and says that it is forbidden to move in this area. Xiao says in a calm voice that he needs to leave the city to attend to personal matters. The gate guard starts threatening with his weapon and demands the boys leave the danger zone. Luo Feng becomes enraged at the guard's stubbornness and plans to straighten him out. The young hero stops his flashy friend and asks the guard to take a look at his universal pass. The soldier scrutinizes the strange card and says that he has never seen such a pass. The head of the gate guard joins the conversation and demands his ward to report the situation. The guard captain's eyes widen in surprise when he realizes that he has a top-level pass in front of him. The commander punches his fighter in the face and talks about the students having a top-level corporation pass. The commander of the guards apologizes to the hero for the inconvenience and offers to arrange transportation to stay safely outside. The gates of the city slowly open, and a bright light illuminates the faces of the characters. The guard commander watches Xiao closely and doesn't understand why the commanding officer demanded to follow him. The head of the guards contacts his sister by radio and informs her that the young hero is leaving the city. Behind the shoulders of the girl is a huge rifle, and she asks her brother to closely follow the movement of the hero. The young hero, along with his heroes, is in a ruined part of the city. Ruin becomes sad from the oppressive atmosphere, and Luo Feng enjoys the view and breathes fully. Luo Feng thinks for a moment and asks the young hero how they will get to the dungeon. The young hero smiles and talks about arranging for the squad to have some good transportation. The hero's comrades look at him uncomprehendingly when he mentions the Lord's squad in his speech. Xiao says that the meeting place is not far away and offers to talk on the way. The heroes pass by the ruined houses of the city, and Xiao tells his friends about the idea of forming a squad. Xiao's friends are enthusiastic about the idea of a special unit, and note that it has the perfect name. Suddenly, the faces of the hero's companions become sad, and they talk about how they will severely hamper Xiao's progress. The young hero asks his companions not to give up and says that they will quickly raise levels under his guidance. An SUV pulls up to the heroes, and behind its wheel is Xiao Jai, who greets everyone with a smile. Xiaoji perks up when he sees the beautiful girl in front of him and tells Zhuang that he will definitely protect her from adversity. The girl thanks Xiaoji for helping and becomes a little confused about what's going on. Luo Feng notices the huge shield and says that Xiaoji is very professional with his equipment. The SUV takes off down the road very quickly and heads towards the dungeon. The young hero scrutinizes the magic key and hopes to be able to open the dungeon in time. Xiaoji scrutinizes the roll of paper in the hero's hand and says that the map is important in the hunter's life. The young hero notes that in his hands is the perfect map that was drawn up personally by Mu Wei. Xiaoji abruptly presses the brake pedal and the car instantly stops on the spot. Xiaoji puts his hand on the young hero's shoulder and tries to find out details about the young hero's map. The young hero is surprised by the fact that his friend reacts very violently to the map. The car continues on its way, and Xiaoji tries to find the words to talk about the great Mu Wei. The car speeds along the rocky road, and the heroes watch the ruins of the cities through the car windows. Xiaoji keeps the steering wheel straight and says that the goal of the hunters is to explore this world. The young hero listens attentively to his friend's story and tries not to interrupt him. Xiaoji notes that hunters also seek answers to questions about the emergence of the era. Ruantian joins the conversation and says that she has heard a great number of different legends about this world. The girl imagines in her head a huge artificial intelligence that is constantly calculating this world. Luo Feng crosses his arms at his chest and talks about how he has never heard any version of the origin of this world. The young protagonist notes that it's been a long time, and so most people are fine with it. The car continues on its way, and the lone deer silently escorts the transport with its gaze. The young hero notes that from Xiaoji's appearance, it's very hard to tell that he can think. Xiaoji scratches his head and talks about only paraphrasing his commander's words. The young hero presents the image of Commander Horizon and thinks of the fact that he is respected by many in the wastelands. Xiaoji tells the story of the existence of the hunter Mu Wei, who was close to unraveling the truths of this world, but suddenly disappeared. The young hero twists the map in different directions and talks about not seeing the truths of the world in the parchment. Xiaoji, with a smile on his face, unravels the legend that if you find the truth, you can restart the world and become its lord. Luofeng and Ruan Tian listen to Xiaoji's stories with interest and marvel at the idea of restarting the world. Luofeng imagines himself on a golden throne surrounded by a huge number of beautiful ladies. The young hero notices that his companions have a very rich imagination, but they lack the high level to realize the dream. Shisho says that he doesn't really believe in legends and suggests that we focus on the task at hand. A wide smile appears on Xiaoji's face, and he tells him that he has set a goal to find Mu Wei and learn the secret of the world. The young hero leans on his arm and thinks about asking the director for information about Mu Wei. The car stops, and the heroes find themselves in a narrow gorge where there is a secret dungeon. The young hero and Xiaoji look at each other and simultaneously inform each other that they were being tailed the whole way. The young hero's companions turn back and with sad faces declare that they do not see the pursuers. The young hero silently watches as Xiaoji throws a grenade forward to lure out the pursuers. The grenade crashes against an invisible barrier, and a cloaking field appears in front of the heroes. There is a loud explosion, and the silhouettes of the boys are illuminated by bright flames from the fire. Two people are in a car and are coughing loudly due to the huge amount of smoke. Luofeng notes in a loud voice that the city guard commander is driving the car. The commander, along with his squad, gets out of the car and says with a strained smile that he couldn't let the heroes travel unaccompanied. The young hero points his fireblade toward the guard commander and demands to know how he tracked down the squad. Shishao notes that the head guard's excuses look worthless and he is going to destroy him. The commander of the guards smiles broadly and asks not to take his life. The head of the guards uses special commands to give orders to his squad. The young hero decides to play along with the mercenaries to uncover their plot and holsters his weapon. The commander agrees with the hero that everyone is very lucky to survive the disaster and says that we should trust each other more. The head of the squad comes closer to the young hero and asks him to tell why he traveled to a place so far from the city. Shishao shows the guard commander the magic key and says he plans to clear the dungeon. Luofeng and Ruantian exchange caustic smiles and hope that their commander will lure the bandits into a dangerous trap. The head of the guards notes that the dungeon is high level and says that the young hero will not be able to destroy the monsters with such a team. Luofeng suggests that the head of the guards and his men muster all the will in their fist and help them clear the dungeon of monsters. Zhuan winds his hair around his hand and notes disappointedly that the guards lately consist of only cowards. A squad of soldiers goes to their commander and tells him that they should not allow their squad to be treated in such a way. Deep down, the head of the guard is overwhelmed with emotion and doesn't know which path to take. The commander of the guards sighs heavily and talks about how he can't leave his men in this desert. The young hero lifts the key up and, to the great surprise of the commander of the guards, says that the key is designed for 10 people. The squad leader looks very disgruntled but agrees to go into the dangerous dungeon. The young hero points the key in the opposite direction of himself, and a magical portal opens not far away. Shishao says it's time to go, and the guard commander says he can be relied upon. The head of the guards leaves behind a signaling device so the sister can get to this place. Before the heroes opens the world on a beautiful dungeon, and in its center is a huge tree. Ruantian and Xiaoji stand together on the edge of the cliff and enjoy the beautiful view. Luofeng is looking forward to the battle, and Xiaoji asks the young man to be careful and asks him to keep behind his back. The young hero asks his robotic assistant to carefully scan the area and determine if a fortress can be built here. Shishao is thinking about the group's plan of action, and Ruantian approaches him. The girl raises a finger up and points towards the dark figure that is rapidly approaching the squad. A green dragon can be seen in the sky, licking greedily at the sight of its prey. The commander has no trouble blocking the dragon's blow with his shield and says there's no need to panic. A huge number of magic shots are directed towards the fire, and the soldier commander deals additional damage to the monster with his chain. The young hero is surprised to see the head of the guards and his men fighting for him without much outrage. The commander puts his foot on the monster's head and says that this will be the case with every monster that dares to attack. The squad leader laughs loudly and talks about how it is forbidden to fly over his men. On all members of the squad falls the shadow of a huge dragon that suddenly appears on the battlefield. The dragon quickly grabs one man and is about to swallow him whole. The monster turns toward the forest and spits the man out toward the trees. The commander rushes at the huge dragon and asks Xiaoji to immediately help him in the battle. A slight smile appeared on Xiaoji's face, and he said loudly that he could only deal with the monster with 2 punches. In front of the young hero appears a strange information message, the essence of which he cannot understand to the end. The young hero returns to his personal dimension and notices a dragon egg moving around the room at great speed. Shi Xiao is going to create him for a monster to temporarily calm his violent temper. The egg stops moving at breakneck speed, but for some strange reason it starts to shake. A robot sidekick tells the young hero that the creature inside the egg wants to hatch but lacks strength. An evil grin appears on Xiao's face and he is about to feed the dragon heart to the strange monster. Egg runs away from the young hero rather quickly when he sees his kin's heart in his hands. The young hero tells the creature that he will remain forever in a shell if he continues to fear everything. The creature begins to pant in anger and snorts unhappily in response to Shi Xiao's words. A huge sweat of energy begins to emanate from the egg, and it seems that the creature is about to break through the shell. The shell shatters into small pieces, and the robot prompts the young hero to choose a name for his pet. The red beast runs his little eyes around the room and studies the surroundings around him. The head of the guard seizes the moment and delivers a fatal blow to the huge dragon, and it falls to the ground. The commander notices a strange energy source appearing not far from him and tries to determine its source. Red Comet exhales a large volume of fire and looks around for the enemy. The soldier points his weapon at the little dragon and regrets that he will get little experience for killing it. The man doesn't have time to fire his weapon because the little dragonkin breaks it in a flash. The Red Comet rushes to attack Xiaoji's shield, and the man talks about how he's not trying to harm the creature. The commander swings his chain and is about to destroy the monster in one blow. The young hero calls everyone to calm and says that this dragon is his pet. Xiaoji tearfully looks at the cuts on his shield and tells the young hero to pay to repair the item. Zhuantian rushes towards the little dragon to hug it, but the creature was not very happy about this situation. The red dragon gets into a fighting stance and prepares to attack the girl if she gets too close. The young hero strokes his new pet on the head and asks him to remember all his companions. Shi Xiao hears a strange sound and looks towards the huge tree and tries to identify the danger. The young hero stares intently into the thicket of the forest and says that the owner of the forest is not happy to see him in this place. The commander of the guard suggests that the young hero split up to speed up the quest and gather a huge amount of resources. The head of the guard says goodbye to Shi Xiao and decides that it is best to observe the hero from a safe distance. In the magical dungeon are a huge number of different kinds of wood that reaches very high sizes. The young hero approaches Xiaoji and asks him if he knows about the features of the dungeons. Xiaozi shakes his head negatively and says that he doesn't know anything about caves, so he explores the ruins. The dungeon contains huge plants and at first glance it seems safe. The traveler scrutinizes the crystal cave for the need for resources. A small band of mercenaries encounters dangerous monsters and engages in combat with them. Zhuantian is fascinated by the fact that there are so many different dungeons in the world, and she hopes to explore them all. Behind the girl suddenly appears a huge monster that is going to devour her whole. The little dragon comes to the rescue, and with his body he wears some serious damage on the monster's head. Red Comet is watching his opponent's actions closely and preparing for the next strike. The monster howls menacingly in pain and promises the little beast that it will destroy him without hesitation. The young hero is amazed by the fact that the monster talks, but Xiaoji sees nothing unusual about it. The young hero's aide informs his master that he now knows the dragon language. Red Comet keeps a close eye on his opponent and prepares for his master's command. The dark dragon makes a series of several quick strikes, but none of them reach the red dragonkin. Dragonlance soars upwards and crashes into the monster's head at full speed, dealing significant damage. The huge dragon looks arrogantly at his younger counterpart and tells him that his tricks won't work anymore. The monster delivers a powerful tail strike and sends the little dragon flying. Xiaoji and Zhuangtian are closely following the progress of the battle. They are greatly worried about the fate of the Red Comet. The young hero stops his friends and urges them to stay out of this fight. Shi Xiao notes that his pet must first of all be able to defeat monsters, and Zhuang, after these words, considers the hero very cruel. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he talks about his ability to never lose to such a weak opponent. The little dragon cub burns the trunk of a tree and is about to drop it to the ground. The dark dragon taunts his fellow dragon and has no idea what the Red Comet is up to. Red Comet picks up a huge tree trunk and hits the monster's head with it with all her might. The monster becomes indescribably furious and promises the dragon that he will not leave a wet place from him. The dragon gets hit again and again with wood from the little dragon and falls to the ground. The dark dragon tearfully demands the Red Comet surrender before it's too late. The little dragon leaps into the air and aims a huge fireball towards his opponent. The monster screams in pain and demands an end to this horrible fight. It shakes its head from side to side. The monster burns alive in red flames, and the little dragon is humming a tune to himself. Ruantian and Luofeng upgrade thanks to the victory of the Red Comet. Xiaoji points his finger towards the dragon and notices that the Red Comet is about to make dinner out of his opponent. The young hero agrees with Xiaoji and notices that his pet uses special herbs to flavor the meat. The wonderful smell of roasting meat reaches the young hero's group, and they enjoy the flavor of it. The little dragon brings a piece of meat to the young hero and offers to taste it. The young hero thanks his pet for the treat and gently strokes its head. The whole group yells that they are hungry and suggests that they start tasting the monster. The soldiers are munching sandwiches and regretting not being near the heroes, while the commander silently watches Shi Shao's actions. The commander asks his squad to shut up immediately and says that as soon as they get the money, they will be able to afford any food they want. The head of the guards is furious and clenches his teeth tightly. He fears that the young man is becoming more of a threat by the minute. The huntress arrives at the location of the dungeon and prepares to travel through the portal to her goal. Huge numbers of dragon bodies lie on the ground or hang from tree branches. Red Comet destroys all the enemies without much trouble and leads the heroes forward. Luofeng and Ruan Tian heartily thank the little dragon for making a lot of meat for them and helping them level up. Xiaoji asks Luofeng to repel all dreams of finding a battle pet because they are incredibly rare creatures. Xiaoji bangs his fist on his palm and says that he has come up with a great idea on how to make a lot of money. Mercenary tells of the existence of special arenas where, from time to time, pets fight each other and the winner takes the reward. Xiaoji puts his hand on the hero's shoulder and convinces him that thanks to the power of the Red Comet, they can make a fortune. The young protagonist conceives that he could obtain rare items during competitions between pets. Xiao's team advances and is completely unaware that they are being followed. The girl, along with her little companion, stands on a tree branch and watches where the young hero is headed. A slight smirk appears on the young hero's face because he notices his pursuers. The little dragon climbs a tree and directs a huge sweat of flame towards his enemies. The girl quickly jumps down and marvels at the fact that she was able to be discovered so quickly. The stranger grabs her bow and sends several metal-tipped arrows towards the young hero. The young hero catches arrows with his bare hands and calls the savage's weapons primitive and useless. Shi Shao breaks the arrow in his hands and demands the strangers identify themselves and explain why they attacked him. The girl, along with her small companion, scrutinizes the young hero's face but has no intention of answering his question. Xiaoji tells his friend that he is most likely facing aborigines who possess immortality. Ruan Tian smiles widely and loudly declares that immortality for a girl is a huge gift. Xiaoji tells his friends about the horrible experiments humans are doing on the natives and says that their immortality is a curse.